Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Fix. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully credited in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if 6-year-old Harry saved a Goblin princess and Gringotts royal to him? If you enjoy magical twist, subscribe to Harry Fix. Now let's story begin.
The summer heat had pressed itself against the walls of number 4, Privet Drive, for 3 long weeks, turning the house into a quiet, irritable prison. In the smallest bedroom, which was really just a cupboard under the stairs, a small boy lay on a thin mattress, listening to the drone of a lawnmower from 3 gardens down. His name was Harry Potter, and he was 6 years old. He was awake long before the first sliver of light found its way through the crack in the door. He always woke early. It was safer. If he was already awake and dressed when Aunt Petunia came to yank open the door, there was less chance of a sharp slap for being lazy. He lay on his back, his glasses, mended with a twist of wire, sitting on the floor beside a chipped cup. His body ached in a quiet, familiar way. A bruise on his ribs from where Dudley had sat on him yesterday was a deep, sullen purple. The cut on his knee from falling up the garden path when Uncle Vernon had shouted at him was scabbed and itchy. He didn't cry about it anymore. He couldn't remember a time when he had. Harry's world was small. It consisted of the cupboard, the blistering heat of the pavement, the sour smell of Aunt Petunia's kitchen, and the booming, terrifying sound of Uncle Vernon's voice. His cousin, Dudley, was a large, blonde blur of destruction who existed only to break Harry's things and eat Harry's portions. Harry's only escape was to look out of the living room window, when he was allowed to clean it, and watch the other children play. They kicked balls, they rode bikes, they laughed with their parents. He watched them like he was watching a story on a television that was always just out of earshot. A story about a different kind of life. Today, however, was different. Today was the annual summer trip to the seaside. This meant the Dursleys would be gone for the whole day. A whole day of silence. A whole day without Dudley's fists or Aunt Petunia's nagging. A whole day of simply being. The thought was a tiny, fragile flame in his chest, and he protected it fiercely, not daring to let it grow too big in case it was snuffed out. The kitchen was a battlefield of preparation when Aunt Petunia finally yanked open his door. "Boy, get up. We haven't got all day. And don't you dare think you're coming with us. You have chores." She threw a stained t-shirt at him. He caught it, muttering a quiet, "Yes, Aunt Petunia." An hour later, he stood on the driveway, shrinking into the shadow of the car as the Dursleys packed themselves in. Dudley was already whining about the lack of space for his toys, his massive bottom taking up the entire back seat. Uncle Vernon's face was the color of a ripe tomato, his small eyes narrowed at Harry as if his very existence was a personal insult. "Right," he grunted, the engine rumbling to life. "We'll be back after tea. The lawn needs mowing. The windows on the ground floor need doing. And if I hear you've been snooping, or touching anything, he ran out of breath, his face purpling further. "Just don't do anything." The car pulled away, a sleek, gleaming beast that swallowed the Dursleys and their noise, leaving behind only the shimmering heat haze and a profound, ringing silence. Harry stood there for a long moment, the gravel warm under his bare feet. He watched the car turn the corner and disappear. He waited, counting to 100 in his head, a habit he'd developed to make sure they were really gone. When he reached 100, the silence remained. He didn't smile. He had forgotten how. But something loosened in his chest. He went back into the house, but instead of the miserable list of chores, he went to the kitchen window and just looked out at the garden. It wasn't his garden, but for today, it felt like it was. The birds were loud, arguing over a worm on the parched lawn. A bumblebee, fat and clumsy, bumbled against the glass pane. He spent the morning doing his chores, but at his own pace. He took a break to lie on the grass in the back garden, staring up at the impossibly blue sky. He felt the tickle of the blades on his neck and ankles. It was a strange feeling, not being yelled at. It felt like being invisible in a nice way, not a lonely one. By early afternoon, the silence had begun to feel less like a gift and more like a heavy blanket. The house was too big, too clean, too full of things that weren't his and weren't for him. A restlessness took hold of him. He wandered down the hall and stopped at the front door. His hand, small and pale, reached out and rested on the handle. He had never, not once, opened this door without being told to. He was never allowed past the garden gate. He turned the handle. The door swung open onto the blindingly bright street. Privet Drive was a desert of manicured lawns and identical houses, sleeping in the afternoon sun. There was no one around. With a glance back into the shadowy hall, a place of punishment and smallness, Harry stepped over the threshold. His bare feet touched the burning pavement. He winced, but kept walking, down the driveway, past the perfectly trimmed hedge, and out onto the pavement. He started to walk. He didn't know where he was going. He just walked, following the curve of the street, past Mr. Grange's house with its gnomes, past the empty playground where the swings hung motionless. The world opened up around him. Streets he'd only ever seen from a car window became real under his feet. The sounds were different, closer, more layered. The heat was a physical weight on his head. He walked for what felt like a long time, his small body tireless, fueled by a quiet, desperate hunger for something new. He ended up in a part of town he'd never seen before. The neat houses gave way to older, grimmer buildings. The pavements were cracked, and the air smelled of frying food and dust. He was about to turn back, a flicker of fear for Uncle Vernon's punishment igniting in his stomach, when he heard it. A scuffling noise. A sharp, choked cry. It came from a narrow alley between a boarded-up shop and a pub with dirty windows. Harry froze. Every instinct honed by a life with Dudley told him to run, to hide, to make himself small and invisible. But the cry wasn't loud or aggressive. It was a sound of pain, of surprise. Slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, he crept towards the alley mouth. He peered around the corner. It was dim and smelled of stale urine and damp cardboard. Two larger boys, teenagers by the look of them, were crowded over something on the ground. One of them, with a shaved head and a mean-looking smirk, had a stick. He was poking at whatever was on the ground. The other boy laughed, a cruel, barking sound. "Look at its hands. Like little claws." The laughing one jeered. "Freak," the one with the stick spat. "Think you're better than us, do ya? Walkin' around here all dressed up." Harry's eyes adjusted to the gloom. He saw what was on the ground. It wasn't a child. It was small, but it wasn't a child. It had a large head, a long, pointed nose, and ears that tapered to a sharp point. Its skin was a pale, leathery color, like an old mushroom. It was dressed in fine, dark clothes that were now covered in dust and grime. And its hands, just as the boy said, were long-fingered and tipped with surprisingly delicate-looking nails. It was a creature Harry had never seen before, something from a storybook, but it was real, and it was bleeding from a cut on its forehead. It was a goblin. A small, young goblin. It wasn't fighting back. It was curled up, its long arms protecting its head, its body trembling with fear and suppressed rage. The boy with the stick poked it again, hard, in the ribs. The goblin let out another choked cry, a sound of pure misery that cut right through Harry. Something inside Harry snapped. It wasn't courage. It wasn't even thought. It was a deep, primal reaction to seeing someone smaller, someone alone, being hurt. It was the feeling of Dudley's fists on his own skin, translated into action. Before he knew what he was doing, he was in the alley. "Stop it," he shouted. His voice was high and thin, but it cut through the gloom like a knife. The three figures in the alley froze. The teenagers turned. They stared at the scrawny, barefoot boy in the oversized, grayish t-shirt, his black hair a mess, his green eyes wide behind those taped-up glasses. The one with the stick sneered. "Get lost, 4 Eyes. This ain't nothin' to do with you." Harry's legs were shaking. His voice trembled, but he stood his ground. "Leave him alone. He's not hurting you." The laughing boy stepped forward. "He's not him. It's a bloody freak. Like you, by the look of it." The goblin on the ground had stopped moving. Its large, black eyes, like polished obsidian, were fixed on Harry. There was no hope in them, only a dull, weary surprise. It was waiting for this new boy to run away, to join the tormentors, or to just be another part of the nightmare. Harry didn't run. He took a step closer to the goblin, putting his small body between it and the teenagers. "Go away," he said, his voice a little stronger. "Just go away." The boy with the stick laughed, a loud, ugly sound that echoed off the grimy walls. "Or what? You'll tell your mummy." He took a step forward, raising the stick. Harry didn't have a plan. He had no magic, no weapon, no strength. All he had was the memory of 1,000 hurts and the sight of this strange creature bleeding on the ground. When the boy lunged, stick swinging, Harry didn't think. He just moved. He ducked. The stick whistled through the air where his head had been. And then Harry did the only thing he knew how to do when someone bigger was coming for him. He launched himself forward, his head low, and butted the boy as hard as he could in the stomach. It was like running into a wall. The boy barely staggered, but the surprise of it was enough. He stumbled back, his foot catching on a loose stone. He flailed, his arms windmilling, and then, with a cry of his own, he crashed backwards into a pile of stinking rubbish bags. The second boy howled with laughter, but it was a nervous laugh. This wasn't going the way it was supposed to. The goblin saw its chance. With a speed that was shocking, it uncurled and scrambled to its feet. It shot Harry a look, a complex, unreadable glance that held surprise, suspicion, and a flicker of something else, something that might have been gratitude. Then it turned and fled, disappearing into the deeper shadows at the back of the alley. The second boy, the one who had been laughing, hesitated for a second, then turned and ran after the goblin. "Get back here, you little freak!" he yelled, his voice fading as he disappeared into the maze of backstreets. The first boy was struggling to his feet, his face purple with rage. He was bigger than Harry, stronger, and he was furious. Harry stood there, frozen. The brief burst of defiance was gone, replaced by a cold, familiar dread. He was going to pay for this. "You little," the boy snarled, grabbing a fistful of Harry's t-shirt and yanking him forward. Harry's glasses flew off, skittering across the filthy ground. The world became a blur of angry color and menace. The boy's fist, a large, dirty knot, pulled back. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. He waited for the pain. It never came. There was a sharp, clanging sound, like a metal bin being struck. The grip on his shirt vanished. He heard a grunt, then a thud. He opened his eyes. The world was a complete, terrifying blur. He could make out shapes, but nothing more. He heard heavy, hurried footsteps, and then a new voice. A voice that was low, raspy, and spoke in a language Harry didn't understand. It wasn't English. The sounds were guttural, sharp, like stones grinding together. He blinked, his eyes stinging with unshed tears of fright. A shape loomed in front of him. It was short, much shorter than the teenager. It bent down, and a moment later, something cold and thin was pressed into his hand. His glasses. He fumbled them onto his face. The world snapped back into focus. Standing before him was a goblin. But not the young one from before. This one was older. Much older. Its face was a roadmap of deep lines and scars. Its black eyes were hard and glittering, like chips of flint. It wore a long, dark coat made of a material that looked thick and expensive. In its hand, it held a short, wicked-looking iron bar. Lying on the ground behind it was the unconscious form of the teenager. The goblin didn't speak. It just stared at Harry, its gaze traveling from his scuffed, bare feet, up his too thin body, to the bruise on his ribs visible through the stretched neck of his t-shirt, and finally to his face. It studied him for a long, silent moment that felt like an hour. Then, the goblin did something extraordinary. It gave a small, formal bow. Not a deep bow, not a bow of submission, but a bow of respect. A greeting between, if not equals, then acknowledged parties. "The prince is safe," the goblin rasped, its English thick and heavy. "He speaks of a small human. A small human with no weapon. A small human who stood." Harry just stared, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He didn't understand. "Prince." The goblin's eyes narrowed, assessing him once more. "You are hurt. You are alone. You are not of their world." It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. It gestured with its iron bar towards the unconscious boy. "This one will wake with a headache and a story no one will believe. You will come with me." It wasn't a request. But for Harry, whose entire life had been a series of commands, this one felt different. This one felt like an escape route. He looked back towards the mouth of the alley, towards the heat and the dust and the silent, empty streets that led back to the cupboard. Then he looked at the goblin. At its strange, ancient face. At the offer hidden within its gruff command. He took a shaky step forward. Then another. The goblin turned without another word and led him deeper into the alley, past more rubbish, through a small, hidden gap in a brick wall that Harry would never have seen on his own. On the other side was a different world. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer. The sounds of the human city faded, replaced by an eerie quiet, broken only by the soft scuff of their feet on ancient cobblestones. They were in a twisting, narrow lane, lined with shops that seemed to have been carved from the earth itself. There were no people. They walked in silence for what felt like a long time, down sloping paths and around impossible corners, until they reached a dead end. It was a plain, windowless wall of dark, gleaming stone. The goblin raised a hand and pressed it flat against the stone. He muttered a few of those grinding, guttural words. The stone didn't move, but it changed. It shimmered, and where there had been solid rock, there was now a massive, arched doorway, flanked by 2 goblin guards in gleaming silver armor. They stood as still as statues, their black eyes fixed ahead. The older goblin walked through the doorway, and Harry, his heart in his throat, followed. He was inside Gringotts. The cavernous hall was a dizzying spectacle of marble and brass. Crystal chandeliers hung from a ceiling so high it was lost in shadow, casting a warm, glittering light on the scene below. Goblins in dark red and gold uniforms bustled about, carrying ledgers and weighing coins on brass scales. The clinking of gold and the scratch of quills on parchment was a constant, rhythmic hum. It smelled of metal, old stone, and something else, something ancient and powerful. But it was the counter that held Harry's gaze. A goblin sat there, hunched over a massive, leather-bound book. He was older than the one who had brought him, his face a craggy cliff of age and authority. He looked up as they approached, his eyes, like chips of obsidian, flickering from the older goblin to Harry and back. The older goblin who had escorted him stepped forward and spoke rapidly in their own language. The seated goblin's expression didn't change, but his eyes, when they rested on Harry, seemed to sharpen. When the story was finished, a profound silence fell over the immediate area. Even the clinking of gold seemed to stop. The seated goblin, who Harry would later learn was the head teller of the main hall, looked down at the small, bruised human boy standing before him. "You," he said, his voice like stones grinding deep underground, "placed yourself in the path of harm. For one of our kind. For a prince of the ancient and most noble house of Cabarth." Why? Harry looked up at the terrifying creature. He thought about it. Why? He didn't know. He shuffled his bare feet on the cold marble floor. He was on the ground, he said quietly, his voice barely a whisper in the vast hall. And they were poking him with a stick. "It isn't right." Another silence. It stretched, long and uncomfortable. "He was crying," Harry added, his own eyes stinging at the memory of that choked sound. "I know what that's like." The head teller stared at him for a long, long time. Then, he did something that made every goblin in the vicinity freeze. He rose from his seat. He walked around the enormous counter. And then, he knelt. He knelt before the small, barefoot human boy. He placed a long-fingered hand over his own heart. "Harry Potter," he said, and the name sounded strange and ancient on his forked tongue. "The Goblin Nation remembers its debts. It remembers its friends. And it never, ever forgets its enemies." He looked up, his dark eyes meeting Harry's green ones. "You have no coin. You have no name in our world. But you have something more valuable. You have the gratitude of the royal house of Cabarth. You have our oath." He straightened up, his voice rising, filling the hall. "Let it be known. From this day forth, the boy Harry Potter walks with the protection of Gringotts. His blood is our blood. His enemy is our enemy. The Goblin Nation swears him its loyalty, a debt of honor that can never be repaid." A wave of murmuring rippled through the hall. Goblins stared, their ancient faces etched with shock. This was unprecedented. This was history. Harry didn't understand the full weight of the words. He just understood that for the first time in his life, someone, something, had looked at him and seen not a burden, not a freak, not something to be locked away. They had seen someone worth protecting. The feeling was so overwhelming, so alien, that it hurt. A single, hot tear escaped from his eye and traced a clean path through the grime on his cheek. He looked down at the enormous, beautiful hall, at the hundreds of strange creatures, all looking at him. He felt a warmth blooming in his chest, pushing back the cold, familiar ache. He was still Harry, the boy from the cupboard. But as he stood there, in the heart of the Goblin Kingdom, with an ancient race kneeling before him, he felt, for the very first time, like maybe, just maybe, he was something more. The world, his small, gray, miserable world, had just cracked wide open. And in the distance, back in the quiet, sun-baked prison of number 4, Privet Drive, a car was just pulling into the driveway, and a furious man was about to find an empty cupboard. The hall had not returned to its normal rhythm. Goblins who had been bustling about their business now stood frozen, their dark eyes fixed on the small human boy who stood at the center of their world. The head teller had returned to his position behind the counter, but the weight of his announcement still hung in the air like smoke after a great fire. Harry did not know what to do with his hands. He clasped them behind his back, then let them hang at his sides, then shoved them into the pockets of his too large shorts. Nothing felt right. Nothing felt real. The older goblin who had brought him here, the one who had struck down the teenager, placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip was surprisingly strong, the fingers long and cool even through the thin fabric of his t-shirt. "You will come with me," the goblin said. His name, Harry would later learn, was Griphook, and he was something important in the hierarchy of this place, though Harry could not yet understand the complex web of titles and ranks that governed goblin society. Griphook led him away from the main hall, down a corridor that sloped steeply downward. The marble gave way to rough-hewn rock, and the air grew cooler, damper. Torches flickered in iron brackets along the walls, casting dancing shadows that made it look like the very stone was breathing. They walked for a long time. Harry's bare feet grew cold on the stone floor, but he did not complain. He had learned long ago that complaining changed nothing. It only made things worse. Finally, they stopped before a door. It was not like the other doors they had passed. This one was made of dark wood, intricately carved with scenes Harry could not quite understand. Goblins in battle, goblins mining deep beneath mountains, goblins seated on thrones surrounded by treasure. The carvings seemed to move in the torchlight, the figures shifting positions when he wasn't looking directly at them. Griphook knocked 3 times. The sound was dull, heavy. The door swung open on its own. Inside was a chamber that took Harry's breath away. It was not large, but it was warm, and it was the most beautiful room he had ever seen. A fire crackled in a small hearth, casting orange light over furniture that was clearly made for someone of goblin stature. Low chairs, a low table, shelves that lined the walls from floor to ceiling. And on those shelves were things Harry had only ever dreamed of. Books. Hundreds of them. Thousands of them. Leather-bound and cloth-bound, and some bound in materials he could not identify. They filled every shelf, stacked in some places too deep, their spines gleaming in the firelight. In the center of the room, seated in a chair that was slightly larger than the others, was the young goblin from the alley. He had been cleaned up. The dust and grime were gone from his fine clothes, and the cut on his forehead had been bandaged with something that looked like silver thread. His large, dark eyes fixed on Harry the moment he entered, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then the young goblin rose. He was small, even by goblin standards, and Harry realized with a strange jolt that they were probably the same age. The goblin boy, no, the prince, walked towards him with a formal, measured step that looked strange on someone so young. "You came," the prince said. His voice was higher than the other goblins, but it still carried that same grinding quality, like small stones rubbing together. "I did not think you would come." Harry shrugged, a small, uncertain movement. "I didn't have anywhere else to go." The prince stared at him for a moment, then did something unexpected. He laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, like a bark, but it was genuine. "Nowhere else to go," he repeated, as if tasting the words. "I understand that feeling." He gestured to the chairs by the fire. "Sit. You are a guest of the House of Cabarth. You will be treated as such." Harry sat. The chair was too low for him, his knees rising awkwardly towards his chest, but he did not mind. The fire was warm on his skin, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he was not hungry. He had not eaten all day, but the warmth in his chest, the strange feeling of being wanted, was more filling than any food. The prince sat across from him. Griphook had positioned himself by the door, standing at attention like a guard, though his eyes never left Harry. "I am Ragnarok," the prince said. "Of the House of Cabarth, first line, 7th descent from the founder. My father is king of the northern clans, lord of the deep places, keeper of the 7 secrets." He recited the titles like a lesson learned by heart. "You are Harry Potter. Griphook told me your name." "Just Harry," Harry said quietly. "Just Harry is fine." Ragnarok tilted his head, a gesture that reminded Harry of a bird studying something interesting on the ground. "Just Harry. You stood in front of me today. You had no weapon. You had no protection. You were smaller than those boys, and weaker, and yet you stood. Why? Harry looked into the fire. The flames danced and flickered, and he watched them for a long moment before answering. I told the other one. It wasn't right. They were hurting you, and you were on the ground, and you couldn't fight back. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. I know what that's like. Being on the ground, not being able to fight back. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Softer. Less like a prince reciting lessons and more like a boy, just a boy, talking to someone who understood. They chase me, he said quietly. The human children. When I go above ground. They see me and they chase me, and they throw things, and they say words that hurt worse than stones. He touched the bandage on his forehead. Today they caught me. Today would have been very bad if you had not come. Why do you go above ground? Harry asked. If they chase you, I mean. Why do you go where they can find you? Ragnar looked away, his gaze fixing on the fire. Because it is the only place I can see the sky. Down here, in the deep places, there is no sky. There is only rock and gold and the weight of the mountain. Sometimes I need to see the sky. Sometimes I need to feel the sun. Harry understood that. He understood it completely. The cupboard had no windows. The only sky he ever saw was through the kitchen window while he washed dishes, or through the crack in the living room curtains while he vacuumed. He understood needing to see the sky. I'm sorry they hurt you, Harry said. They shouldn't have done that. Ragnar looked back at him, his dark eyes gleaming in the firelight. My father says the world is full of shoulds and should nots, and most of them mean nothing. What matters is what is. What is that you helped me. What is that you stood when others ran. What is that you are now under the protection of my house, and that means something. He leaned forward, his small face intense. Do you understand what happened in the hall today? Do you understand what Griphook announced? Harry shook his head slowly. Not really. It was loud and everyone was looking at me and I didn't know what to do. Ragnar nodded, as if this was the answer he expected. My people value 3 things above all others. Gold, yes. But more than gold, we value debt and we value blood. A debt oath is a chain that can never be broken. A blood oath is a bond that can never be undone. Today, my house owes you a debt of blood. You saved my life. My blood is in your hands. That means my house is in your hands. Harry frowned, trying to understand. So, you have to do what I say. No. Ragnar shook his head firmly. It is not like that. It is not servitude. It is protection. It is alliance. It means that if you are in danger, my house will come to your aid. It means that if you have need, my house will provide. It means that you have a place here, in the deep places, among my people, for as long as you live. It is the greatest gift my house can give, and it is given freely, with no expectation of return. Harry sat with that for a moment, letting the words settle into his mind. A place. Among these strange, fierce people. For as long as he lived. But I have to go back, he said suddenly, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. To the Dursleys. To number 4, Privet Drive. They'll be back by now, and if I'm not there. He stopped, the familiar cold dread creeping back into his chest. Ragnar's expression darkened. The Dursleys. The ones who keep you in a cupboard. The ones who hurt you. Harry blinked. How did you know about the cupboard? I asked Griphook to learn about you, while you were coming here. We have ways of knowing things, my people. We know that you sleep in a small space under the stairs. We know that you are given less food than you need. We know that you are hit, and shouted at, and made to feel small. Ragnar's voice grew harder with each word, the grinding quality becoming more pronounced. We know these things, Harry Potter. And we do not like them. Harry looked down at his hands, at the small scars on his knuckles from years of small accidents and small punishments. They're my family, he said quietly. The only family I have. Family does not hurt family, Ragnar said fiercely. Family does not lock family in small spaces. Family does not make family feel small. That is not family. That is something else, and it has another name. Harry did not know what to say to that. No one had ever said anything like that to him before. No one had ever suggested that the way the Dursleys treated him was wrong. He had always assumed it was normal, that this was simply how the world worked, that he deserved it because he was strange, because he was a burden, because he was just Harry. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Griphook moved to answer it, exchanging quiet words with someone on the other side. When he turned back, his expression was unreadable. The king requests the presence of the human child, he said. He wishes to meet the one who saved his son. Ragnar stood immediately, his small form straightening with a formality that seemed to belong to someone much older. Come, Harry. Do not be afraid. My father is stern, but he is just. He will want to thank you properly. Harry stood, his legs feeling unsteady. He followed Ragnar and Griphook out of the warm chamber and back into the corridor. They walked deeper still, down spiraling stairs and through caverns so vast that Harry could not see the ceiling. The torches grew fewer, replaced by something else, glowing crystals embedded in the rock, casting a soft, eerie light that made everything look like it was underwater. Finally, they reached a pair of doors that made the others look like cupboards. These doors were massive, easily 20 feet high, carved from a single piece of black stone veined with gold. The carvings on these doors told a story: goblins building cities, goblins fighting great battles, goblins kneeling before a figure on a throne. Guards stood on either side, their armor gleaming with gold inlay, their eyes fixed straight ahead. They did not move as Griphook approached and spoke a few words in the goblin tongue. The doors swung open, silent despite their immense weight. The throne room was overwhelming. It was not a room, really. It was a cavern, so vast that the far walls were lost in shadow. Pillars of natural rock rose towards a ceiling that was lost in darkness, their surfaces glittering with veins of gold and silver and gems of every color. A path of polished obsidian led from the doors to a raised dais at the center, where a throne sat, not carved from stone, but seemingly grown from it, as if the mountain itself had shaped a seat for its king. And on that throne sat the king. He was old, older than the rocks, older than the mountain, older than anything Harry had ever seen. His face was a landscape of wrinkles and scars, his eyes deep pits of darkness that held centuries of knowledge and power. His robes were black, trimmed with gold, and on his head sat a crown that was not made of metal but of crystal, a single, massive gem that pulsed with its own inner light, casting shifting colors across his ancient features. Harry stopped walking. His legs would not take him further. The weight of the king's gaze was physical, pressing down on him like the mountain itself. But Ragnar kept walking, his small form moving confidently down the obsidian path. He stopped at the base of the dais and bowed deeply. Father, I bring Harry Potter, the human who saved my life. The king's eyes shifted from his son to Harry. For a long, terrible moment, Harry was pinned by that gaze. He felt like every secret he had ever kept, every hurt he had ever hidden, every tear he had ever swallowed was laid bare before this ancient creature. Then the king spoke. His voice was like an avalanche, like the mountain itself finding voice. Approach, child. Harry's feet moved. He did not command them to, they simply moved, carrying him forward until he stood beside Ragnar at the foot of the dais. He looked up at the king, and despite his fear, he did not look away. The king studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a change came over his ancient face. The hardness did not soften exactly, but it shifted. Became something else. Something that might, in a face less ancient, have been called curiosity. You are small, the king observed. Smaller than our young. Smaller than I expected. Harry nodded. He could not find his voice. You are also bruised. Hungry. Afraid. The king's voice did not change, but something in his eyes sharpened. And yet you stood before my son. You placed your small, bruised, hungry, afraid body between him and those who would harm him. Why? Harry found his voice. It came out small, but it came out steady. Because he needed help. And no one else was helping. The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. The king stared at him, and Harry stared back, and the moment stretched like a thread being pulled thinner and thinner. Then the king laughed. It was not a human laugh. It was a sound like boulders tumbling down a mountainside, like the grinding of tectonic plates, like the earth itself finding humor in something small and unexpected. The sound echoed off the distant walls, filling the vast cavern with its rumbling presence. A child of 6 summers, the king said, his voice still rumbling with amusement, who gives an answer that would shame warriors of 1,000 years. Because he needed help, not because of reward, not because of glory, not because of debt or duty or expectation. Because he needed help. He rose from his throne. The movement was slow, deliberate, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. He descended from the dais, step by step, until he stood directly before Harry. Up close, he was even more imposing, tall for a goblin, his head reaching Harry's chest, but his presence filling the space around him like a physical force. He reached out one long-fingered hand and placed it on Harry's shoulder. The touch was cool, firm, and surprisingly gentle. "Harry Potter," the king said, his voice now soft, meant only for the small human before him. "You have done my house a service that can never be repaid. But we will try. We will try with everything we have." He gestured, and from the shadows behind the throne, 2 goblins emerged carrying something between them. It was a chest. Small, but clearly heavy, made of dark wood bound with iron. They set it at Harry's feet and stepped back. "This is the first part of your debt repayment," the king said. "Open it." Harry knelt. His fingers fumbled with the latch, but it opened easily, smoothly, as if it had been waiting for him. The lid swung back, and Harry forgot how to breathe. Gold. More gold than he had ever imagined. Coins stacked neatly, gleaming in the light of the king's crystal crown. Not just gold, there were silver coins too, and small bronze ones, and at the very top, nestled in a bed of velvet, a single ring. It was simple, unadorned, a band of dark metal that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. "The ring is a token," the king said. "Wear it, and any goblin who sees it will know you are under our protection. They will offer you aid. They will offer you shelter. They will offer you anything you need, and it will be given." Harry looked up at the king, his eyes wide. "I can't, this is too much." "I didn't. You did everything," the king interrupted. "You did the one thing that matters most. You acted when others did not. That is not nothing. That is everything." He placed his hand on Harry's head, a gesture that might have been a blessing or simply an acknowledgement. "Now, you spoke of needing to return to the place called Privet Drive. We will take you back. But know this, Harry Potter. Know this and remember it." He leaned down, his ancient face close to Harry's, his dark eyes burning with intensity. "You are not alone anymore. You have never been alone, though you did not know it. But now you know. Now you have proof. And if those who call themselves your family ever raise a hand to you again, if they ever lock you in that cupboard, if they ever make you feel small," his voice dropped to a whisper that somehow filled the entire cavern, "they will answer to the Goblin Nation. And we are not merciful to those who harm our own." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes again. He fought them, but one escaped, tracing a path down his cheek. He did not wipe it away. The king straightened. "Griphook, take him back. See that he is returned safely. And see that he has a way to reach us, should he need it." Griphook stepped forward and bowed. "It will be done, my king." The journey back was a blur. Harry's mind could not keep up with everything that had happened. One moment he was in the throne room, the next he was walking through corridors, the next he was standing in the alley where it had all begun, the chest heavy in his arms, the ring cool on his finger. The sun had set. The alley was dark, lit only by a distant street lamp. The teenager was gone, and the rubbish bags still lay where they had fallen. It looked exactly the same as before, but Harry knew it was not. Nothing would ever be the same. Griphook stood at the entrance to the alley, his form half hidden in shadow. "You know how to find us now," he said. "The ring will guide you, if you need it. Just touch it and think of going below, and the way will open." Harry nodded, clutching the chest to his chest. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything." Griphook's expression did not change, but something in his eyes softened. "Go, small human. Go and be brave. You already know how." He turned and disappeared into the shadows, and the wall behind him shimmered and became solid once more. Harry was alone in the alley, the weight of the chest the only proof that any of it had been real. He walked back through the unfamiliar streets, guided by some instinct he did not know he had. The chest was heavy, but he did not put it down. He held it tight, the ring cold against his finger, and he walked. Number 4, Privet Drive, was blazing with light when he finally reached it. Every window was lit, and he could hear shouting from inside even before he reached the front door. Uncle Vernon's voice, loud and furious. Aunt Petunia's voice, shrill and panicked. And underneath them, Dudley's whining, somehow managing to be heard above both. Harry stood on the doorstep for a long moment. He looked down at the chest in his arms. He looked at the ring on his finger. He thought of the king's words, of Ragnar's friendship, of Griphook's protection. Then the door was yanked open, and Uncle Vernon stood there, his face purple, his small eyes wild with rage. "Where have you been?" he roared, his voice shaking the windows. Harry looked up at him. For the first time in his life, he did not flinch. "I was out," he said quietly. "I came back." Uncle Vernon's eyes dropped to the chest in Harry's arms. His expression shifted from rage to confusion to something else, a greedy, calculating gleam that made Harry's stomach turn. "What's that?" he demanded. "What have you got there? What have you stolen?" Harry clutched the chest tighter. "Nothing. It's mine." Uncle Vernon's hand shot out, grabbing Harry's arm in a grip that hurt, that always hurt. "We'll see about that. Get inside. Get inside now." He dragged Harry over the threshold, into the bright, angry house, and the door slammed shut behind them with a sound like a prison gate closing. But Harry did not feel like a prisoner anymore. He felt the ring on his finger, cool and steady, and he knew, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that this time was different. This time, when the shouting started and the hands reached for him, he had somewhere to go. He had someone who would come. And in the deepest places, far below the earth, a king sat on his throne and smiled a terrible smile, waiting to see if the small human would need him sooner than expected. The slam of the front door echoed through the house like a thunderclap. Uncle Vernon's grip on Harry's arm did not loosen as he dragged him through the hallway, past the living room where Dudley sat on the sofa stuffing his face with crisps, past the kitchen where Aunt Petunia stood wringing her hands, and finally into the small, cramped space that served as their dining room. He shoved Harry into a chair. The chest clattered against the floor, the sound of shifting gold muffled by the wood. Harry's heart pounded, but he kept his face still. He had learned long ago that showing fear only made things worse. Uncle Vernon loomed over him, his massive form blocking the light from the overhead fixture. His face had progressed from purple to a dangerous shade of magenta, and the veins in his temples pulsed visibly. "I will ask you one more time," he said, his voice dangerously quiet, which was somehow worse than the roaring. "Where have you been?" Harry's mouth was dry. He thought of the king's words, of Griphook's promise, of the ring cool on his finger. He thought of Ragnarok's face in the firelight, of the way the young goblin had said, "Family does not hurt family." "I went for a walk," he said. His voice came out steady, surprising him. "I got lost. I found my way back." Uncle Vernon's eyes narrowed. "A walk? You went for a walk? In your bare feet? In clothes that belong in the rubbish? You went for a walk and came back with," he pointed at the chest on the floor, "that. What is in the chest, boy?" Harry did not answer. He could not answer. How could he explain goblins and kings and debts of honor to a man who believed the most important thing in the world was the neatness of his lawn? Uncle Vernon's patience, never substantial, evaporated entirely. He reached down and grabbed the chest. Harry lunged for it, a desperate, instinctive movement, but he was too small, too slow. Uncle Vernon yanked it away and set it on the table, his thick fingers fumbling with the latch. The lid swung open. The gold caught the light and threw it back in 100 glittering reflections. Uncle Vernon stared. Aunt Petunia, who had crept into the doorway, stared. Even Dudley, drawn by the sudden silence, appeared behind his mother, his small eyes widening at the sight of so much treasure. For a long moment, no one moved. No one breathed. Then Uncle Vernon's hand shot out and grabbed a handful of gold coins. He held them up to the light, turning them over, examining them. His expression shifted from shock to disbelief to something that made Harry's stomach clench with cold dread. Greed. Pure, naked greed. "Where did you get this?" Uncle Vernon's voice was different now. Softer. Dangerous in a new way. "Did you steal it? Did you break into somewhere? Tell me, boy." "I didn't steal it," Harry said quickly. "It was given to me. It's mine." Uncle Vernon laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "Given to you. Given to you. Who would give anything to you? You're nothing. You're less than nothing. You're a burden on this family, a waste of space, eh?" "I didn't steal it," Harry repeated, louder this time. "It was a gift. For helping someone." Aunt Petunia stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the gold. "Helping someone? What kind of someone gives gold to a 6-year-old for helping them? What did you do, boy? What did you get yourself into?" Harry looked at her pinched face and suspicious eyes, and he knew that no explanation he could give would satisfy them. They would not believe the truth. They would never believe the truth. So he said nothing. Uncle Vernon slammed the chest lid shut. The sound made everyone jump. It doesn't matter where it came from. What matters is that it's in my house. What's in my house is mine. That's the law. He grabbed the chest and tucked it under his arm, heading for the door. Harry was on his feet before he knew he had moved. That's mine. You can't take it. Uncle Vernon turned, and for a moment, Harry saw something in his eyes that made him freeze. It was the look he got sometimes, the look that meant a beating was coming. The look that meant Harry should make himself small, should disappear, should become nothing. But Harry did not make himself small. He stood there, his fists clenched at his sides, his green eyes blazing behind his taped-up glasses, and he did not back down. Uncle Vernon's free hand curled into a fist. "Go to your cupboard," he said. "Go now, before I put you there myself." Harry did not move. The fist swung. It connected with the side of Harry's head, a heavy, meaty blow that sent him staggering into the wall. Stars exploded behind his eyes. He heard Aunt Petunia gasp, heard Dudley laugh, heard the blood roaring in his ears. He slid down the wall and landed on the floor, his cheek pressed against the cold linoleum. Uncle Vernon stood over him, breathing heavily. "Cupboard. Now. And if I hear a sound from you tonight, you'll wish you'd never been born." He turned and walked away, the chest still tucked under his arm. Aunt Petunia followed, pulling Dudley with her. The lights clicked off one by one, and Harry was left alone in the dark dining room, his head throbbing, his vision blurry. He lay there for a long time. The pain in his head was sharp, but the pain in his chest was worse. The gold didn't matter. He didn't care about the gold. But the ring was still on his finger. Uncle Vernon hadn't noticed it in his greed. The ring was still there, cool and steady, a promise waiting to be kept. Slowly, painfully, Harry pushed himself up. He crawled to the cupboard under the stairs, opened the door, and pulled himself inside. He lay on his thin mattress, staring at the dark, and he touched the ring with his other hand. He did not know what he expected. A flash of light, a rumble of thunder, Griphook appearing in a swirl of shadow. But nothing happened. The ring just sat there, cool and ordinary, and Harry was alone in the dark. He closed his eyes. The tears came then, silent and hot, soaking into his thin pillow. He cried for the gold that was taken, for the blow that still throbbed, for the hope that had flickered and died. But underneath the tears, something else was growing. Something hard and bright and unyielding. They had taken his gold. They had hit him again. They had shown him, once more, exactly what they thought of him. But they did not know about the ring. They did not know about the king. They did not know that Harry Potter was not as alone as he had always been. He fell asleep with his hand curled around the ring, and he dreamed of mountains and gold and ancient eyes watching from the dark. The next morning came too soon. Harry woke to the sound of Aunt Petunia's shrill voice calling him for breakfast. For a moment, he did not move. His head still ached where Uncle Vernon had hit him, and his body felt heavy, weighted down by the memory of the night before. But he had learned long ago that staying in the cupboard when called only made things worse. He pushed himself up, straightened his glasses, and opened the door. The kitchen was bright with morning sun. Aunt Petunia stood at the stove, frying eggs. Dudley sat at the table, already eating, his plate piled high. Uncle Vernon was in his usual chair, the morning paper held up before his face like a shield. Harry slid into his usual place at the table. A plate was pushed towards him, a single slice of toast, burnt on one edge, with a thin scrape of margarine. He ate it slowly, chewing each bite carefully, making it last. No one spoke. The only sounds were the clink of cutlery and the rustle of Uncle Vernon's paper. Harry's eyes kept drifting to the corner of the kitchen, where the chest had sat the night before. It was gone now, locked away somewhere, probably in Uncle Vernon's bedroom, hidden from sight but not from memory. He touched the ring under the table. Still there. Still cool. Breakfast ended. Uncle Vernon folded his paper and stood. He paused beside Harry's chair, and Harry braced himself for another blow, another word, another reminder of his place in this house. But Uncle Vernon just looked at him, his small eyes calculating. "We'll talk more about that chest later," he said quietly. "After I've had a chance to look into things. Don't think you've heard the last of this." He walked out. Aunt Petunia began clearing the plates, pointedly ignoring Harry. Dudley finished his breakfast and wandered into the living room to watch television. Harry sat alone at the table, the burnt toast a hollow memory in his stomach. He should do the chores. He should start on the dishes, then move to the vacuuming, then the dusting. That was his routine. That was his life. But he did not move. He sat there, his small hands flat on the table, and he thought. He thought about goblins and kings and debts of honor. He thought about Ragnarok's face in the firelight, about the way Griphook had looked at him with something like respect. He thought about the king's voice, like mountains speaking, promising protection. And he thought about the ring on his finger. A way to reach them. A way to call for help. But help for what? They had taken his gold, yes. They had hit him, yes. But this was normal. This was how things were. Was it worth calling ancient creatures from beneath the earth over a burnt slice of toast and a sore head? He did not know. He did not know anything anymore. The morning passed in a blur of chores. Harry washed the dishes, vacuumed the carpets, dusted the living room. He worked silently, efficiently, making himself as invisible as possible. Dudley watched him from the sofa, occasionally throwing a crisp at his head when Aunt Petunia wasn't looking. Harry dodged them without reacting. Reacting only made it worse. By midday, the heat had become oppressive. The house was stifling, all the windows closed against the summer sun, and Harry's thin t-shirt was soaked with sweat. He was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower beds, when he heard it. A voice. Not Aunt Petunia's. Not Uncle Vernon's. A different voice, coming from the front of the house. He crept to the corner of the house and peered around. A woman stood at the front door, talking to Aunt Petunia. She was old, very old, with white hair piled on top of her head and a kind, wrinkled face. She wore a dress that looked like it belonged in a museum, and she carried a handbag that seemed to have its own gravitational field. Harry could not hear what they were saying, but he saw Aunt Petunia's expression shift from suspicion to surprise to something that looked almost like fear. The old woman smiled, a warm, crinkly-eyed smile, and patted Aunt Petunia's hand. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing down the street. Aunt Petunia stood at the door for a long moment, her face pale. Then she went inside and closed the door. Harry waited. Nothing happened. The street was quiet, the houses sleeping in the sun. He went back to weeding, but his mind was elsewhere. Who was that woman? Why had Aunt Petunia looked so frightened? He did not get an answer that day. Dinner came and went, Harry's portion smaller than ever, the silence at the table heavier than usual. Uncle Vernon kept glancing at him, his expression unreadable. Aunt Petunia would not look at him at all. That night, lying in his cupboard, Harry touched the ring again. Still cool. Still waiting. He thought about the old woman. He thought about the way she had smiled, the way Aunt Petunia had paled. He thought about the gold, locked away somewhere in the house, and about the blow that still throbbed when he touched the side of his head. And he thought about what the king had said. If those who call themselves your family ever raise a hand to you again, they will answer to the Goblin Nation. He fell asleep with his hand curled around the ring, and this time, he did not dream of mountains. He dreamed of a woman with white hair and a kind smile, reaching for him across a vast, impossible distance. 3 days passed. 3 days of chores and silence and smaller portions. 3 days of dodging Dudley's fists and Uncle Vernon's heavy glances. 3 days of waiting for something to happen, for the other shoe to drop, for the world to shift again. On the 4th day, Harry found the chest. He was cleaning Uncle Vernon's bedroom, a task he usually hated because it meant being surrounded by the man's presence, his smell, his things. But today, as he dusted the dresser, his eye caught something. Under the bed, a corner of dark wood, half hidden by a pile of old magazines. He knelt and pulled it out. The chest, still locked, still heavy, still full of gold. His heart pounded. He should leave it. He should pretend he hadn't seen it. If Uncle Vernon found out he had been in here, found out he had touched it. But it was his. The king had given it to him. It was his. He ran his fingers over the wood, feeling the grain, the weight of it. The lock was small, intricate, unlike any lock he had ever seen. He did not have a key. He did not know where the key was. He touched the ring on his finger, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt a pulse of warmth from it. Like a heartbeat. Like an answer. He pushed the chest back under the bed, finished his cleaning, and left the room. But the image stayed with him. The chest. The gold. The promise. That night, he dreamed of the old woman again. This time, she was closer. This time, she spoke. Harry, she said, her voice warm as sunlight. You are not alone. Help is closer than you think. He woke with the words echoing in his mind, the ring warm on his finger for the first time since he had put it on. The next day, everything changed. It started like any other day. Breakfast, chores, Dudley's fists. But in the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Harry was in the kitchen, scrubbing the floor, when he heard it. He heard Aunt Petunia's footsteps in the hall, heard the door open, heard a voice that made his heart stop. It was the old woman. He crept to the kitchen door and peered through the crack. The old woman stood in the hallway, her kind smile fixed on Aunt Petunia's frozen face. Behind her, Harry could see someone else, a large, bearded man in a long coat, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Petunia," the old woman said gently. "It's been a long time." Aunt Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. "What do you want?" "We want to talk about Harry." The old woman's voice was still gentle, but there was steel beneath it. "We want to make sure he's all right." Uncle Vernon appeared from the living room, his face purpling. "You have no right to come here. You have no right to." The large man stepped forward, and something in his movement made Uncle Vernon stop mid-sentence. The man was huge, easily twice Uncle Vernon's size, but it wasn't his size that made him intimidating. It was his eyes. They twinkled, yes, but behind the twinkle was something ancient and powerful and not to be trifled with. "I think," the large man said, his voice a pleasant rumble, "that we have every right. The question is, do you?" Aunt Petunia's face went white. Uncle Vernon's went purple. They stood there, frozen, as the old woman and the large man stepped over the threshold and into the house. Harry pressed himself against the kitchen wall, his heart pounding so loud he was sure they could hear it. The old woman's eyes swept the hallway, and for a moment, just a moment, they met his through the crack in the door. She smiled, a small, knowing smile, and then looked away. "Perhaps," she said, "we should sit down. This may take a while." They moved into the living room. Harry heard the creak of the sofa, the shuffle of feet, the click of the door being closed. He was alone in the kitchen, his scrub brush forgotten in his hand, his mind racing. Who were they? Why were they here? And how did they know his name? He waited. The minutes stretched like hours. He heard the murmur of voices from the living room, too low to make out words, but the tone was clear. Serious. Tense. Then the voices rose. Uncle Vernon's, loud and blustering. The old woman's, calm and steady. The large man's, rumbling like distant thunder. And then, silence. The living room door opened. Footsteps in the hall. The front door opened, and closed. Harry held his breath, waiting. The kitchen door opened. The old woman stood there, looking down at him with those kind, crinkly eyes. Up close, she was even older than he had thought, her face a map of wrinkles and wisdom. But her eyes were young, bright, alive. "Hello, Harry," she said softly. "My name is Minerva McGonagall. I'm sorry it took us so long to get here." Harry stared at her. He did not know what to say. He did not know what to feel. The large man appeared behind her, ducking slightly to fit through the door. He looked around the kitchen, his eyes taking in the worn linoleum, the cracked tiles, the pile of dirty dishes by the sink. His expression did not change, but something in his eyes hardened. "I'm Rubius Hagrid," he said, his voice a warm rumble. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And you, Harry, are a wizard." Harry blinked. The words did not make sense. They were sounds, just sounds, strung together in a way that meant nothing. "I'm not a wizard," he said. "I'm just Harry." Hagrid's face split into a grin so wide it seemed to take over his entire being. "Just Harry," he says. "Just Harry. Oh, this is rich." He laughed, a great booming sound that shook the dishes in the sink. "You're not just anything, Harry. You're the most famous wizard in the world, and you don't even know it." Harry looked at McGonagall. She nodded, her expression gentle but serious. "It's true, Harry. You have magic. You've always had magic. Those strange things that happen around you, the things you can't explain, that's your magic, manifesting itself without training." Harry thought about the times things had gone missing, the times he had ended up on the roof of the school when Dudley was chasing him, the times he had made things happen without meaning to. He had always thought they were accidents, or his imagination, or just the way the world worked. "Magic," he whispered. The word felt strange in his mouth. Foreign. Dangerous. "Yes, magic," Hagrid boomed. "And you're coming to Hogwarts to learn it. Best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. You'll love it. Feasts every night, beds so soft you'll sink right in, and the grounds, oh, the grounds. You've never seen anything like it. Harry's head was spinning. Hogwarts. Magic. A school. A place where he would learn, where he would belong, where he would. The thought stopped. Because underneath the wonder, underneath the hope, was something else. A memory of gold, of a ring, of ancient eyes watching from the dark. I already have magic, he said quietly. Not the kind you mean. A different kind. McGonagall and Hagrid exchanged a glance. What do you mean, Harry? McGonagall asked carefully. Harry held up his hand. The ring caught the light, dark metal gleaming. The goblins gave me this. They said I'm under their protection. They said if anyone hurts me, they'll answer to the Goblin Nation. The silence that followed was absolute. Hagrid's face had gone pale beneath his beard. McGonagall's eyes had widened, her composure cracking for the first time. The goblins, she repeated slowly. The goblins gave you a ring of protection. Harry nodded. I saved a prince. His name is Ragnarok. He was being hurt by some boys, and I stopped them. His father is the king. He said I have a debt of honor that can never be repaid. Hagrid lowered himself into a chair, which creaked alarmingly under his weight. Blimey, he breathed. The goblins. Gringotts. They never forget a debt, and they never forgive an enemy. Harry, do you know what this means? Harry shook his head. It means, McGonagall said quietly, that you have allies no one expected. Allies that change everything. She looked at Hagrid, and something passed between them. An understanding. A decision. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said. This changes things. Hagrid nodded slowly. It does. Harry looked from one to the other, confusion and hope and fear warring in his chest. Who's Dumbledore? The headmaster of Hogwarts, McGonagall said. The greatest wizard of our age. And the man who left you here, on this doorstep, 10 years ago. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. The man who left you here. The man who put you in the cupboard. The man who let this happen. He looked down at the ring on his finger. Cool. Steady. Waiting. I want to see him, Harry said. His voice was small, but it was firm. I want to ask him why. McGonagall's eyes softened. You will, Harry. Soon. But first, we need to get you out of here. She looked around the kitchen, at the dirt, at the signs of neglect and abuse. Her expression hardened. Gather your things, she said. You're not staying here another night. Harry did not move. He thought of the chest, hidden under Uncle Vernon's bed. He thought of the gold, of the promise, of the debt that could never be repaid. I have something to get first, he said. Something that's mine. He slipped out of the kitchen and up the stairs, his bare feet silent on the carpet. Uncle Vernon's bedroom door was closed. He opened it slowly, quietly, and slipped inside. The chest was still under the bed. He pulled it out, grunting with the weight, and hugged it to his chest. It was his. It had always been his. He turned to leave, and found Uncle Vernon standing in the doorway. The man's face was a mask of fury. His eyes dropped to the chest, then rose to meet Harry's. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Put it back, Uncle Vernon said. His voice was low, dangerous. Put it back, and go to your cupboard, and we'll forget this ever happened. Harry clutched the chest tighter. It's mine. You took it. It's mine. Uncle Vernon took a step forward. Harry took a step back. I said put it back, boy. Harry's hand found the ring. He touched it, squeezed it, willed it to do something, anything. And then, from downstairs, he heard Hagrid's voice, loud and clear. Everything all right up there, Harry? Uncle Vernon's eyes flickered towards the door. In that moment of distraction, Harry darted past him, chest clutched to his chest, and ran down the stairs as fast as his legs would carry him. He burst into the kitchen, breathless, and found McGonagall and Hagrid waiting. Behind him, he heard Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps on the stairs, heard his bellowing voice filling the house. That's mine. You bring that back here. Hagrid stepped forward, positioning his massive body between Harry and the door. When Uncle Vernon appeared, red-faced and furious, Hagrid did not move. I think, Hagrid said calmly, that it's time for us to leave. Uncle Vernon swung. His fist connected with Hagrid's stomach, and immediately, he regretted it. Hagrid didn't even flinch. Uncle Vernon, on the other hand, howled in pain, clutching his hand to his chest. Right, Hagrid said. Let's be off, then. He took Harry's free hand in his own massive one and led him towards the back door. McGonagall followed, her wand appearing in her hand as if from nowhere. At the door, Harry paused. He looked back at the kitchen, at the house, at the life he was leaving behind. Aunt Petunia stood in the hallway, her face pale, her eyes wet with tears he did not understand. Dudley cowered behind her, for once in his life utterly silent. And Uncle Vernon knelt on the floor, cradling his broken hand, his face a mask of impotent rage. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. He thought of the king's words. They will answer to the Goblin nation. He turned away. He walked out the door. And he did not look back. The night air was warm and soft against his skin. The sky above was thick with stars, more stars than he had ever seen, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like one of them. Small, yes. Insignificant, maybe. But shining, burning, alive. As they walked away from number 4, Privet Drive, the ring on his finger pulsed with warmth. A message, a promise, a reminder that he was not alone. And in the deep places, far below the earth, a king smiled and turned to his son. The small human has left the nest, he said. Now the real story begins. Ragnar nodded, his dark eyes gleaming. And we will be watching, father. Every step of the way. The king's smile widened, sharp and ancient and full of promise. Yes, he agreed. Every step of the way. The night air wrapped around Harry like a blanket as they walked away from number 4, Privet Drive. He clutched the chest to his chest, the weight of it grounding him, reminding him that the last hour had been real. The ring pulsed gently on his finger, a steady warmth that seemed to beat in time with his heart. Hagrid's massive hand engulfed his own, leading him down the dark street with a confidence that Harry found deeply reassuring. McGonagall walked on his other side, her heels clicking against the pavement in a steady rhythm. They did not speak, and Harry was grateful for the silence. His mind was too full for words. They walked for a long time. The neat houses of Privet Drive gave way to darker streets, then to streets that were little more than alleys, then to a part of London that Harry had never imagined existed. The buildings leaned towards each other as if sharing secrets, and the gas lamps cast pools of yellow light on the cobblestones. Finally, they stopped before a pub. The sign hanging over the door was old and faded, but Harry could just make out the words, "The Leaky Cauldron." It looked ordinary enough, nestled between a bookshop and a record store, but there was something about it that made Harry's skin prickle. A feeling of age, of depth, of secrets waiting to be discovered. "In we go," Hagrid said, pushing open the door. The inside was nothing like the outside. It was warm and crowded, filled with people who were definitely not ordinary. Harry saw a woman in a pointy hat, a man with purple robes that seemed to shimmer as he moved, and in the corner, something that looked like a large umbrella drinking tea. The hum of conversation was constant, punctuated by bursts of laughter and the clink of glasses. As they entered, the hum changed. Heads turned, eyes widened, whispers started, spreading through the room like ripples in a pond. Harry Potter. It's him. The boy who lived. Harry's grip on the chest tightened. He did not understand why they were looking at him, why they knew his name, why their eyes held something that looked like awe. Hagrid steered him through the crowd, nodding to people as they passed. McGonagall followed, her expression stern, daring anyone to approach. They reached a door at the back of the pub, and Hagrid pushed it open, revealing a small, cozy room with a fire crackling in the hearth. "Sit yourself down," Hagrid said, gesturing to a worn armchair. "I'll get us some food. You must be starving." Harry sat. The chair was too big for him, swallowing him in its soft embrace, but it was comfortable in a way nothing in the Dursley house had ever been. He set the chest at his feet and looked around the room. Books lined the walls, old and leather-bound, their titles in languages he could not read. A clock ticked softly on the mantelpiece, but its hands were moving in directions that made no sense. McGonagall took a seat across from him, her eyes studying him with an intensity that would have made him squirm if he had any energy left for squirming. "You have questions," she said. It was not a question. Harry nodded. "Lots." Then ask. "We have time before Dumbledore arrives." Harry thought for a moment, trying to order the chaos in his mind. Why did they look at me like that? In the pub, like they knew me. McGonagall's expression softened. "Because they do know you, Harry. Or rather, they know of you. When you were just over a year old, a dark wizard attacked your home. He killed your parents. But when he tried to kill you, something happened. The curse rebounded. It destroyed him, and it left you with that scar. She gestured to his forehead, to the lightning bolt scar hidden beneath his messy hair. Harry touched it instinctively. He had always known it was there, but he had never known where it came from. The Dursleys had never told him. The boy who lived, Harry whispered. That's what they called me. Yes. You survived something no one else ever has. You defeated the darkest wizard of our age, though you were only a baby and you did not know what you were doing. You became a symbol, Harry. A symbol of hope. Harry sat with that for a moment. The weight of it pressed down on him, heavier than the chest at his feet. I didn't do anything, he said. I was a baby. And yet you did everything, McGonagall said. Sometimes the greatest acts are the ones we do not even know we are performing. The door opened, and Hagrid came in carrying a tray piled high with food. There were sandwiches and pastries and a steaming pot of tea and a tall glass of pumpkin juice that glowed faintly in the firelight. He set it on the small table beside Harry's chair and lowered himself into another armchair, which groaned but held. Eat up, he said. You'll need your strength. Harry did not need to be told twice. He ate like he had never eaten before, which was almost true. The sandwiches were thick with meat and cheese, the pastries flaky and sweet, the pumpkin juice unlike anything he had ever tasted. He ate until his stomach ached, and still there was food left on the tray. When he finally stopped, he looked up to find McGonagall and Hagrid watching him with expressions that made his cheeks flush. You were hungry, Hagrid said quietly. There was something in his voice that Harry did not recognize. Anger, perhaps, but not directed at him. I'm always hungry, Harry said. It was a simple statement of fact. Hagrid's jaw tightened. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Neither of them spoke, but something passed between them, a silent communication that Harry could not interpret. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed, though Harry could not tell what hour it was marking. The hands still moved in their impossible directions. He's here, McGonagall said, rising. The door opened, and a man walked in. He was old, very old, with silver hair and a silver beard that reached his waist. He wore long robes of deep purple, and half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. His eyes were blue, a piercing, twinkling blue that seemed to see everything and judge nothing. Albus Dumbledore. He smiled at Harry, a warm, genuine smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and Harry felt something shift inside him. A recognition, perhaps, or a hope. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle as summer rain. I am so very glad to meet you at last. Harry did not stand. He could not. His legs would not obey him. He just sat there, staring at the man who had left him on a doorstep 10 years ago, the man who had condemned him to a cupboard under the stairs. Why? The word escaped before Harry could stop it. It was small and broken and full of 10 years of hurt. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but something in his eyes dimmed. He crossed the room slowly and lowered himself into the chair McGonagall had vacated. He was close now, close enough that Harry could see the lines on his face, the age spots on his hands, the sadness that lurked behind the twinkle. That is a fair question, Dumbledore said. You deserve a fair answer. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The fire crackled in the hearth. The clock ticked its impossible ticks. When your parents died, Harry, you were in terrible danger. The dark wizard who killed them was gone, but his followers remained. They would have hurt you if they could, used you if they could. I needed to hide you somewhere safe, somewhere so ordinary that no one would ever think to look for you. The Dursleys, Harry said. The name tasted like ash in his mouth. Yes, your mother's sister. She was the only family you had left, and blood protection is powerful magic. As long as you could call her house home, you would be safe from those who wished you harm. Harry looked down at his hands. They were small, scarred, covered in the evidence of a childhood spent scrubbing floors and dodging fists. Safe, he repeated. The word felt wrong. I was safe. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, heavier. I did not know the details of how they would treat you, Harry. I knew Petunia was not kind, but I did not know. He stopped, and for the first time, Harry saw something like pain in those ancient blue eyes. I did not know. And for that, I am deeply sorry. The apology hung in the air between them. Harry did not know what to do with it. He had imagined this moment so many times, imagined shouting, demanding, making the man who left him understand. But now that it was here, he felt empty. Tired. I saved a goblin, he said instead. A prince. His name is Ragnarok. They gave me this. He held up his hand, showing Dumbledore the ring. The dark metal gleamed in the firelight, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes sharpening. He studied the ring for a long moment, then sat back with an expression Harry could not read. A ring of goblin protection, he murmured. I have not seen one in centuries. Do you understand what this means, Harry? Protection, Harry said. They said if anyone hurts me, they'll answer to the Goblin Nation. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes, but it is more than that. The goblins do not give these rings lightly. They are bonds of blood and honor, unbreakable and eternal. You are now connected to the Goblin Nation in a way no wizard has been for 1,000 years. He looked at McGonagall, then at Hagrid. This changes things. The goblins will want to be involved in his education, his upbringing, his future. They will consider him one of their own, in a manner of speaking. Is that bad? Harry asked. The question came out smaller than he intended. Dumbledore smiled, and this time the twinkle returned to his eyes. No, Harry. It is not bad. It is simply unexpected. The goblins are powerful allies to have. They are also dangerous enemies. The fact that they have sworn loyalty to you is extraordinary. He reached out and gently touched the ring on Harry's finger. The metal seemed to pulse under his touch, recognizing him, accepting him. I would like to take you to Gringotts tomorrow, Dumbledore said. There are things you need to know about your parents, about your past, about the future that awaits you. And the goblins will want to see you, to acknowledge the bond in their own way. Harry thought of the king, of his ancient eyes and rumbling voice. He thought of Ragnarok, the first friend he had ever made. He thought of Griphook, who had led him through the deep places and shown him a world he never knew existed. I'd like that, he said quietly. Dumbledore nodded. Then it's settled. For now, rest. You are safe. Here, Harry. No one will hurt you in this place. He rose, and McGonagall rose with him. Hagrid stayed where he was, his massive form somehow comforting in the firelight. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, your new life begins. He left, and McGonagall followed, pausing at the door to give Harry one last look. It was soft, almost maternal, and it made something ache in Harry's chest that he had not known was there. When they were gone, Hagrid shifted in his chair. Right then. Best get you settled. There's a room upstairs. Nothing fancy, but it's clean and warm and yours for as long as you need it. Harry picked up his chest and followed Hagrid up a narrow staircase to a small room at the top. It was simple, a bed, a wardrobe, a small table by the window, but it was the most beautiful room Harry had ever seen. Because it was his. No one else's. His. There's a bathroom down the hall, Hagrid said. If you need anything, just shout. I'll be right next door. He hesitated at the door, his bearded face soft in the dim light. Harry. For what it's worth. I'm sorry too. Sorry we didn't come sooner. Sorry you had to go through all that alone. Harry did not know what to say. He just nodded, a small, jerky movement. Hagrid nodded back and closed the door. Harry stood in the middle of the room, the chest heavy in his arms. He set it on the bed and opened it. The gold gleamed up at him, warm and beautiful. He reached in and touched it, feeling the cool metal against his skin. It was real. All of it was real. He took off his glasses and set them on the table. He lay down on the bed, still fully clothed, and stared at the ceiling. The ring pulsed gently on his finger, a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear. He woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the smell of bacon drifting up from below. For a moment, he did not know where he was. The ceiling was wrong, the light was wrong, the bed was too soft. Then memory crashed over him, and he sat up so fast his head spun. The leaky cauldron. Hagrid. Dumbledore. Gringotts. He looked at his hand. The ring was still there, dark and steady. He touched it, and it pulsed with warmth, as if greeting him. A knock at the door. Harry. You awake? Breakfast's ready. Hagrid's voice. Harry scrambled off the bed, grabbed his glasses, and opened the door. Hagrid stood there, already dressed, his beard neatly combed for once. Mornin'. Sleep well. Harry nodded. He had slept better than he had in his entire life. Good, good. Come on then. Got a big day ahead. Breakfast was in the same small room where they had eaten the night before. This time, the table was laden with eggs and bacon and sausages and toast and a mountain of something that looked like porridge but smelled like heaven. Harry ate until he could not eat any more, and still there was food left. Hagrid watched him with something like satisfaction. Right then, ready to see the wizarding world. Harry nodded, his heart already pounding with excitement. They left through the back door of the pub, stepping into a small, walled courtyard. It was empty except for a rubbish bin and a few scraggly plants. Harry looked around, confused. "Watch this," Hagrid said, grinning. He raised his pink umbrella. Harry had noticed it the night before but hadn't thought much of it, and tapped a specific brick in the wall. 3 taps. Then he stepped back. The brick began to move. It wiggled, then shifted, then retreated into the wall, and the bricks around it began to do the same. Within seconds, an archway had opened, revealing a street beyond that took Harry's breath away. Diagon Alley. It was crowded with people, all of them in robes, all of them bustling about their business. Shops lined the street, their windows filled with wonders, cauldrons and broomsticks, robes and wands, owls and rats and toads. A woman outside a shop was feeding something that looked like a small dragon. A man in bright orange robes was juggling flaming torches. The air hummed with magic. "Welcome," Hagrid said, "to Diagon Alley." Harry stepped through the archway, and the world expanded around him. He had never seen so many extraordinary things in one place. He wanted to look at everything, touch everything, understand everything. But Hagrid had a plan. "First stop," he said, "Gringotts. Dumbledore will be waiting." They made their way through the crowd, Harry clutching the chest to his chest, his eyes wide behind his glasses. People stared at him, whispered as he passed, but he barely noticed. He was too busy drinking in the sights. Gringotts rose before them, a towering white building that gleamed in the morning sun. The bronze doors were flanked by goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms, their faces impassive, their eyes sharp. As Harry approached, something happened. The goblins at the door stiffened. Their eyes dropped to his hand, to the ring on his finger. Then, in unison, they bowed. Deep, formal bows, their fists pressed to their chests. Harry froze. People around them stopped to stare. Whispers erupted, louder than before. Hagrid cleared his throat. "Best go inside, Harry. They're waiting for you." Harry walked forward on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The goblins at the door did not stop him. They did not even look at him. They just stayed bowed, frozen in their positions of respect. Inside, the cavernous hall was the same as he remembered, marble and brass, chandeliers and scales, the constant hum of business. But as he entered, the hum stopped. Every goblin in the hall turned to look at him. And every single one of them bowed. Harry did not know what to do. He stood there, clutching his chest, as an entire race of ancient creatures acknowledged him. Then a voice rang out, familiar and grinding. "Harry Potter. The small human returns." Griphook emerged from the crowd, his scarred face split in what might have been a smile. He approached Harry and gave a small bow of his own. "The king awaits," he said. "And the prince. They have been watching your journey with great interest." Harry followed Griphook through the hall, past the bowed goblins, towards the same corridor he had traveled before. This time, the journey felt different. He was not a frightened child being led into the unknown. He was a visitor, a guest, a friend. They reached the throne room. The massive doors swung open, and Harry walked inside. The king sat on his throne, ancient and terrible and magnificent. Beside him, on a smaller throne, sat Ragnarok. The young goblin's face lit up when he saw Harry, and he bounced in his seat with an excitement that was entirely unprincely. "Harry," he called out, "you came back." The king raised a hand, and Ragnarok subsided, though his grin did not dim. "Harry Potter," the king rumbled. "We have watched your departure from the house of your relatives. We have noted the arrival of the wizards. We have seen the ring on your finger, still warm, still faithful. You have worn it well." Harry approached the throne and stopped at the base of the dais. He did not bow. The king had told him he did not need to, that the bond between them made such formalities unnecessary. "I'm going to school," Harry said. "Hogwarts. To learn magic." The king nodded slowly. "We know. The wizard Dumbledore sent word. He requested an audience today, to discuss your future. We granted it. For you." As if on cue, Dumbledore emerged from the shadows at the side of the throne room. He had been there all along, watching. Waiting. He smiled at Harry and inclined his head to the king. "Your Majesty," he said. "Thank you for receiving us." The king waved a hand. "The small human is under our protection. His business is our business. What do you wish to discuss?" Dumbledore stepped forward. "Harry's education, his safety, his future. The Goblin Nation has a stake in all three now, and I believe it is important that we work together to ensure the best possible outcome for him." The king's eyes narrowed. "You speak of working together. Yet you left him with those creatures for 10 years. You did not watch over him. You did not protect him." Dumbledore did not flinch. "I made a choice. It was the wrong one. I will spend the rest of my life making amends for it." The king studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, a small, almost imperceptible movement. "Good. Acknowledgement is the first step. We will watch you, wizard. We will watch how you proceed." He turned to Harry, and his voice softened. "Small human, you have gold in our vaults. Your parents left you a fortune, and it has grown over the years. You will need it for your schooling, for your supplies, for your future. Griphook will take you to see it." Harry blinked. A vault. His parents had left him gold. He had more than what was in the chest at his feet. "Thank you," he said. It felt insufficient, but it was all he had. The king smiled, a sharp, ancient smile. "Thank us by thriving. Thank us by growing strong. Thank us by remembering that you have friends in the deep places, always." He rose, and the room seemed to rise with him. "Go now. See your vault. Buy your supplies. Begin your new life. And know that we are watching, always watching, ready to act if you have need." Harry bowed then, a small bow of respect, and turned to follow Griphook. At the door, he looked back. Ragnarok was waving, his small hand flapping with unrestrained joy. Harry waved back, a smile tugging at his lips. Then he was through the doors and walking down the corridor, Griphook at his side, Dumbledore following at a respectful distance. The cart ride to the vaults was terrifying and exhilarating. They zoomed through tunnels that plunged deep into the earth, past vaults of every size and description, until finally they stopped before a small, modest door. "Number 687, Griphook said. "The Potter Vault." He pressed his hand to the door, and it swung open. Harry stepped inside. Gold. Mountains of gold. More gold than he had ever imagined, piled in neat stacks, spilling from shelves, gleaming in the light of the torches. Silver coins too, and bronze, and at the back, a small pile of objects that were not coins at all. Harry walked forward slowly, his eyes wide. He reached out and touched a gold coin, feeling its weight, its reality. This was his. All of it. His parents had left it for him. He thought of them then, his parents. He had no memories of them, no images beyond the few he had pieced together from fragments of conversation. But here, in this vault, surrounded by their legacy, he felt closer to them than he ever had before. "Take what you need," Griphook said from the doorway. "There is more than enough." Harry filled a small bag with gold, then paused. His eyes had fallen on the pile of objects at the back. He walked over and knelt beside them. There was a tarnished silver locket. A small, worn music box. A stack of old letters tied with ribbon. And at the bottom, half hidden beneath everything else, a photograph. He picked it up. A man and a woman, young and happy, smiled up at him. The man had messy black hair and glasses. The woman had red hair and a kind, warm smile. They were waving at the camera, laughing at something just out of frame. His parents, James and Lily Potter. Harry stared at the photograph for a long time. He did not cry. He was too full for tears. He just looked at their faces, memorizing every detail, imprinting them on his heart. Griphook cleared his throat gently. "We should go. There is much to do." Harry nodded. He tucked the photograph carefully into his pocket, next to his heart. Then he turned and walked out of the vault, carrying his parents' gold and their image and the beginning of a future he had never dared to imagine. As the cart zoomed back towards the surface, Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, steadily, a reminder that he was not alone. He had goblins who would fight for him. He had a king who had sworn loyalty to him. He had a friend in the deep places. And soon, he would have a school. A home. A place where he belonged. The cart burst into the light, and Harry Potter smiled. The cart screeched to a halt at the Gringotts station, and Harry stumbled out on legs that felt like jelly. The ride through the underground tunnels had been even more terrifying than the first time, perhaps because he now understood exactly how far beneath the earth they had traveled. His stomach still felt like it was somewhere up near the surface, floating aimlessly. Griphook led them back through the marble hall, past the bowed goblins who still could not seem to look at Harry without performing some gesture of respect. Dumbledore walked beside him, his presence calm and steady, a lighthouse in the storm of Harry's emotions. At the bronze doors, Griphook stopped. He turned to Harry and did something unexpected. He knelt, one knee on the cold marble, his head bowed, his long-fingered hand pressed to his chest. "Harry Potter," he said, his grinding voice soft. "The small human who stood when others ran. The friend of princes. The ring-bearer. Know that wherever you go, whatever you face, there is a blade in the deep places that bears your name. If you ever have need, speak it, and we will come." Harry did not know what to say. He reached out and touched Griphook's shoulder, a small, tentative gesture. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." Griphook looked up, and for just a moment, his ancient eyes were bright with something that might have been emotion. Then he rose, nodded once to Dumbledore, and disappeared back into the depths of Gringotts. Harry stood at the bronze doors, the morning sun warm on his face, and felt the weight of the moment settle over him. He had allies. Real allies. Creatures of ancient power who had sworn themselves to him. It was overwhelming and humbling and terrifying all at once. Dumbledore's hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Come, Harry. There is much to see and much to do. Your new life awaits." They stepped out into Diagon Alley, and this time, Harry was ready for it. The crowds, the colors, the magic, he drank it all in, letting it fill the empty spaces inside him that 10 years of neglect had carved out. Hagrid was waiting for them outside Flourish and Blots, his massive form leaning against the bookshop window like a mountain taking a rest. He pushed off when he saw them and hurried over, his face split in a wide grin. "There you are. Got everything sorted then. Seen the vault. Wonderful place, Gringotts. Always gives me a funny feeling in my stomach, though. All that gold, all that depth." He shuddered, making the ground tremble slightly. The vault was amazing, Harry said, and for the first time, he meant it. The memory of his parents' photograph was warm against his chest, tucked safely in his pocket. There was so much gold. More than I could ever spend. Hagrid laughed, a booming sound that made several passers-by jump. "That's the Potters for you. Old family, old money. Your dad was a fine wizard, Harry. One of the best. You'll hear stories, I expect. Lots of stories." Dumbledore glanced at the sky, then back at Harry. "We should begin your shopping. The list is long, and the term begins soon. Hagrid, perhaps you would be kind enough to help Harry with his cauldron and his robes. I have some matters to attend to, but I will meet you at Ollivander's in an hour." Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. "Course, Headmaster. Leave it to me." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, a warm, crinkly-eyed smile that made something in Harry's chest loosen. "Until later, Harry. Enjoy your first taste of the wizarding world." He disappeared into the crowd with a grace that seemed impossible for someone his age, and Harry was left with Hagrid, alone in the bustling alley. Right then, Hagrid said, rubbing his massive hands together. "First stop, Madame Malkin's for robes. Can't have you starting school in the muggle clothes, can we?" Harry looked down at himself. His t-shirt was still too large, his shorts still too short, his feet still bare. He had not thought about clothes. He had not thought about anything except the overwhelming reality of his new life. Hagrid must have seen something in his face, because his expression softened. "Don't worry, Harry. We'll get you sorted. Everything you need, right here." Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was a bright, cheerful shop filled with bolts of fabric and mirrors that made Harry nervous. A short, smiling witch hurried over as soon as they entered, her measuring tape floating in the air behind her like an obedient snake. "First year at Hogwarts?" she asked, her voice warm. "I thought so. We'll have you fitted in no time." She guided Harry onto a low stool while Hagrid waited by the door, trying to make himself smaller and failing completely. The measuring tape zoomed around Harry, taking measurements with a speed that made his head spin. While he stood there, another boy was being fitted on a neighboring stool. He was pale, with a pointed face and hair so blonde it was almost white. He looked at Harry with pale, curious eyes. "Hogwarts, too?" the boy asked. His voice was bored, superior, as if he was asking about the weather. Harry nodded. "Yes. The boy's eyes traveled over Harry's face, pausing on his scar. Something flickered in his expression. Recognition. Interest. Really? My father's been telling me about Hogwarts for years. He went there, you know. Slytherin. Best house there is. He paused, waiting for a reaction. When Harry said nothing, he continued. I'm Draco Malfoy, by the way. What's your name? Harry hesitated. The name had caused such a stir in the leaky cauldron, such whispers and stares. He did not know if he wanted more of that. But the boy was waiting, his pale eyes sharp and assessing. There was something in them that Harry did not quite trust. A hunger, perhaps. A desire for something Harry could not name. Harry, he said quietly. Harry Potter. The effect was immediate. Draco Malfoy's eyes widened, and the bored's superiority vanished, replaced by something that looked almost like greed. Potter. As in, you're Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Before Harry could answer, Madame Malkin stepped between them, adjusting the robes on Harry's shoulders. There we are. Perfect fit. You'll be the best dressed first year, mark my words. Harry stepped off the stool, relieved to be moving. Draco Malfoy was still staring at him, his expression hungry and calculating. We'll meet at Hogwarts, Potter, he said. My father will want to meet you. He knows everyone important. Harry did not answer. He just followed Hagrid out of the shop, the weight of Draco Malfoy's gaze pressing against his back. Outside, Hagrid looked down at him with concern. You all right, Harry? That Malfoy boy's father is trouble, mark my words. Bad sort. But the boy might be different. Hard to tell at that age. Harry shrugged. He did not know what to think. The wizarding world was so new, so strange, so full of people who seemed to know him without knowing him at all. Next was Flourish and Blots for his school books. The list was long, and Harry stared at it with growing dismay. There were so many books. So many subjects. How would he ever learn it all? But Hagrid was cheerful, piling book after book into a large bag that seemed to expand to hold them all. The Standard Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, got it. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, got it. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore, got it. By the time they finished, the bag was full and Harry's head was spinning with names and titles he could barely pronounce. Then came the apothecary, which smelled like rotten eggs and dried herbs all mixed together. Harry held his breath as Hagrid purchased his potions' ingredients, dried nettles, snake fangs, beetle eyes, and packed them carefully into a separate bag. Then the junk shop for a telescope and brass scales, both of which Harry examined with the careful attention of someone who had never owned anything new in his life. The scales gleamed in the light, and the telescope felt solid and important in his hands. Then the menagerie for an animal. Harry had not thought about an animal, but the list said students were allowed an owl or a cat or a toad. He looked at the cages lining the walls, at the creatures within, and felt overwhelmed by choice. A snowy owl caught his eye. She was beautiful, pure white with golden eyes that seemed to look right through him. She was watching him as intently as he watched her, and something passed between them. A recognition. A connection. That one, Harry said, pointing. The shopkeeper smiled. Excellent choice. She's a beauty. Been waiting for the right owner, I think. He handed her to Harry, and she settled onto his shoulder as if she had always been there. Her feathers were soft against his cheek, and she made a small, contented sound that vibrated through him. I'll call you Hedwig, Harry whispered. He did not know where the name came from. It just felt right. Hedwig nibbled gently on his ear, and Harry smiled. His first pet. His first real possession. His first friend, besides Ragnarok, who was not a human. They met Dumbledore outside Ollivander's, the wand shop. It was a narrow, dusty place with peeling gold letters on the window and a single wand displayed on a faded cushion. It looked ordinary, unremarkable, but Harry felt a prickle of something as he approached. Anticipation. Destiny. Dumbledore was waiting, his eyes twinkling. Ah, Harry, I see you've made a friend. He nodded at Hedwig, who blinked at him with her golden eyes. An excellent choice. Owls are loyal creatures. He pushed open the door to Ollivander's, and a small bell chimed somewhere inside. The shop was dim and dusty, filled with thousands of narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. The air smelled of old wood and magic and something else, something ancient and waiting. An old man emerged from the shadows. He was pale and wispy, with large, pale eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. Mr. Ollivander. Ah, he breathed, his gaze fixed on Harry. Yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes. Harry's hand moved instinctively to his pocket, where the photograph rested. His mother's eyes. He had seen them just hours ago, warm and kind in that frozen moment. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. He moved closer, his pale eyes never leaving Harry's face. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Harry stood frozen under that pale gaze, feeling like every secret he had ever kept was being read. Mr. Ollivander waved a hand, and a measuring tape flew through the air, beginning to take Harry's measurements. It worked silently while the old man continued to speak. And now you, Harry Potter. I wonder what wand will choose you. He disappeared into the stacks of boxes, muttering to himself. Harry could hear him moving through the shop, pulling boxes down, opening them, discarding them. The measuring tape continued its work, measuring from shoulder to finger, from wrist to elbow, from crown to floor. Try this, Mr. Ollivander said, reappearing with a dusty box. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just give it a wave. Harry took the wand. He waved it. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Mr. Ollivander took it back, his expression thoughtful. No, that's not it. Try this one. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Harry waved it. The box at his feet exploded. Definitely not, Mr. Ollivander murmured, taking the wand back. Perhaps, no. Let me think. He disappeared again, and this time he was gone longer. Harry stood in the dim shop, Dumbledore and Hagrid watching from the doorway, and waited. The measuring tape finished its work and fell to the floor with a soft thud. Mr. Ollivander returned with a box that looked older than the others. The wood was darker, the edges worn. He opened it carefully, reverently. Holly and phoenix feather, he said softly. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He held it out to Harry. Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wand, something happened. Warmth flooded through him, starting in his hand and spreading outward until it filled his entire body. The wand glowed, just for a moment, a soft golden light that illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air. And Harry felt complete. Like a piece of himself he had not known was missing had just clicked into place. Oh, bravo, Mr. Ollivander breathed. Yes. Curious. Very curious. He looked at Harry with those pale, knowing eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The scar. The dark wizard. The killing curse that had rebounded. Yes, Mr. Ollivander said softly. He who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. And this wand, its brother, gave him the power to do them. The shop was silent. Even the dust motes seemed to stop moving. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt warm, alive, connected to him in a way he could not explain. It had chosen him. But its brother had chosen the wizard who killed his parents. Curious indeed, Mr. Ollivander murmured. How odd it is that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Remember that. The wand chooses the wizard. Harry paid for the wand, 7 gold galleons, a price that seemed impossibly small for something so important, and walked out of the shop on legs that felt unsteady. The wand was tucked safely into his pocket, but he could feel it there, warm and waiting. Dumbledore walked beside him, his presence calming. Wands are mysterious things, Harry. They choose for reasons we cannot always understand. But I believe yours chose well. Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about the dark wizard, the one who had killed his parents. He was thinking about the brother wand, and what it meant. He was thinking about the future, and the shadows that lurked at its edges. They finished the shopping in a daze. Cauldron, checked. Pewter scales, checked. Potions ingredients, checked. By the time they returned to the leaky cauldron, Harry's arms were full and his head was spinning. That night, in his small room above the pub, he spread everything out on the bed. His robes, his books, his cauldron, his telescope, his scales. Hedwig sat on the headboard, watching with her golden eyes. The wand lay on the pillow, warm and waiting. He took out the photograph of his parents and looked at it for a long time. They were still smiling, still waving, still frozen in that moment of happiness before everything went wrong. "I'm going to Hogwarts," he whispered to them. "I'm going to learn magic. I'm going to make you proud." He did not know if they could hear him. He did not know if anyone could hear him. But it felt right to say it, to make the promise out loud. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed with warmth, a steady beat that matched his heart. Somewhere far below, in the deep places, a king was watching. A prince was waiting. An entire nation stood ready to answer his call. He was not alone. He had never been alone. He just had not known it until now. Harry put the photograph back in his pocket, next to his heart. He lay down on the bed, Hedwig's soft presence a comfort beside him. And for the first time in his life, he thought about the future not with fear, but with anticipation. Hogwarts. Magic. Friends. A place to belong. It was more than he had ever dared to hope for. It was everything. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of preparation and discovery. Harry stayed at the leaky cauldron, in the small room that had become his sanctuary. Tom the barman brought him meals 3 times a day, always more than he could eat, always warm and delicious. Harry gained weight for the first time in his life. The hollows in his cheeks filled out. The bruises faded. He spent his days exploring Diagon Alley. He visited Flourish and Blotts so often that the shopkeeper started greeting him by name. He bought a book on goblin history and read it cover to cover, learning about the ancient race that had sworn loyalty to him. He learned about their wars with wizards, their complex codes of honor, their love of gold and their fierce independence. He wrote to Ragnarok. It felt strange, writing to a goblin prince, but the ring on his finger pulsed with warmth whenever he thought of his friend, and he knew the letters were being received. Ragnarok wrote back in a spiky, angular script that was hard to read but full of warmth. He told Harry about life in the deep places, about his lessons and his duties and his dreams of seeing the surface again. He promised to visit Harry at Hogwarts, if the king would allow it. Harry wrote back immediately, telling him he would be welcome, that he would show him everything, that he could not wait to see his friend again. On the last day of August, Hagrid appeared at the leaky cauldron with a huge grin and a ticket in his hand. "Platform 9 3/4, he said, handing it over. "Tomorrow. King's Cross Station. Don't be late." Harry stared at the ticket. Platform 9 3/4. It did not make sense. How could there be 3/4 of a platform? Hagrid laughed at his expression. "You'll figure it out. Just run straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared. Works every time." Harry nodded, though he was not sure he believed it. Running at a brick wall seemed like a terrible idea. That night, he packed his trunk carefully. Robes folded neatly. Books stacked by size. Cauldron wedged in the corner. Hedwig's cage on top, though she much preferred to sit on his shoulder. The photograph of his parents went into his pocket, where it had lived since the day he found it. The ring stayed on his finger, as it always would. He lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, he would go to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, he would begin his real life. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly. He thought of Ragnarok, somewhere far below. He thought of the king, watching from his throne. He thought of his parents, smiling in that frozen moment. "I'm ready," he whispered to the darkness. "I'm ready for whatever comes." The ring pulsed one last time, and Harry slept. The morning was bright and clear. Harry said goodbye to Tom, who pressed a large bag of sandwiches into his hands, for the journey, and made his way to King's Cross Station with Hagrid. The station was chaos. People rushed everywhere, dragging luggage, calling to each other, checking watches and tickets. Harry clutched his own ticket and stared at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. It looked solid. It looked very, very solid. "Go on," Hagrid urged. "Best do it at a bit of a run. I'll bring your trunk." Harry took a deep breath. He thought of Ragnarok, of the king, of his parents. He thought of all the people who believed in him, who were watching, who were waiting. He ran. The barrier loomed. He braced for impact, for the crash, for the pain. And then he was through. The other side was chaos of a different kind. A scarlet steam engine hissed and steamed, billowing smoke into the arched ceiling. People swarmed the platform, families saying goodbye, students hugging friends, owls hooting and cats meowing and toads croaking. Platform 9 3/4. Harry stood frozen, taking it all in. The Hogwarts Express. It was real. It was really real. Hagrid appeared beside him, huffing and puffing, Harry's trunk in one massive hand. Made it. Knew you would. Right then, best get you on board. Train leaves in 10 minutes. He found Harry an empty compartment near the back and stowed his trunk in the luggage rack. Hedwig's cage went on the seat, and Harry settled in beside her, suddenly nervous. Hagrid stood in the doorway, his bearded face soft. Well then, Harry. This is where I leave you. You'll be fine, you know. You'll be great. Harry did not know what to say. He had only known Hagrid for 2 weeks, but the man had become something like family. The first real family he had ever had. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Hagrid's eyes glistened. He reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder gently, a touch so light it was almost a shock from someone so large. Take care of yourself, Harry. And remember, if you ever need anything, just send Hedwig. I'll come running. He left, and Harry was alone. The train whistle blew. The engine chuffed. And slowly, gently, the Hogwarts Express began to move. Harry watched the platform slide past, watching the people, the chaos, the magic. And then they were out of the station, moving through London, beginning the journey that would take him to his new life. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly. He thought of Ragnarok, far below. He thought of the king, watching from his throne. He thought of his parents, smiling from that photograph. And he thought of Hogwarts, waiting for him at the end of the line. The train rattled on, and Harry Potter smiled. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 6, The Sorting and the Stair. The Hogwarts Express rattled northward through the English countryside, carrying Harry further from everything he had known and towards everything he had never dared to imagine. He sat alone in his compartment, watching fields and forests blur past the window, Hedwig's gentle presence a comfort on the seat beside him. The ring pulsed on his finger, a steady rhythm that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. He touched it sometimes, just to feel the warmth, just to remind himself that he was not alone. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood there, round-faced and nervous, his eyes wide behind his glasses. He was clutching a wriggling toad in one hand and looking utterly lost. Have you seen a toad? The boy asked. A boy named Neville's lost his toad. Harry shook his head. Sorry, I haven't seen one. The boy's face fell. Oh, well, thanks anyway. He started to close the door, then hesitated. Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Harry did not mind. He had been alone for most of his life. Company was a novelty he was still learning to appreciate. The boy slid into the seat across from him and set the toad on his lap, where it immediately tried to escape. He caught it with practiced ease and held it firmly. I'm Neville, he said. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. The Harry Potter. The one who, he stopped, his cheeks flushing. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. It's just, Gran talks about you all the time. You and you know who and everything. Harry did not know what to say to that. He had still not gotten used to people knowing his name, knowing his story, knowing things about him that he did not even know himself. The compartment door slid open again. This time, it was a girl. She had bushy brown hair and a bossy sort of expression, like she was already judging everything she saw and finding most of it wanting. Have you seen a toad? She asked. A boy named Neville's lost his. Neville held up his toad. I found him. He was in the corridor. The girl nodded briskly and stepped into the compartment, sitting down next to Neville as if she had been invited. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are. Neville introduced himself. Harry introduced himself. Hermione's eyes widened at his name, but she recovered quickly, launching into a stream of conversation about Hogwarts and houses and all the books she had read in preparation. I've read all the textbooks, of course, she said. And several others besides. Hogwarts. A history is absolutely fascinating. Did you know the castle is enchanted so that muggles can't see it? They just see ruins and a danger sign. Harry listened, fascinated. He had read his textbooks too, but not with Hermione's intensity. She had devoured them, memorized them, made them part of herself. "What house do you think you'll be in?" she asked. "I hope it's Gryffindor. That's where Dumbledore was, you know. And my research suggests it's the best house overall, though Ravenclaw is excellent for academics and Hufflepuff is very loyal and Slytherin." She paused, her expression flickering. "Well, Slytherin has a reputation." Neville looked uncomfortable. "My gran was in Gryffindor. She says all the Longbottoms have been in Gryffindor." Harry did not know what house he wanted. He did not know enough about any of them to have a preference. He just hoped, desperately, secretly hoped, that wherever he ended up, he would find friends. He would find a place where he belonged. The train rattled on. The afternoon faded into evening. A trolley which came by with sweets, cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties and chocolate frogs, and Bertie bought every flavor beans, and Harry bought enough to share, his first real experience of having money to spend on things he wanted. They ate and talked and laughed, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like a normal boy. Just a boy, eating sweets with friends. On his way to school. The compartment door slid open one more time. 2 boys stood there. One was pale and blonde and familiar, Draco Malfoy, from Madame Malkin's. The other was larger, thick-set, with a mean look in his small eyes and a posture that screamed follower. Malfoy's eyes swept the compartment, taking in Neville's nervous expression, Hermione's bushy hair, and finally settling on Harry. His lips curved into a smile that was not quite friendly. "Potter," he said, "I remember you. From Diagon Alley." Harry nodded. He did not trust that smile. Malfoy stepped into the compartment, his companion hovering behind him. "I've been looking for you. Thought we might talk. About Hogwarts, about houses, about the kind of people you should be associating with." His eyes flicked to Neville and Hermione, and his expression shifted. Disdain. Contempt. "I see you've already made some friends," he said, the word dripping with sarcasm. "A toad loser and a mudblood. Not exactly the best company for someone with your name." Harry did not know what mudblood meant, but the way Malfoy said it made it clear it was an insult. Hermione's face went red. Neville shrank back in his seat. "I think you should leave," Harry said quietly. His voice was calm, but there was something in it that made Malfoy pause. Something that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the ring on Harry's finger, pulsing warmly, waiting. Malfoy's eyes dropped to the ring. They widened, just slightly, and for a moment, the smug superiority vanished. He had seen something. He did not understand it, but he had seen it. "We'll meet at Hogwarts, Potter," he said, recovering quickly. "You'll learn which side you should be on." He turned and left, his companion scrambling after him. The compartment door slid shut, and the silence rushed back in. Hermione's voice was shaking. "Mudblood. He called me Mudblood." Neville looked at his toad. Harry looked at Hermione. He did not know what to say, but he knew what to do. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog, offering it to her. She stared at it for a moment, then laughed. It was a watery laugh, but it was real. She took the chocolate frog and unwrapped it, and the moment passed. But Harry did not forget. He did not forget the word, the contempt, the way Malfoy had looked at his friends. He filed it away, in the same place he filed the memory of Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's slaps. A reminder of the kind of people who existed in the world. A reminder to be ready. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station as darkness fell. Harry stepped onto the platform, shivering in the cold night air, and followed the crowd of first years towards a giant man who was calling out to them. "Furs years. Furs, years over here. Come on, now, don't be shy." He was even larger than Hagrid, with a wild beard and lanterns in his massive hands. Harry followed him down a steep, narrow path to the edge of a great black lake. Boats waited there, small and simple, and Harry climbed into one with Neville and Hermione and a few others. "Everyone in," the giant man called. Right then, "Forward." The boats moved on their own, gliding across the glassy surface of the lake. And then Harry saw it. Hogwarts. It rose from the darkness like a dream, a massive castle of turrets and towers, its windows glittering with 1,000 lights. It was reflected in the lake below, a mirror image of magic and stone. Harry stared, his breath caught in his chest. He had never seen anything so beautiful. He had never imagined anything so beautiful. The boats carried them through a hidden entrance in the cliffs, through a tunnel of dark water, and finally to a small underground harbor where they climbed out onto the damp stone. The giant man led them up a winding staircase and stopped before a massive oak door. He raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open. A witch stood there, stern and severe, dressed in emerald green robes. Her black hair was pulled back tightly, and her expression suggested she had never smiled in her life. Professor McGonagall. The first years, Professor, the giant man said. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them into a small chamber off the entrance hall and left them there with a warning. They would be called into the Great Hall shortly, where they would be sorted into their houses. The sorting ceremony was important. They should use the time to compose themselves. Harry stood with his back against the cold stone wall, his heart pounding. Neville was muttering to himself about his gran. Hermione was whispering facts about the sorting ceremony, probably trying to calm her own nerves. Other first years milled about, some looking confident, most looking terrified. A boy with red hair and freckles approached him. I'm Ron, he said. Ron Weasley. You're Harry Potter, right? Everyone's talking about you. Harry nodded. He was getting used to this. Sort of. Ron grinned. My brothers are at Hogwarts. Fred and George. They're twins. You'll know them when you see them. They're always causing trouble. Before Harry could respond, the door opened. McGonagall stood there, her expression unchanged. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Form a line and follow me. They filed out of the chamber and into the Great Hall. Harry's breath caught again. The hall was enormous, lit by thousands of floating candles that hovered in the air above 4 long tables. Students sat at those tables, their faces turned towards the first years, their eyes curious and assessing. The ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky, dark and scattered with stars. At the front of the hall, on a raised dais, sat the teachers. And in the center, in a large golden chair, sat Dumbledore. His eyes found Harry immediately, and he smiled, a warm, crinkly-eyed smile that made something in Harry's chest loosen. McGonagall placed a 3-legged stool in front of the teacher's table and set a ragged old hat on it. The hat had a fold near the brim that looked almost like a mouth. The hall fell silent. The hat twitched. And then it sang. It sang about the 4 founders, about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw and Slytherin, about the traits they valued and the students they sought. It sang about courage and loyalty and wisdom and ambition, about finding your place and making your mark. When it finished, the hall erupted in applause. Harry clapped along, though his hands were shaking. McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head. You will be sorted into your house. She began to read. Names were called, one by one. Students walked forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed on their heads. Some were sorted quickly, the hat barely touching their hair before shouting a house. Others took longer, the hat's brim twisting as it considered. Hannah Abbott became a Hufflepuff. Susan Bones became a Hufflepuff. Terry Boot became a Ravenclaw. Harry watched, his heart pounding. Hermione's name was called. She walked forward with confidence, sat on the stool, and placed the hat on her head. It took almost a full minute before it shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and hurried to the Gryffindor table, where she was welcomed with cheers. More names. More houses. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin, looking smug. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers started before he even reached the stool. They rippled through the hall like wind through wheat, 1,000 voices murmuring his name, his story, his scar. He walked forward on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else and sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. It fell over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. A voice spoke in his ear. Small, quiet, ancient. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? Harry thought of Gryffindor, where Hermione and Neville had gone. He thought of his parents, who had been in Gryffindor, according to the stories. He thought of courage, of standing up when others ran. Ah, the hat said. You want courage. You want to be brave. Interesting. But there's something else in you, Harry Potter. Something dark. Something dangerous. Something that could grow, if nurtured. Harry thought of the ring on his finger. He thought of Ragnarok, of the king, of the goblins who had sworn loyalty to him. He thought of the deep places, and the power that slept there. Yes, the hat murmured. The goblins felt it. They always feel power. They've tied themselves to you now, and that bond will shape you. But where to put you? Slytherin could help you grow. Slytherin could give you the tools to use what you have. But you don't want Slytherin, do you? No, Harry thought. He remembered Malfoy's sneer, his contempt for Neville and Hermione. He did not want to be in a house with people like that. No, the hat agreed. You don't. You want to prove that you're different. You want to show the world that you're not defined by your past. You want. The hat paused. The silence stretched. You want to belong, it said softly. You want a family. You want people who will stand with you, fight with you, die with you if necessary. That's Gryffindor, Harry Potter. That's always been Gryffindor. The hat opened its brim and shouted for the whole hall to hear. Gryffindor. Harry pulled the hat off and walked towards the Gryffindor table on legs that were finally steady. The cheers washed over him, warm and welcoming. Hermione was clapping so hard her hands must have hurt. Neville was beaming. Ron Weasley, the red-haired boy from the chamber, was cheering loudest of all. Harry sat down beside Hermione, and for the first time, he felt like he belonged somewhere. The feast was magnificent. Harry ate until he could not eat any more, and still the food kept coming. When the last golden plate had been wiped clean, Dumbledore rose to make announcements. His eyes twinkled as he warned the students to stay out of the Forbidden Forest and reminded them that the third-floor corridor was off-limits to anyone who did not wish to die a painful death. Harry filed that away. It seemed important. The prefects led the first years to the Gryffindor common room, a cozy space filled with armchairs and a crackling fire. The password was given, Caput Draconis, and Harry climbed through the portrait hole into his new home. The girls went one way, the boys another. Harry followed Ron and Neville up a spiral staircase to a circular dormitory with 4 poster beds draped in crimson velvet. His trunk was already there, Hedwig's cage beside it. She hooted softly at him, and he smiled. He changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed. The sheets were soft, the blankets warm, the pillow perfectly fluffy. For a long moment, he just lay there, staring at the canopy above him, letting the reality of it all sink in. He was at Hogwarts. He was in Gryffindor. He had friends. He had a future. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, a steady beat that matched his heart. Somewhere far below, in the deep places, a king smiled. A prince waited. An entire nation stood ready. But for now, Harry Potter was just a boy, in a warm bed, surrounded by people who might one day become his family. He closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. The next morning, Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the windows and the sound of Ron snoring in the bed next to him. He lay still for a moment, letting the peace wash over him. No shouting, no chores, no cupboard, just peace. He got dressed and followed the others down to the Great Hall for breakfast. The hall was just as magnificent in daylight, the enchanted ceiling now a perfect blue sky with fluffy white clouds drifting across it. Hermione was already there, a pile of books beside her plate. She waved them over. "I've been reading about our classes," she said without preamble. "We have Transfiguration first thing with Professor McGonagall. Then Charms with Flitwick. Then Lunch, then Potions with Snape, then History of Magic with Binns. I've already finished the first chapter of our Transfiguration textbook." Ron stared at her. "You've read the textbooks already. We haven't even had the first lesson." Hermione looked at him like he had just suggested breathing was optional. "Of course I've read them. How else will I be prepared?" Harry hid a smile behind his glass of pumpkin juice. He had a feeling Hermione was going to be very useful when it came to homework. Breakfast passed in a blur of food and conversation. Ron introduced him to his brothers, Fred and George, who immediately offered to show him the best secret passages in the castle. Harry politely declined, but filed the offer away for future reference. Then it was time for class. Transfiguration was in a large, sunny classroom on the first floor. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, her expression as stern as ever, and immediately launched into a lecture on the fundamental principles of transfiguration. It was complex, difficult, and utterly fascinating. When she demonstrated turning her desk into a pig and back again, Harry's jaw dropped. He wanted to learn that. He wanted to learn everything. The practical part of the lesson was less successful. Harry's matchstick refused to become anything other than a matchstick, no matter how hard he concentrated. Hermione's, on the other hand, turned silver and developed a faint point. McGonagall smiled at her, the first smile Harry had seen on her face, and awarded Gryffindor 5 points. Charms was more fun. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk, had them practicing the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa, he squeaked, waving his wand. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione got it on her first try. Ron struggled. Harry's feather rose a few inches before falling back to the desk. He tried again, concentrating harder, and this time it rose and stayed there, wobbling slightly but definitely floating. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Flitwick squeaked. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry grinned. He had done magic. Real magic. At Hogwarts. The feeling carried him through lunch and into potions, where it promptly crashed and burned. Professor Snape was not like the other teachers. He was tall and thin, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, and he swept into the dungeon classroom like a dark cloud. His eyes, black and cold, swept over the students and settled on Harry with an intensity that made him shiver. Snape did not waste time on pleasantries. He took attendance, pausing at Harry's name to sneer, "Our new celebrity." Then he launched into a speech about potions, about the power to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses, about how he expected nothing less than excellence from his students. And then he turned to Harry. "Potter," he said sharply, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry stared at him. He did not know. He had not read that far ahead. Hermione's hand shot up beside him, but Snape ignored her. "I don't know, sir," Harry said. Snape's lip curled. "Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it? Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar?" Harry's mind went blank. He had read about bezoars somewhere, but he could not remember where. Hermione's hand was waving frantically now, but Snape still ignored her. "I don't know, sir." Snape's eyes glittered with satisfaction. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry's mouth opened, but no words came out. He knew they were the same plant. He had read that somewhere. But in the face of Snape's contempt, the knowledge fled. "I don't know," he whispered. "I think they're the same, but I don't know." Snape's smile was cold and cruel. "They are the same. But you didn't know that, did you? You didn't bother to learn. Another 5 points from Gryffindor for your ignorance. Sit down." Harry sat, his face burning. Hermione shot him a sympathetic look. Ron muttered something under his breath that sounded like, "Git." The lesson continued, but Harry could not focus. Snape's words echoed in his head, and he felt the old familiar weight of failure settling back onto his shoulders. He had thought Hogwarts would be different. He had thought he would belong. But Snape looked at him the way Uncle Vernon did. With contempt. With hatred. For no reason Harry could understand. When the class finally ended, Harry was the first one out the door. He walked quickly through the corridors, not looking back, not wanting to see the pity on his friends' faces. He found an empty classroom and slipped inside. It was dusty and forgotten, filled with covered furniture and the ghosts of lessons past. He sat on a desk and stared at the floor, the ring pulsing on his finger. Why? Why did Snape hate him? He had never met the man before. He had done nothing to him. And yet the hatred had been there, raw and real, from the moment Snape laid eyes on him. The ring pulsed again, warmer this time. Harry touched it, and for a moment, he felt something. A presence. A connection. Ragnarok, perhaps, reaching out from the deep places. He thought of the king's words. "You are not alone." He took a deep breath. Then another. The shame faded, replaced by something harder. Determination. Snape hated him. Fine. Let him hate. Harry had faced worse than a sneering teacher. He had faced Dudley's fists and Uncle Vernon's belt and the cold darkness of the cupboard. He would not let Snape break him. He straightened his shoulders and walked out of the classroom. The rest of the day passed in a blur. History of Magic with Professor Binns was so boring that Harry nearly fell asleep. Dinner was a loud, chaotic affair with the Gryffindors, and by the end of it, Harry's mood had lifted considerably. That night, in the common room, he told Ron and Hermione about the ring. He had not meant to, but it slipped out when Ron asked about the strange band on his finger. He told them everything. The alley, the goblins, the king, the debt of honor. Ron's eyes went wide. Blimey, Harry. The goblins. They're fierce. My dad says you never want to cross a goblin. Hermione was fascinated. A ring of protection. From the Goblin King himself. That's incredible. Do you know how rare that is? There's barely anything written about it in any of the books I've read. Harry shrugged. He did not know about rare. He just knew it was warm, and it meant he was not alone. Does it do anything? Ron asked. Like, magic stuff. Harry thought about it. It gets warm sometimes. When I need it, I think. Or when I think about Ragnarok. Ron nodded sagely, as if this made perfect sense. Goblin magic is different from wizard magic. Older. Stranger. My dad collects plugs, but he's always going on about goblin artifacts. Says they're the most powerful things in the world, if you know how to use them. Harry looked at the ring. It pulsed gently, steadily, a promise waiting to be kept. He went to bed that night feeling better than he had after potions. He had friends. He had allies. He had a ring that connected him to an ancient race of creatures who had sworn loyalty to him. Let Snape hate him. Let Malfoy sneer. Let the whole world turn against him. He was Harry Potter. He was the boy who lived. And he was not alone. The ring pulsed one last time, warm and steady, and Harry slept. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm. Classes, meals, homework, sleep. Harry learned quickly, his natural talent for magic blossoming under the guidance of teachers who, unlike Snape, actually wanted to teach. He excelled in charms and transfiguration. He struggled with potions, though not for lack of trying. Snape's sneering presence made it impossible to concentrate. He found history of magic mind-numbingly dull and defense against the dark arts surprisingly interesting, though the teacher, Professor Quirrell, was so nervous he could barely get through a sentence without stuttering. He made friends. Ron was loyal and funny, always ready with a joke or a complaint about his hand-me-down robes. Hermione was brilliant and bossy, always pushing them to study harder, read more, be better. Neville was kind and nervous, always losing his toad and apologizing for things that weren't his fault. Harry treasured them all. He wrote to Ragnarok every week, and the Goblin Prince wrote back. His letters were full of news from the deep places, political maneuvering, mining discoveries, the endless ceremonies and duties of royal life. But they were also full of warmth, of friendship, of the bond that had formed between them in a dark alley. And always, always, the ring pulsed on Harry's finger. A reminder. A promise. A connection to a world beneath the world. As Halloween approached, the castle buzzed with anticipation. The great hall was decorated with giant pumpkins, and the smell of baked goods wafted from the kitchens. Harry looked forward to his first Hogwarts feast with an eagerness that surprised him. But something else was coming. Something dark. Something that would change everything. And in the deep places, far below the castle, the ring pulsed once, warm and urgent, a warning that Harry did not yet understand. October 31st arrived with a bite of cold wind that swept through the castle corridors and rattled the windows in their frames. Harry woke to find frost etching delicate patterns on the glass, and for a long moment he simply lay in bed, watching the way the early morning light caught the ice and turned it into diamonds. The ring pulsed on his finger. Warmer than usual. Almost urgent. He touched it, and the warmth spread up his arm, settling in his chest like a second heartbeat. Something was coming. He did not know what, but the goblin magic in the ring knew. It had known for days now, ever since that first warning pulse during the last week of October. He pushed the feeling aside and got dressed. It was Halloween. There would be a feast. There would be decorations and food and laughter. He would not let some vague sense of unease ruin it. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a riot of color. Giant pumpkins floated near the enchanted ceiling, their carved faces grinning down at the students. Bats fluttered among the floating candles, though Harry suspected they were enchanted rather than real. The smell of cinnamon and sugar hung in the air, making his mouth water. Ron slid onto the bench beside him, reaching immediately for the toast. Halloween at Hogwarts, he said through a mouthful of bread. Best night of the year. The feast alone is worth waiting for. Hermione appeared a moment later, her arms full of books as usual. She set them down with a thump and began sorting through them, muttering about research and essays and the unreasonable expectations of professors. Don't you ever take a day off? Ron asked, eyeing the books with suspicion. Hermione looked at him like he had suggested she stop breathing. It's Halloween, not a holiday from learning. Besides, I want to get ahead on our charms essay. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry, who hid a smile behind his goblet of pumpkin juice. The day passed slowly. Classes dragged, though even Snape's sneering presence in potions could not dampen Harry's anticipation for the evening ahead. By the time dinner approached, the castle was buzzing with excitement. Professor Flitwick dismissed their charms class with a reminder to enjoy the feast, and Harry hurried back to the common room to drop off his books. Ron was already there, waiting by the portrait hole. You ready for the best night of your life? Ron grinned. Harry grinned back. Ready. They made their way to the Great Hall, joining the stream of students flowing towards the massive doors. The hall was even more spectacular than Harry had imagined. Thousands of live bats fluttered near the enchanted ceiling, which had been transformed into a swirling tapestry of orange and black clouds. Jack-o'-lanterns lined the tables, their carved faces flickering with real flames. And the food, mountains of it, more than Harry had ever seen, more than he had ever dreamed. He sat between Ron and Hermione and dug in. There were roasted pumpkin pasties and treacle tarts and cauldron cakes and something called pumpkin fizz that made his tongue tingle. There were pies and puddings and dishes Harry could not even name, all of it delicious, all of it disappearing as fast as the students could eat. Halfway through the feast, Professor Quirrell came stumbling into the hall. His turban was askew, his face white with terror, and he collapsed at the teacher's table, gasping something that Harry could not hear. But he saw Dumbledore's reaction. The headmaster rose sharply, his usual twinkle gone, replaced by something hard and dangerous. He raised his wand and cast a sonorous charm, his voice echoing through the hall. Attention, everyone. Prefects, I want you to lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, please follow me. Confusion rippled through the hall. Students looked at each other, whispered questions passing from table to table. The prefect stood and began herding the younger students towards the doors. Harry followed Ron towards the entrance hall, but something made him stop. The ring on his finger was burning now, hot against his skin, pulsing with urgency. He looked back at the teacher's table, saw Dumbledore and McGonagall and Snape hurrying towards a side door, their wands drawn. "What's going on?" he asked, but no one answered. In the confusion, Harry slipped away from the Gryffindor crowd. He did not know why. He only knew that the ring was guiding him, pulling him towards something. He moved through the corridors, his footsteps silent on the stone, following the warmth that pulsed from his finger. He found them in a corridor on the third floor. The one Dumbledore had warned them about. The one that was off limits to anyone who did not wish to die a painful death. The door was open. Harry peered inside. The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by the faint glow of his ring. He could see shapes in the darkness, furniture, perhaps, or statues, but nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. The ring pulsed. Urgent. Demanding. He stepped through the doorway. The corridor stretched before him, long and shadowed. Torches flickered to life as he passed, as if the castle itself was guiding him. He walked for what felt like a long time, past doors and alcoves and suits of armor that seemed to watch him as he passed. And then he found them. A troll. It was enormous, easily 12 feet tall, with skin the color of lumpy gray rock and a club in its massive hand that looked like it could smash through walls. It stood in the middle of the corridor, its back to Harry, its attention fixed on something in front of it. Something small. Something frozen with fear. Hermione. Harry's heart stopped. His feet stopped. Everything stopped. The troll took a step towards her. Hermione pressed herself against the wall, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a scream that would not come. Harry did not think. He did not plan. He just moved. He ran forward, his small legs pumping, his wand gripped in his hand. The ring blazed on his finger, hotter than it had ever been, filling him with something that felt like strength and courage and the voices of 1,000 goblins singing in the deep. "Hey!" he shouted. "Hey, you! Over here!" The troll turned. Its tiny head swiveled on its massive shoulders, its equally tiny eyes fixing on the small boy who dared to interrupt its hunt. It grunted, a sound like rocks grinding together, and took a step towards Harry. Hermione was forgotten. The troll's attention was entirely on the new target. Harry's mind raced. He had no plan. He had no idea how to fight a troll. He just knew he had to keep it away from Hermione, Had to give her time to run, had to. The troll swung its club. Harry dove to the side, rolling across the stone floor, feeling the wind of the club's passage ruffle his hair. He scrambled to his feet and ran in the opposite direction, drawing the troll away from Hermione. "Run!" he shouted at her. "Run! Get help!" But Hermione did not run. She stood frozen, watching, her eyes wide with terror and something else. Something that looked like awe. The troll swung again. This time, Harry was not fast enough. The club caught him on the shoulder, sending him flying into the wall. Pain exploded through him, sharp and white and overwhelming. He slid to the floor, his vision swimming, his wand skittering away into the darkness. The troll loomed over him. Its tiny eyes gleamed with stupid triumph. It raised its club for the final blow. Harry looked up at the monster, at the death descending towards him, and he thought of his parents. He thought of Ragnarok. He thought of the king. He thought of all the people who had believed in him, who were watching, who were waiting. The ring blazed, white hot, screaming, and Harry screamed with it. The sound that came out of him was not human. It was something older, something deeper, something that had slept in his blood since the day he was born. It was the sound of magic, raw and wild and uncontrolled, pouring out of him like light from a dying star. The troll froze. For one endless moment, nothing moved. Harry lay on the floor, the scream still echoing off the walls, the ring blazing on his finger. The troll stood over him, its club raised, its tiny eyes blank. Then the troll began to shrink. It was subtle at first, a slight decrease in its massive bulk. Then faster, faster, until the troll was the size of a large dog, then a cat, then a rat, then nothing. A pile of dust on the stone floor, stirring gently in a breeze that came from nowhere. Harry lay there, gasping, his body shaking with the aftermath of whatever he had just done. The ring was still warm, but the blazing heat had faded to its usual steady pulse. Hermione was beside him suddenly, her hands on his face, her voice calling his name. He blinked up at her, trying to focus. "Harry, Harry, can you hear me? Are you all right?" He tried to speak, but no words came. His shoulder throbbed where the club had hit him. His head spun. The world was tilting, shifting, fading. And then there were other voices. Adults. Teachers. Dumbledore's voice, calm and commanding. McGonagall's voice, sharp with concern. Snape's voice, cold and suspicious. Harry's eyes closed. The last thing he saw was the pile of dust on the floor, all that remained of the troll, and the ring on his finger, pulsing gently in the darkness. He woke in the hospital wing. The ceiling was high and arched, the beds white and clean, the air smelling of something medicinal and vaguely flowery. Madame Pomfrey was bustling around him, adjusting pillows, checking bandages, muttering under her breath. Harry tried to sit up. Pain shot through his shoulder, and he fell back with a gasp. "None of that," Madame Pomfrey said firmly. "You've got a broken collarbone and enough bruising to keep me busy for a week. You'll be staying right where you are." Harry lay still, letting the pain fade. Memories washed over him. The troll. Hermione. The scream. The dust. "Is Hermione all right?" he asked. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened. "Miss Granger is fine. Shaken, but fine. Thanks to you." She bustled away, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts. He looked at his hand. The ring was still there, still warm, still pulsing gently. It had saved him. Or something had. He did not know what. The door opened. Dumbledore walked in, his robe swishing softly against the stone floor. He pulled a chair to Harry's bedside and sat down, his blue eyes serious behind his half-moon spectacles. "Harry," he said gently. "How are you feeling?" Harry considered the question. "Confused," he admitted. "And my shoulder hurts." Dumbledore nodded. "Madame Pomfrey tells me you will make a full recovery. Your shoulder will heal, and the bruises will fade. But I suspect you have questions about what happened." Harry nodded. He had so many questions he did not know where to start. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "The troll was brought into the castle deliberately. We believe someone let it in as a distraction, though we do not yet know who or why. The important thing is that you and Miss Granger are safe." "The troll," Harry said slowly. "It just turned to dust. I screamed, and it turned to dust." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Tell me exactly what happened." Harry told him. The ring getting hot, the scream, the way the magic had poured out of him like something alive. When he finished, Dumbledore sat back, his expression thoughtful. The ring, he murmured. Goblin magic is ancient and powerful. It bonds with its wearer in ways that wizard magic cannot. It seems that in your moment of need, the ring amplified your own natural magic, channeling it in a way that, he paused, choosing his words carefully, produced an extraordinary result. Harry looked at the ring. It pulsed gently, innocently, as if it had not just helped him turn a troll into dust. Was that me, he asked quietly, or was that the ring? Dumbledore smiled. Both, I think. The ring is a tool, Harry. A powerful one, yes, but still a tool. It was your courage, your willingness to put yourself in danger for your friend, that called forth the magic. The ring simply gave it shape. Harry sat with that for a moment. His courage. He had not thought of it that way. He had just seen Hermione in danger and moved. It was the same as the alley, the same as Ragnarok. Someone needed help, so he helped. That's what the goblins saw in you, Dumbledore said softly, as if reading his thoughts. That willingness to stand when others run. It is rare, Harry. Rarer than you know. He rose, adjusting his robes. Madame Pomfrey tells me you will need to stay here for a few days. Your friends will want to visit, I am sure. And I suspect the goblins will want to know what happened. The ring's reaction suggests they felt it, even from the deep places. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, a greeting, a confirmation. Dumbledore moved towards the door, then paused. One more thing, Harry. What you did tonight, facing a troll to save your friend, that was an act of great bravery. Gryffindor will be receiving 50 points, and I have no doubt your housemates will have much to say about it. He smiled, and for a moment, the twinkle was back in his eyes. Rest well. You have earned it. He left, and Harry was alone again. He lay back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling. His shoulder throbbed. His body ached. But underneath the pain, there was something else. A warmth that had nothing to do with the ring. He had saved Hermione. He had faced a troll and won. He had magic, real magic, powerful magic, that had answered his call. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he might actually be something special. The next few days passed in a blur of visitors and well-wishers. Ron came first, bursting through the hospital wing doors with a box of cauldron cakes and a grin that split his face in two. Harry, you're alive. Hermione told me everything, well, not everything, because she was too busy crying and saying it was all her fault, but enough. You took on a troll. A troll. That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. Harry tried to explain that he had not really taken on the troll, that it had sort of just happened, but Ron was not listening. He was too busy reenacting the battle with exaggerated gestures and sound effects. Hermione came later, looking smaller than Harry had ever seen her. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she clutched a book to her chest like a shield. I'm sorry, she said before Harry could speak. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so stupid, if I hadn't been in the wrong place at the wrong time, you wouldn't have, you could have. Harry held up his good hand. Hermione, stop. She stopped, her eyes welling with fresh tears. You're my friend, Harry said simply. I wasn't going to let a troll hurt you. That's what friends do. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she burst into tears and hugged him, carefully avoiding his injured shoulder. Harry patted her back awkwardly, not sure what to do but knowing it was the right thing. When she finally pulled away, she was smiling through her tears. You're an idiot, Harry Potter. A complete idiot. Harry grinned. Yeah, I know. Neville came, bringing a get-well card from his grandmother that was so formal it might have been written for a stranger. Fred and George came, offering to show him how to sneak into the kitchen for extra pudding once he was out of the hospital wing. Even Percy came, delivering a stern lecture about the importance of following school rules that Harry tuned out after the first 30 seconds. But the visit that meant the most came on the third night. Harry was half asleep, the hospital wing dark and quiet, when a sound woke him. A scratching, tapping sound at the window. He looked over and saw an owl perched on the sill, its dark shape silhouetted against the moon. He struggled out of bed and crossed to the window, his shoulder protesting with every step. He opened it, and the owl hopped inside, dropping a letter on the bed before flying off into the night. Harry picked up the letter. The seal was unfamiliar, a crest of crossed swords over a mountain, pressed into dark wax. He broke it open and read. Harry, we felt it. All of us. The ring sang through the deep places like a bell, and we knew you had called upon it. Griphook says it was the first time the ring has sung in centuries. My father smiled, actually smiled, Harry, which he almost never does, and said, the small human grows. I am glad you are safe. I am glad your friend is safe. I am glad the troll is dust. I have asked my father if I may visit you at Hogwarts. He is considering it. I hope he says yes. I want to see the castle. I want to see you. I want to see the place where you are becoming something great. Until then, know that we are watching. Know that we are proud. Know that the deep places are yours, always. Your friend, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter 3 times. Each time, the words sank deeper, warming him in ways that had nothing to do with the ring. He was not alone. He had never been alone. He had friends on the surface and friends in the deep, and they were all watching, all waiting, all ready to stand with him when he needed them. He tucked the letter under his pillow and lay back, staring at the moon through the window. The ring pulsed gently on his finger, a steady beat that matched his heart. Somewhere far below, a prince was thinking of him. A king was smiling. An entire nation stood ready. And Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard, was finally, truly, home. He was released from the hospital wing on the morning of November 5th. Madame Pomfrey pronounced him fit, though she made him promise to come back if the shoulder started hurting again. Harry promised, knowing he would only come back if he was literally dying. The Gryffindor common room erupted when he walked through the portrait hole. Ron led the cheering, with Hermione and Neville close behind. Even the older students clapped him on the back and told him he was mad, absolutely mad, but in a good way. Harry smiled and laughed and accepted the attention, but part of him was elsewhere. Thinking about the ring, thinking about the troll, thinking about the scream that had turned a monster to dust. He found a quiet corner later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, and took out Ragnarok's letter again. He read it by the light of the dying fire, the words familiar now but no less powerful. The deep places are yours, always. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly. I won't let you down, he whispered. Any of you. I promise. The fire crackled. The ring pulsed. And somewhere far below, in a throne room of gold and stone, a king nodded and turned to his son. He grows, the king said. He learns. He becomes. Ragnarok smiled, a sharp, goblin smile full of pride and hope. He becomes what he was always meant to be. The king's ancient eyes glittered in the torchlight. Yes. And when the time comes, we will be ready. In the castle above, Harry folded the letter and tucked it back under his pillow. He closed his eyes and slept, dreaming of mountains and gold and the steady pulse of a ring that would never let him forget who he was. Or whose he was. November settled over Hogwarts like a gray blanket, cold and damp and endless. The days grew shorter, the nights longer, and the castle took on a hushed quality, as if it was waiting for something. Harry threw himself into his studies. He had missed nearly a week of classes, and there was much to catch up on. Hermione helped, of course, her notes so detailed they might as well have been textbooks. Ron helped too, in his own way, by distracting Harry when the work got too heavy and making him laugh when the stress got too much. Snape was worse than ever. The potions master seemed to take Harry's survival of the troll incident as a personal insult. He sneered through every class, docked points for the smallest mistakes, and once gave Harry detention for breathing too loudly. But Harry did not care. Let Snape hate him. He had friends. He had a family, of sorts. He had a ring that connected him to something ancient and powerful. And he had Ragnarok's letters. They came every week now, delivered by a goblin messenger owl that was smaller and fiercer than the school owls. Ragnarok wrote about the deep places, about his lessons and his duties, about his ongoing campaign to convince his father to let him visit Hogwarts. Father says I am too young, Ragnarok wrote in one letter. He says the surface is dangerous for goblins of my age. I told him you are my age and you faced a troll. He said that was different. I do not see how. Harry wrote back, encouraging him to be patient. He knew about waiting. He had spent 6 years waiting in a cupboard. A few more months for a visit was nothing. But he understood Ragnarok's eagerness. He wanted to see his friend too. He wanted to introduce him to Ron and Hermione, to show him the castle, to share this new world with someone who had known him before Hogwarts, before everything changed. December arrived, bringing with it the first snow. Harry woke one morning to find the castle grounds blanketed in white, the lake frozen at the edges, the forbidden forest a dark smudge against the winter sky. The common room was decorated with holly and ivy, and a massive Christmas tree appeared in the great hall, its branches hung with enchanted icicles that never melted. Exams loomed, and Hermione went into overdrive, creating study schedules and flashcards and practice quizzes that drove Ron to distraction. Harry studied alongside her, grateful for her organization, but he could not shake the feeling that something was coming. The ring felt it too. It pulsed more often now, warm and urgent, a constant reminder that the deep places were watching. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He had never received presents before. He stared at them for a long moment, not sure what to do. Ron solved the problem by tearing into his own presents with enthusiasm, shouting with joy over a new sweater from his mother and a box of dung bombs from Fred and George. Harry opened his gifts slowly, savoring each one. The Dursleys had sent a tissue, a single tissue, as if to remind him they had not forgotten him, merely chosen to ignore him. He set it aside without emotion. Hagrid had sent a wooden flute, hand-carved and surprisingly sweet-sounding. Hermione had given him a book on goblin rebellions, which he knew she had chosen because of his connection to the deep places. Ron had given him a box of every flavor beans, with a note warning him to avoid the earwax ones. And at the bottom of the pile, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a small package with no return address. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a cloak. Not just any cloak, a cloak of pure liquid silver, so fine and light that it felt like water running through his fingers. A note fluttered out, written in narrow, looping handwriting he did not recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Merry Christmas. There was no signature. Harry stared at the cloak for a long time. His father's cloak. Something his father had owned, had used, had left behind. He wrapped it around his shoulders, and something extraordinary happened. He vanished. His body, his clothes, everything, gone. He could see his hands, but only if he held them right in front of his face. Otherwise, he was invisible. An invisibility cloak. His father had left him an invisibility cloak. Harry laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed off the dormitory walls. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt truly connected to the parents he had never known. That night, he put on the cloak and explored the castle. He walked through corridors he had never seen, past portraits that snored in their frames, through classrooms empty and dark. He found the restricted section of the library and browsed books that hissed at him when he touched them. He found a mirror in an abandoned classroom, a tall, ornate mirror with an inscription carved into its frame. Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. He stood before it, and the reflection made his breath catch. His parents stood behind him. His father, James, tall and messy-haired, smiling with pride. His mother, Lily, red-haired and beautiful, reaching out to touch his shoulder. And behind them, others, an old man with a crooked nose, a young woman who looked like she could be his aunt, a crowd of people he did not know but somehow recognized. His family. All of them, together, watching him with love. Harry stood before the mirror for a long time, drinking in the image. He knew it was not real. He knew they were not really there. But for this moment, in this place, they felt real. They felt close. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and gentle, as if reminding him that he was not alone even now. He touched it, and the reflection shifted. For just a moment, he saw Ragnarok standing beside his parents, grinning his sharp goblin grin, and behind him, the king, ancient and terrible and proud. Harry smiled. He had a family in the deep places too. He stayed until the moon set, then wrapped the cloak around himself and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. He did not tell anyone about the mirror. It felt private, sacred, something to hold close. But he went back the next night. And the night after that. He could not help himself. The image of his parents, alive and smiling, was too precious to give up. On the third night, Dumbledore was waiting for him. The headmaster sat in a chair before the mirror, his robe silver in the moonlight, his expression gentle and knowing. He did not seem surprised to see Harry. "I see you, Harry," he said softly. Harry pulled off the cloak, his cheeks burning. "Professor, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here, Dumbledore held up a hand. "You have nothing to apologize for. The mirror draws people. It is its nature." He rose and walked to stand beside Harry before the glass. "Can you guess what it shows?" Harry looked at the reflection. His parents were there, smiling, proud. "The family. My mum and dad." Dumbledore nodded. "And what do I see when I look in it?" Harry had not thought about that. He looked at Dumbledore's reflection, but saw only the headmaster, old and wise, looking back. "I see a pair of thick woolen socks," Dumbledore said quietly. "One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone, and I did not get a single pair." Harry stared at him, confused. Socks. The greatest wizard in the world wanted socks. Dumbledore smiled at his expression. "The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You see your family, alive and whole. I see warm feet. It is a reminder, Harry, that we are all human, or, in my case, merely human-like, with desires that are sometimes grand and sometimes small." He turned to face Harry fully. "This mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow. I ask that you do not go looking for it again. It has caused enough mischief already." Harry nodded, though his heart ached at the thought of never seeing his parents again. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "You think the mirror shows you your parents. In a way, it does. But they are not really here, Harry. They are not really smiling at you. The truest reflection of your parents is not in this glass, but in you. In your courage, in your kindness, in your willingness to stand when others run. They live on in you." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a gentle touch that carried more warmth than any words. "Come. It is late, and you have exams in the new year. Let us return to our beds and leave the mirror to its dreams." They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, and Harry did not look back. But that night, lying in his four-poster bed, he thought about Dumbledore's words. His parents lived on in him. In his courage, in his kindness, in his willingness to stand. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly. His parents, the goblins, his friends, they were all part of him now, woven into the fabric of who he was and who he would become. He closed his eyes and slept, and for the first time in weeks, he did not dream of the mirror. He dreamed of the deep places, and the family waiting for him there. Less than end of thinking greater than # Chapter 8, The Prince Below. January arrived with a vengeance, blanketing the castle grounds in snow so deep that the first years were banned from going outside without a prefect escort. Harry didn't mind. The common room was warm, his friends were nearby, and the ring on his finger pulsed with a steady contentment that mirrored his own. But something was changing. He felt it in the way the ring warmed whenever he passed certain corridors. He felt it in the dreams that came more frequently now, dreams of deep places and ancient halls, of golden stone and eyes that watched from the darkness. He felt it in the letters from Ragnarok, which had grown shorter, more urgent, filled with hints and half-promises. "Father is considering it," Ragnarok wrote in mid-January. "The council debates. Some say I am too young. Some say the surface is too dangerous. Some say the small human has proven himself worthy of the honor. I wait. I hope. I watch." Harry wrote back, encouraging patience, but he understood the frustration. He had waited his whole life for things to change. Now that they had, he wanted to share it with the friend who had been there at the beginning. The answer came on the last day of January. Harry was in the library, struggling through a transfiguration essay, when Hedwig swooped through the window and landed on the table in front of him. She carried a letter sealed with the same dark wax he had come to recognize, crossed swords over a mountain, the crest of the House of Cabarth. He broke the seal and read, "Harry, Father has agreed. I am coming to Hogwarts." The council was not happy. Many argued against it, but Father reminded them of the debt we owe you, of the blood bond between our houses, of the ring that sings when you call upon it. In the end, they could not refuse. "I will arrive on the night of the full moon. That is 3 days from now. I do not know how long I will be allowed to stay. The council watches, always watches, but I will have at least one night. One night to see your world. One night to see you. I have dreamed of this since the alley. Since you stood before me when others ran. I have dreamed of walking in your world, of seeing the sky without fear, of sharing it with you. Soon, Harry. Soon. Your friend, Ragnarok." Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he grinned so wide his face hurt. "He's coming," he whispered. "Ragnarok's coming." Hermione looked up from her own essay, her expression curious. "The Goblin Prince. He's visiting Hogwarts." Harry nodded, still grinning. "In 3 days. On the full moon." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's incredible. Do you know how rare it is for a goblin to visit a wizard school? There's barely anything written about it. The last recorded visit was in 1689, and that ended badly, something about a dispute over a cursed necklace. Ron, who had been dozing over his potions homework, sat up abruptly. A goblin? Here, at Hogwarts. Ragnarok, Harry said. The prince I told you about. The one from the alley. Ron's expression shifted from surprise to excitement. Blimey. A real goblin prince. Wait until Fred and George hear about this. They'll want to. He stopped, considering. Actually, maybe don't tell Fred and George. They'll want to do something stupid. Harry laughed. For the first time in weeks, the weight he had been carrying, the dreams, the unease, the constant sense of watching, lifted. His friend was coming. His first friend. And he would get to show him everything. The next 3 days were the longest of Harry's life. He went to classes, but his mind was elsewhere. He did his homework, but his quill wandered across the parchment, doodling mountains and swords and the crest of Kabarth. He ate his meals, but the food tasted like nothing. The ring pulsed constantly now, warm and eager, as if it too was anticipating the visit. Harry touched it often, sending his own excitement through the bond, hoping Ragnarok could feel it. On the night of the full moon, Harry could barely sit still through dinner. He pushed food around his plate, earning concerned looks from Hermione and knowing grins from Ron. You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Ron observed. Just eat something. He's not going to disappear if you take your eyes off the door for 5 minutes. Harry forced himself to eat a few bites, but his stomach was too full of butterflies. After dinner, he made his way to the 7th floor, following the instructions in Ragnarok's last letter. Find a place where the castle touches the mountain, the prince had written. The deep places reach further than wizards know. I will find you. Harry found an empty classroom at the end of a long corridor. It was dusty and forgotten, filled with broken furniture and the ghosts of lessons past. But at the back, there was a door he had not noticed at first. A small door, almost hidden in the stone. He pushed it open and found himself on a narrow balcony overlooking the mountainside. The moon was full and bright, casting silver light over the snow-covered peaks. The wind was cold, biting through his robes, but Harry barely felt it. He waited. The ring pulsed, faster now, warmer. He touched it, and for a moment, he felt something, a presence, a connection, a familiar mind reaching out across the darkness. Then the mountain moved. It was subtle at first, a shifting of shadows near the base of the cliff. But then the shadows parted, and a figure emerged. Small, slight, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Ragnarok. Harry's breath caught. He watched his friend climb towards him, moving with the ease of someone who had spent his whole life in the deep places. Rocks that would have crumbled under Harry's weight held firm under Ragnarok's feet. Shadows that would have hidden danger from Harry's eyes seemed to part for the Goblin Prince. In moments, Ragnarok was beside him on the balcony. He was breathing hard, his dark eyes bright with excitement, his sharp features split by a grin that showed too many teeth. Harry grinned back. Ragnarok. They stood there for a moment, just looking at each other. Then Ragnarok stepped forward and did something unexpected. He hugged Harry. It was awkward, goblins did not hug, as a rule, but it was real, and it was warm, and it made something in Harry's chest ache with joy. I made it, Ragnarok said, pulling back. The council argued. My father nearly changed his mind 3 times. But I made it. Harry laughed. I'm so glad you're here. I have so much to show you. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. Show me everything. The castle at night was a different place. With Ragnarok beside him, Harry saw it through new eyes. The Goblin Prince noticed things Harry had never seen, the way the stones shifted slightly in certain corridors, the hidden doors that appeared only when you looked at them from the right angle, the echoes of ancient magic that lingered in the walls like perfume. Your castle is built on old places, Ragnarok murmured as they walked through a darkened corridor. Very old. Older than the wizards. Older than the founders. There are things sleeping beneath these stones that have slept since before your kind learned to walk. Harry shivered. He had felt something like that, in his dreams. The deep places reaching up, calling to him. They visited the library first. Ragnarok prowled the stacks like a hunter, his fingers trailing over book spines, his dark eyes drinking in the titles. He stopped at a section on goblin history and pulled out a volume, flipping through it with growing disdain. This is wrong, he said, pointing at a passage. And this. Your wizards write our history like they understand it. They do not. Harry looked at the book. It was the same one Hermione had given him for Christmas. What's wrong with it? Ragnar's expression softened. Everything. Nothing. It is not your fault. Wizards see the world differently. They write what they see. But they do not see the deep places. They do not understand the blood debts, the honor codes, the way our magic works. He closed the book and set it back on the shelf. One day, perhaps, I will write our history. And wizards will read it and understand. They moved on, through corridors and classrooms, past portraits that snored in suits of armor that shifted in their sleep. Ragnar drank it all in, his eyes wide, his questions endless. How does the ceiling work? Why do the staircases move? Who built the towers? What is that smell? Harry answered what he could and made up the rest. It did not matter. Ragnar was not looking for facts. He was looking for the feeling of the place, the magic that lived in its stones. They ended up on the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle. The moon hung above them, fat and silver, and the stars stretched across the sky like diamonds scattered on black velvet. Ragnar stood at the edge of the tower, looking out at the world below. His sharp face was soft in the moonlight, his dark eyes reflecting the stars. "It is beautiful," he whispered. "The surface. I had forgotten how beautiful." Harry stood beside him, saying nothing. He understood. He had felt the same way, that first night on the train, seeing Hogwarts rise from the darkness. They stayed there for a long time, two boys from different worlds, sharing a moment that would bind them forever. Dawn found them in the Gryffindor common room, curled up in armchairs by the dying fire. Harry had smuggled Ragnar through the portrait hole using the invisibility cloak, and they had spent the last hour talking about everything and nothing. Ron had woken up at some point, done a double take at the sight of a goblin in his common room, and then promptly gone back to sleep with a muttered, "'S fine. Harry's weird. 'S why we like him." Hermione had been more awake. She had bombarded Ragnar with questions for a solid hour, taking notes in a small leather book, before finally collapsing from exhaustion. Now, with the fire crackling low and the first gray light of dawn seeping through the windows, Harry and Ragnar sat in comfortable silence. "I am glad I came," Ragnar said quietly. "The council said it was dangerous. My father said it was foolish. But I am glad." Harry nodded. "I'm glad too." Ragnar turned to look at him, his dark eyes serious. "You have changed, Harry. Since the alley. You are stronger. More confident. You have found your place." Harry thought about it. The cupboard. The Dursleys. The years of nothing. And now, friends, magic, a future. "I have," he agreed. "I've found my place." Ragnar smiled, a sharp, warm smile. "Good. Because the deep places are watching. And when the time comes, we will need you." Harry frowned. "What do you mean? What time?" Ragnar's expression flickered. For a moment, he looked older, burdened by knowledge he could not share. "I cannot say. Not yet. My father forbids it. But there are things moving in the darkness, Harry. Things that even we do not fully understand. And when they come," he paused, choosing his words carefully. "When they come, we will need allies. We will need friends. We will need you." Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, steadily, a promise waiting to be kept. "I'll be ready," he said. "Whatever comes, I'll be ready." Ragnar nodded. "I know. That is why we chose you." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning Harry did not fully understand. But he understood enough. He understood that his connection to the goblins was more than a debt of honor. It was a bond, a partnership, a promise of things to come. They sat in silence as the sun rose, painting the common room in shades of gold and pink. And when the first students began to stir, Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak and wrapped it around Ragnar. "Time to go," he said. Ragnar nodded. "Time to go." They made their way back through the castle, invisible and silent, until they reached the hidden balcony where Ragnar had first appeared. The Goblin Prince stepped out into the morning light, looking back at Harry one last time. "Thank you," he said. "For everything." Harry shook his head. "Thank you. For coming. For being my friend." Ragnar smiled. "Always. Remember that. Always." He turned and climbed down the mountainside, disappearing into the shadows as if he had never been there. Harry watched until he was gone, then touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, a final farewell. The days that followed were ordinary. Classes, meals, homework, sleep. But something had shifted in Harry. The unease that had dogged him since Halloween was gone, replaced by a quiet certainty. He was not alone. He had friends on the surface and friends in the deep. Whatever came, he would face it with them at his side. Ragnarok's visit became a cherished memory, something Harry held close when the world felt heavy. He wrote to the Goblin Prince regularly, and the letters that came back were longer now, filled with details of life in the deep places, of the council's debates and the king's wisdom and the endless ceremonies of royal life. Spring arrived, melting the snow and bringing new life to the castle grounds. Harry spent as much time outside as he could, sitting by the lake with Ron and Hermione, watching the giant squid wave its tentacles in the distance. Exams loomed, and Hermione's study sessions became legendary. Harry threw himself into his revision, determined to do well, to prove that he belonged. Ron complained constantly but studied just as hard, unwilling to be left behind. And through it all, the ring pulsed on Harry's finger. A steady beat. A constant reminder. A promise waiting to be kept. The end of term arrived with a rush of exams and a flurry of activity. Harry sat his tests with a calm he had not known he possessed, answering questions about transfiguration theory and charms principles and the proper brewing of potions. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of accomplishment that made him stand a little taller. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything. Not top of the class, that was Hermione, of course, but solidly in the middle, with outstanding marks in defense against the dark arts and exceeds expectations in most other subjects. Even Snape could not find fault with his potions mark, though he tried. The end-of-year feast was a riot of color and noise. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to Harry's 50 points for facing the troll. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. For the first time in his life, he felt like he belonged somewhere. Like he was part of something bigger than himself. When the feast ended and the students began to drift towards their dormitories, Dumbledore caught Harry's eye. He nodded once, a small, private gesture, and Harry nodded back. He knew what it meant. The headmaster was watching. The goblins were watching. Everyone was watching. And Harry was ready. The train ride back to London was bittersweet. Harry sat in the same compartment he had occupied on the journey to Hogwarts, watching the countryside roll past, feeling the distance grow between him and the place that had become home. Ron and Hermione were with him, of course. They talked and laughed and shared sweets from the trolley, but underneath the noise was a current of sadness. They would not see each other for 3 months. 3 months of letters and memories and waiting. "Write to me," Hermione said as the train pulled into King's Cross. "Both of you. I expect weekly updates on your summer reading." Ron groaned. "Summer reading? There's no such thing." Hermione fixed him with a look that could have wilted flowers. "There is now." They stepped onto the platform, and Harry's heart clenched. The Dursleys were waiting. He could see them at the barrier, Uncle Vernon's face purple with impatience, Aunt Petunia's pinched and disapproving, Dudley's smug and greedy. But this time was different. This time, Harry had friends to say goodbye to. This time, he had memories to carry with him. This time, he had a ring on his finger that pulsed with the warmth of 1,000 goblins watching over him. "See you soon," Ron said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Write to us," Hermione added, hugging him quickly. Harry nodded. "I will. I promise." He walked towards the Dursleys, his trunk floating behind him on its enchanted wheels, Hedwig's cage in his hand. Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged at the sight of the floating trunk, but before he could say anything, Harry spoke. "Let's go." His voice was calm, steady, unafraid. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Aunt Petunia grabbed Dudley's arm and pulled him towards the exit. Harry followed, the ring warm on his finger, his friends' goodbyes warm in his heart. He was going back to the cupboard. But only for a little while. And when he returned to Hogwarts, he would be ready for whatever came. The ring pulsed once, a promise sealed in magic and blood. Harry smiled and walked into the Muggle world, carrying a piece of the magical one with him. Number 4, Privet Drive, had not changed. The roses still bloomed in perfectly manicured beds. The lawn still displayed the geometric precision of a man with too much time and not enough love. The curtains still hung in stiff, sterile folds, blocking the world from seeing what happened inside. Harry stood at the end of the driveway, his trunk heavy at his side, Hedwig's cage clutched in his hand. The ring pulsed on his finger, a steady warmth that felt like a heartbeat. It had not stopped pulsing since he left King's Cross. Warning him, perhaps. Reminding him that he was not alone. The front door opened. Aunt Petunia stood there, her face pinched and pale, her eyes darting to the neighbors' windows to make sure no one was watching. "Get inside," she hissed. "Before someone sees you." Harry walked up the driveway. He did not run. He did not shuffle. He walked, his back straight, his eyes meeting hers without flinching. Something in her expression flickered. Surprise, perhaps, or fear. He stepped over the threshold, and the door slammed behind him. The house smelled the same. Polish and stale air and the faint undertone of Dudley's sweat. The hallway was the same. The living room was the same. The cupboard under the stairs was the same. But Harry was not. He set down his trunk and turned to face his aunt. She stood with her arms crossed, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes avoiding his. "Your room is the cupboard," she said. "Same as always. You'll do your chores. You'll stay out of sight. You'll." No. The word hung in the air between them. Small. Quiet. Absolute. Aunt Petunia's eyes snapped to his face. "What did you say?" Harry met her gaze. "I said no. I'm not sleeping in the cupboard. I'm not doing your chores. I'm not staying out of sight." For a moment, Aunt Petunia looked like she had been slapped. Then her face twisted into something ugly. "You think because you went to that school, because you're one of them, you can come into my house and tell me what you will and won't do. You're nothing. You're less than nothing. I'm Harry Potter." His voice was still quiet, but it carried a weight that made her stop. He held up his hand, showing her the ring. It pulsed, a soft glow emanating from the dark metal. "This ring was given to me by the Goblin King. It means I have the protection of an entire nation. It means if anyone in this house raises a hand to me, they will answer to creatures older and more dangerous than you can imagine." Aunt Petunia stared at the ring. Her face had gone white. Harry lowered his hand. "I'm not asking for much. A real bed, real food, to be left alone. That's all I want. Give me that, and I'll stay out of your way. I'll be invisible, but I won't be your slave anymore." The silence stretched. From the living room, Harry could hear the television, the familiar drone of some game show. Dudley's laugh, loud and empty. Aunt Petunia's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "The spare bedroom," she said finally. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Dudley's second bedroom. It's full of boxes, but I'll clear it out." She nodded, a jerky, unwilling movement. Then she turned and walked into the kitchen, her back rigid, her steps too fast. Harry stood in the hallway, the ring pulsing warmly on his finger. He had done it. He had stood up to her. And she had backed down. He picked up his trunk and carried it up the stairs. The spare bedroom was small and cramped, filled with boxes of Dudley's outgrown clothes and broken toys and things no one wanted but no one could bear to throw away. Harry spent the afternoon clearing it out, stacking boxes in the hallway, pushing furniture against the walls. By evening, it was a room. A small bed, pushed against the window. A rickety desk, rescued from the garage. A wardrobe that listed slightly to the left but held his clothes well enough. Hedwig's cage on the desk, her golden eyes watching him with approval. Harry sat on the bed and looked out the window. The street was quiet, the houses neat and identical, the people inside living their neat, identical lives. He could see the playground where he had never been allowed to play, the park where he had watched other children from a distance. He touched the ring. It pulsed. "I'm not that boy anymore," he whispered. "I'm never going to be that boy again." Hedwig hooted softly, agreement in her golden eyes. The first week was strange. Harry kept to his room as much as possible, reading his school books, writing letters to Ron and Hermione and Ragnarok. He came down for meals, ate what was offered, and retreated back upstairs. He did his chores. He could not shake the habit entirely, but he did them at his own pace, without fear. The Dursleys watched him warily. Uncle Vernon had turned purple when Aunt Petunia told him about the new arrangement, but one look at Harry's ring, at the quiet confidence in his eyes, had made him think better of arguing. Dudley stayed as far away as possible, as if Harry might suddenly turn him into a toad. It was not comfortable. It was not happy. But it was bearable. The letters helped. Ron wrote every few days, his scrawl barely legible, full of complaints about his brothers and his mother and the general unfairness of summer. Hermione wrote once a week, her letters neat and organized, filled with suggested reading lists and study schedules. Harry wrote back to both, sharing small details of his life, never mentioning the Dursleys by name. But the letters that mattered most came from Ragnarok. The Goblin Prince wrote in his spiky, angular script, filling pages with news from the deep places. The council was debating a new mining treaty. His father had commissioned a new throne, forged from the heart of the mountain. He had begun his training in the old magics, the ones that predated wizards, that reached back to the dawn of their kind. The old magics are different, Ragnarok wrote. They do not use wands. They do not use words. They use blood and stone and the memory of the earth. My teachers say I have a gift for it. They say I am like the kings of old, the ones who could speak to the mountain and have it answer. I think of you when I train. I think of the alley, and the way you stood before me. I think of the ring on your finger, and the way it sang when you needed it. You have the old magic too, Harry. You just do not know it yet. Harry read that letter 3 times. The old magic. The ring singing. He thought of the troll, of the scream that had turned it to dust. That had not been wand magic. That had been something else. He wrote back asking what Ragnarok meant, but the answer was vague, almost evasive. It is not my place to tell you. My father says the knowledge must come to you when you are ready. But watch for it, Harry. Feel for it. The old magic is in you, sleeping. When it wakes, you will know. July melted into August. The heat returned, pressing down on Privet Drive like a physical weight. Harry spent his days in his small room, reading, writing, watching the world go by from his window. At night, he dreamed. The dreams were different now. Not the mirror dreams, not the longing for family. These were deeper, darker, filled with images he did not understand. A great mountain, cracking open. A river of gold, flowing into darkness. Eyes in the shadows, watching, waiting. And always, always, a voice. Low and rumbling, like the mountain itself speaking. Come down, small human. Come down to the deep places. There is work to be done. Harry would wake with the ring blazing on his finger, his heart pounding, his sheets tangled around him. He would lie in the darkness, listening to the night sounds of the house, and wonder what it meant. He wrote to Ragnarok about the dreams. The reply came faster than usual, the script even more spiky and urgent. The mountain calls to you. It feels the ring, feels the bond. Do not be afraid. The dreams are not threats. They are invitations. One day, you will come down. One day, you will walk in the deep places as a friend, as family. But not yet. Not until you are ready. Watch for the signs, Harry. The mountain is patient. It will wait. The signs came sooner than expected. It was the last week of August, the heat at its peak, when Harry felt something shift. The ring, which had been pulsing steadily all summer, suddenly blazed. White hot. Screaming. He clutched his hand, gasping, as images flooded his mind. Not dreams this time. Visions. Real and immediate and terrifying. Ragnarok, running through dark tunnels, something chasing him. The king, standing before a cracked throne, his ancient face twisted with fury. Goblins fighting, dying, their blood mixing with gold on the stone floor. And behind it all, a shadow. A dark shape, formless and vast, reaching for the deep places with fingers of smoke and fear. The vision faded. Harry sat on his bed, shaking, his hand still burning where the ring had blazed. Hedwig hooted frantically, her golden eyes wide with alarm. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. He grabbed parchment and quill and wrote faster than he had ever written. Ragnarok, I saw something. A vision. The ring showed me. You were running. The king was angry. Goblins were fighting. What's happening? Are you all right? Please write back. Please tell me you're safe. Harry. He sent Hedwig before the ink was dry, watching her disappear into the night sky. Then he sat by the window, the ring pulsing erratically on his finger, and waited. The answer came 3 days later. Hedwig landed on his windowsill at dawn, exhausted, her feathers ruffled. She carried a letter sealed with the crest of Kabarth, but the wax was cracked, the seal broken. Harry tore it open. Harry. I am alive. Barely. There was an attack. Someone, something, tried to breach the deep places. They came through the old tunnels, the ones we thought sealed for centuries. My father's guards held them off, but the cost was high. I cannot say more. The council has ordered silence. They do not know who or what attacked, only that it was old. Very old. Older than the mountain. Older than us. The ring warned you. My father says that is significant. The bond between us is stronger than we knew. It reaches across distances, across magic, across danger. Be careful, Harry. Whatever came for us may come for you too. The ring will protect you, but it cannot do everything. I will write when I can. Until then, watch. Wait. Be ready. Your friend, Ragnar. Harry read the letter until he had memorized every word. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it under his pillow, next to the photograph of his parents. Something was coming. Something old and dangerous. Something that had attacked the deep places, that had killed goblins, that had made the king's ancient face twist with fury. And somehow, Harry was connected to it. The ring had warned him. The bond had shown him. He looked at his hand. The ring pulsed steadily now, calm again, but he could feel the power in it, waiting, watching. I'll be ready, he whispered. Whatever comes, I'll be ready. The last week of summer passed in a haze of anticipation and dread. Harry wrote to Ron and Hermione but did not mention the attack. He did not know how to explain it, did not know if he was allowed to share it. So he wrote about ordinary things, about the weather and his reading and his counting of days until the train. At night, he watched the window. Watched the shadows. Watched for signs of something coming. Nothing came. The street remained quiet, the houses remained dark, the world remained ordinary. But Harry knew better now. The world was not ordinary. It never had been. On the last night before his return to Hogwarts, he dreamed again. This time, the mountain was quiet. The tunnels were empty. The throne room was dark, the king's seat vacant. Ragnar stood alone before the cracked throne, his back to Harry, his shoulders slumped with a weight too heavy for someone so young. I cannot do this alone, Ragnar whispered. I need you. I need my friend. Harry woke with tears on his face. King's Cross Station was chaos, as always. Harry pushed his trunk through the barrier, emerged onto platform 9 3/4, and was immediately engulfed by the familiar chaos of students and families and owls and cats. He scanned the crowd, looking for familiar faces. Ron found him first, his red hair a beacon in the sea of black robes. Harry, over here. They collided in a rough hug, laughing, talking over each other. Hermione appeared a moment later, slightly out of breath, her arms full of books as usual. You're both here, she said, beaming. I was so worried you'd miss the train. They boarded together, finding an empty compartment near the back. Hedwig settled onto her perch, and Harry's trunk went into the luggage rack, and for the first time all summer, Harry felt like he could breathe. The train pulled out of the station. The platform faded, and they were on their way back to Hogwarts. Ron launched into a detailed account of his summer, full of complaints about his brothers and his mother and the general unfairness of having to denome the garden. Hermione countered with her own summer stories, a trip to France with her parents, hours spent in bookshops, a correspondence course in arithmancy. Harry listened, laughed, contributed where he could. But his mind was elsewhere. On the deep places. On the attack. On Ragnar's whispered words in the dream. Hermione noticed first. Of course she did. Harry, are you all right? You seem distracted. Harry hesitated. He had not told them about the attack. He had not told anyone. But they were his friends. His best friends. If he could not trust them, who could he trust? Something happened, he said quietly. Over the summer. Something with the goblins. He told them everything. The vision, the letter, the dream. Ragnar's words about the attack, about something old coming through the tunnels, about the cost being high. When he finished, the compartment was silent. Even the sounds of the train seemed to fade. Ron's face was pale. Blimey, Harry. An attack on Gringotts. On the goblins. That's huge. Hermione's brow was furrowed. Something old. Older than the mountain. That could mean anything. There are creatures in the wizarding world that predate goblins, that predate humans. Things that slept while civilizations rose and fell. Things like what? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. I don't know. The books don't talk about them. They're not supposed to be real. They're supposed to be myths, legends, stories to scare children. Ron leaned forward. But if they're real, if something really did attack the goblins, then we might be in danger too, Hermione finished. Hogwarts is built on old places. Very old. Ragnar said so himself. Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed steadily, calmly, but he could feel the power in it, waiting. I have to help them, he said. The goblins. Ragnarok. They're my friends. They swore loyalty to me. I can't just. You can't do anything from Hogwarts, Hermione said gently. Not yet. But you can learn. You can prepare. You can be ready when the time comes. Harry nodded. She was right. He knew she was right. But it did not make the waiting any easier. The train rattled on, carrying them north, carrying them towards whatever waited. Hogwarts rose from the darkness, beautiful and terrible and ancient. Harry stared at it through the window of the horseless carriage, feeling the weight of its magic pressing against his skin. The castle knew. He could feel it in the stones, in the air, in the way the torches flickered as he passed. Something had changed over the summer. Something had shifted. The Sorting Hat sang a new song this year, warning of danger from within, of unity needed, of old enemies stirring. Harry listened with growing unease, his hand finding the ring, holding it tight. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster nodded once, a small, private gesture, and Harry nodded back. They knew. They all knew. Something was coming. The feast passed in a blur. Harry ate without tasting, laughed without feeling, talked without listening. His mind was elsewhere, in the deep places, with Ragnarok and the king and the goblins who had sworn loyalty to him. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, he wrote a letter. Ragnarok, I'm back at Hogwarts. I'm thinking of you. I'm thinking of the deep places. I'm thinking of whatever attacked. If you need me, if your people need me, send word. The ring will find me. I'll come, no matter what. Your friend, Harry. He sent Hedwig into the night and watched her disappear towards the mountains. Then he sat by the fire, the ring pulsing on his finger, and waited. September passed in a haze of classes and homework and stolen moments of worry. Harry threw himself into his studies, driven by a need to be ready, to be prepared, to be strong enough for whatever came. Snape was worse than ever, his sneers more pointed, his deductions more frequent. Harry bore it with a patience that surprised even himself. Let Snape hate him. He had bigger things to worry about. Ragnarok's letters came weekly now, full of news from the deep places. The council was still debating. The king was still furious. The tunnels were still guarded, day and night, by the fiercest warriors in the Goblin nation. We have not identified the attackers, Ragnarok wrote. They left no trace. No bodies. No blood. Nothing. It is as if they were never there. But they were there. My father's guards died. Good goblins, brave goblins. Their families mourn. I mourn with them. Harry read the letters and felt the weight of his friend's grief. He wrote back with what comfort he could offer, but words felt inadequate. What could he say to someone who had watched his people die? October arrived, bringing with it the anniversary of the troll attack. Harry did not celebrate. He spent the evening in the common room, staring into the fire, remembering. The ring pulsed. Warm. Steady. Waiting. On Halloween night, exactly 1 year after the troll, Harry woke to find his hand burning. The ring blazed white-hot, pulsing with an urgency that made him gasp. He sat up in bed, clutching his hand, as visions flooded his mind. Ragnarok, running, tunnels collapsing behind him, shadows reaching for him with fingers of smoke and fear. The king, standing before the cracked throne, his ancient face twisted with rage and grief and something that looked like despair. And behind it all, the shadow. Larger now, closer, reaching. Help me. Ragnarok's voice, faint and desperate. Harry, help me. Harry was out of bed before he knew he had moved. He grabbed the invisibility cloak, shoved his feet into shoes, and ran. The castle was dark, the corridors empty. He ran through shadows and moonlight, following the ring's guidance, following the bond that connected him to the deep places. He reached the 7th floor, the hidden balcony, the place where Ragnarok had first appeared. The mountain loomed before him, dark and silent under the full moon. The ring blazed. The mountain called. Harry stepped to the edge of the balcony and looked down. Far below, at the base of the cliff, shadows moved. Shapes that should not exist. Darkness that should not live. And in the midst of them, running, fighting, dying, Ragnarok. Harry did not think. He did not plan. He just moved. He climbed down the mountainside, his bare hands finding holds that should not have been there, his bare feet pressing against stone that should have cut them. The ring guided him, protected him, filled him with strength he did not know he possessed. He reached the bottom. The shadows were closer now, pressing in on Ragnar, reaching for him with fingers of smoke and fear. Harry stepped forward. The ring blazed. And for the second time in his life, he screamed. The sound that came out of him was not human. It was older, deeper, filled with the power of the deep places and the bond that connected him to the Goblin nation. It was the scream of a boy who had found his family and would not let them be taken. The shadows recoiled. They writhed and twisted and fled, disappearing into the darkness from which they came. Ragnar stood alone in the moonlight, his chest heaving, his eyes wide. He stared at Harry, and Harry stared back. "You came," Ragnar whispered. "You actually came." Harry walked forward and pulled his friend into a hug. "I told you. Always. I'll always come." The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and steady, a promise kept. And in the deep places, far below, the king smiled and turned to his advisors. "The small human has answered the call," he said. "Now we begin." The shadows fled like smoke before wind, disappearing into cracks in the mountain that Harry could not see. One moment they were there, pressing in with their cold and their fear, and the next they were gone, leaving only the moonlit rocks and the two boys standing in their wake. Ragnar trembled in Harry's arms. His small body shook with exhaustion and fear and something else, relief, perhaps, or disbelief. He pulled back and stared at Harry with those dark, ancient eyes that held centuries in their depths. "How?" he whispered. "How did you know? How did you come?" Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, steadily, the blazing heat faded to its usual gentle rhythm. "The ring showed me. I saw you running. I saw the shadows. I came." Ragnar's gaze dropped to the ring, and something flickered in his expression. "Awe, gratitude, understanding. The bond," he said softly. "It's stronger than we knew. Stronger than any bond in centuries." He looked up, and for the first time, Harry saw tears in those ancient eyes. "You saved me." Again, Harry shook his head. "You don't have to keep count. That's not what friends do." Ragnar laughed then, a wet, shaky sound that was half sob and half joy. "Friends. Yes, friends." They stood there for a moment, two boys from different worlds, bound by something deeper than blood. Then Ragnar straightened, his princely composure returning. "We need to go. The shadows will regroup. They always do." He looked at the mountain, at the dark tunnels that led to the deep places. "My father needs to know what happened. He needs to know you came." Harry nodded. "Then let's go." They climbed together, Ragnar leading the way through passages that only he could see, Harry following with the ring as his guide. The tunnels were dark and cold, but the ring pulsed warmth through Harry's body, protecting him from the chill. They walked for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the mountain. The tunnels changed as they descended. Rough-hewn rock gave way to smooth stone, natural caverns gave way to carved halls. Torches flickered in iron brackets, their flames blue and steady, casting strange shadows on the walls. Goblins appeared in doorways as they passed. They stared at Harry with those dark, unreadable eyes, and Harry stared back. Some bowed. Some pressed their hands to their chests in the gesture of respect he had come to recognize. All of them watched. Finally, they reached the throne room. The massive doors stood open, revealing the cavern beyond. The king sat on his throne, ancient and terrible, his crystal crown pulsing with its own inner light. Around him stood the council, old goblins in rich robes, their faces carved from the same stone as the mountain itself. Ragnar walked forward, Harry beside him. They stopped at the base of the dais, and Ragnar bowed deeply. "Father, I was attacked. In the upper tunnels. The shadows came again." He paused, and his voice grew stronger. "Harry saved me. He came from the castle, from the surface, and he drove them away." The king's eyes moved to Harry. They were unreadable, those ancient eyes, but Harry felt the weight of them like a physical force. "Approach, small human." Harry walked forward until he stood at the foot of the throne. He did not bow. The king had told him he never needed to. "Show me the ring." Harry held up his hand. The ring pulsed in the torchlight, its dark metal gleaming. The king studied it for a long moment. Then he nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. "It sang," he said. "We felt it, all of us. The ring sang through the deep places like a bell, and we knew you had called upon it." His eyes met Harry's. "That is the third time the ring has sung since we gave it to you. The troll. The warning. Now this. 3 times you have called upon its power, and 3 times it has answered." Harry did not know what to say. He had not meant to call upon the ring. He had just acted, just reacted, just done what needed to be done. The king rose from his throne. He descended the steps slowly, his ancient form filling the space before Harry. When he spoke, his voice was soft, meant only for the small human before him. The bond between you and my son is stronger than I anticipated. Stronger than any bond in 1,000 years. It has awakened something in you, something that has slept since the day you were born. He reached out and touched the ring on Harry's finger. The metal pulsed under his touch, recognizing him, accepting him. The old magic, the king continued. The magic that predates wands and words and all the tools of your kind. It lives in you, Harry Potter. It has always lived in you. The ring simply gave it a voice. Harry stared at the king, trying to understand. The old magic. The scream that had turned a troll to dust. The visions that had shown him Ragnarok in danger. The shadows that had fled before him. Is that what drove them away? He asked. The shadows. The old magic. The king nodded slowly. The shadows are ancient enemies. They have slept for millennia, but something has woken them. Something is calling them from their slumber. His eyes darkened. We do not know what. We do not know why. But we know they fear the old magic. They fear the power that lives in the blood of those who carry the bond. He turned and addressed the council. You have witnessed. The small human has answered the call 3 times. He has proven himself worthy of more than our protection. He has proven himself worthy of our trust. Murmurs rippled through the council. Old goblins exchanged glances, nodded slowly, reached some agreement that Harry could not follow. The king turned back to Harry. The council has agreed. From this day forward, you are not merely under our protection. You are one of us. A blood kin of the goblin nation. Entitled to all the rights and responsibilities that come with that honor. Harry's breath caught. One of them. Blood kin. He did not fully understand what it meant, but he understood the weight of it. The goblins did not give such honors lightly. Ragnarok stepped forward, his face split by a wide grin. Did you hear that, Harry? Blood kin. That means your family. Really family. Harry looked at his friend, at the joy in his ancient eyes, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. Family. He had family now. Not just the Weasleys, not just Hermione and Ron, but an entire nation of ancient creatures who had chosen him. Thank you, he whispered. He did not know if he was speaking to Ragnarok or the king or the council or all of them. It did not matter. The king raised his hand, and the council fell silent. There is more. The shadows will return. They are gathering strength, learning, growing. We must be ready. He looked at Harry. You will train with us. Learn the old magic. Learn to use the bond. When the shadows come again, you will stand with us. Harry did not hesitate. I will. The king smiled then, a sharp, ancient smile that held centuries of wisdom and battle. Good. Then it begins. The training started that night. Harry did not return to Hogwarts. He could not. The castle would have to wait, would have to wonder, would have to survive without him for a while. The ring pulsed on his finger, and he knew, somehow, impossibly, that Dumbledore would understand. The goblins gave him a room. It was small but warm, carved from the living rock, with a bed that was surprisingly comfortable and a fire that never went out. Harry slept for a few hours, exhausted beyond words, and woke to find Ragnarok sitting beside his bed. Time to begin, the prince said. My father's best warriors are waiting. The training grounds were deep in the mountain, a vast cavern lit by glowing crystals that hung from the ceiling like frozen stars. Goblins practiced with weapons Harry had never seen, swords that curved like snakes, axes that gleamed with inner fire, spears that seemed to move on their own. An old goblin approached them. He was shorter than the others, but broader, his arms thick with muscle, his face a roadmap of scars. His eyes, when they fixed on Harry, held something like respect. I am Cthulhu, he said, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. I will teach you the old magic. If you survive. Harry swallowed. I'll try. Cthulhu's scarred face split in what might have been a grin. Good. Trying is the first step. Dying is the second. Let us hope you skip that one. The training was brutal. Cthulhu did not believe in gentle introductions. He threw Harry into exercises that seemed impossible, meditations that lasted hours, movements that required precision and control, tests of will that left Harry shaking with exhaustion. The old magic is not like your wand magic, Cthulhu explained during one of their rare breaks. Wand magic uses words and gestures to shape power. The old magic is power. It lives in you, in your blood, in your bones. You do not cast it. You become it. Harry tried to understand. He sat in meditation for hours, feeling the ring pulse on his finger, feeling something deeper stir in response. It was like listening for a whisper in a storm, like reaching for something just beyond his grasp. The bond helps, Cthulhu said. The ring connects you to the deep places, to the heart of the mountain. When you need power, you can draw on that connection. But be careful. Too much, too fast, and the mountain will consume you. Harry thought of the scream that had turned the troll to dust. That had been too much, too fast. He had not controlled it, it had controlled him. I need to learn control, he said. Cthulhu nodded. Yes, control is everything. Power without control is just destruction. Control without power is just meditation. You need both. The days blurred together. Harry lost track of time, of day and night, of everything except the training. He learned to feel the old magic stirring in his blood. He learned to call it, gently at first, then with more force. He learned to shape it, to direct it, to use it without being consumed. The ring guided him. It pulsed with each success, warmed with each breakthrough, cooled when he pushed too hard. It was like a second heartbeat, a constant reminder of the bond that connected him to this place. Ragnarok trained with him sometimes, though the prince had his own lessons, his own duties. They would meet in the evenings, in Harry's small room, and talk about everything and nothing. About the training, about the shadows, about the world above and the world below. Do you miss it? Ragnarok asked one night. The surface, the castle, your friends. Harry thought about it. He missed Ron's laugh and Hermione's lectures. He missed the great hall at dinner, the common room fire, the view from the astronomy tower. But he did not miss them the way he had expected to. They're still there, he said. They'll still be there when I go back. And right now, I need to be here. Ragnarok nodded slowly. That is what it means to be blood kin. The deep places call to you. They become part of you. You will always hear them now, even when you are above. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, agreeing. I can live with that, he said. Weeks passed. Harry lost count of how many. The training continued, pushing him further, testing him harder. He learned to summon the old magic at will, to shape it into shields and blades and light. He learned to feel the mountain around him, to sense its moods and its memories, to draw on its ancient power without fear. Cthulhu watched him with something that might have been pride. You learn fast, small human. Faster than any of our young. The bond helps, yes, but it is more than that. You have a gift for this. A natural talent. Harry did not feel talented. He felt exhausted, pushed to his limits, stretched thin. But he also felt stronger, more alive, more connected to something deeper than himself. The shadows did not return. Not while Harry trained. But they were there, in the distance, in the darkness beyond the tunnels. Waiting, watching, gathering strength. The king summoned Harry to the throne room on a day that felt no different from any other. The council was assembled, their ancient faces turned towards him as he approached. You have trained well, the king said. Cthulhu tells me you have mastered the basics of the old magic. That you have learned to draw on the mountain without being consumed. Harry nodded. I've tried. The king's eyes glinted. You have succeeded. And now it is time for the next step. He gestured, and two goblins approached, carrying something between them. It was a box, small and dark, made of a metal Harry did not recognize. They set it at Harry's feet and stepped back. This was found in the deepest tunnels, the king said. In the places where the shadows first appeared. It is old. Very old. Older than our records, older than our memory. Harry looked at the box. It pulsed with a dark energy that made his skin crawl. What is it? He asked. We do not know, but we believe it is connected to the shadows. To their awakening. To whatever is calling them. The king's voice grew heavy. We need you to open it. Harry stared at him. Me? Why me? Because you carry the old magic. Because the ring protects you. Because if anyone can touch it without being consumed, it is you. The king's ancient eyes met his. Will you try? Harry looked at the box. It seemed to pulse with darkness, with danger, with something that whispered to him in a language he did not understand. He thought of Ragnarok, running from the shadows. He thought of the goblins who had died, whose families mourned. He thought of the bond, of the family he had found in the deep places. I'll try, he said. He knelt before the box. The ring blazed on his finger, warning him, protecting him. He reached out with his mind, with the old magic, with everything he had learned. The box opened. Darkness poured out. Not shadows, not smoke, but something older, deeper, more terrible. It swirled around Harry, reaching for him, trying to find a way in. The ring blazed. The old magic rose in Harry's blood. He pushed back against the darkness, shaped it, directed it, forced it to retreat. And in the darkness, he saw something. A face. Ancient and terrible and familiar. The face from his dreams, from the visions. From the shadows that had fled before him. It smiled. "Harry Potter," it whispered. "We meet at last." The vision shattered. Harry fell back, gasping, the box snapping shut with a sound like thunder. The darkness retreated, disappearing into the metal, waiting. The council stared at him. The king's face was pale beneath its ancient lines. "What did you see?" he demanded. Harry's voice shook. "A face. It knew my name. It said, we meet at last." The silence that followed was absolute. The king turned to the council, and Harry saw something in his ancient eyes that he had never seen before. Fear. Harry did not sleep that night. He sat in his small room, the ring pulsing erratically on his finger, and tried to make sense of what he had seen. The face in the darkness. The voice that knew his name. The smile that had promised something terrible. Ragnarok found him at dawn. The prince's face was pale, his dark eyes shadowed with worry. "My father wants to see you. The council has been debating all night." Harry nodded and followed him to the throne room. The council looked exhausted. The king sat on his throne, ancient and terrible, but there were new lines on his face, new shadows in his eyes. "The box," he said without preamble. "It is a prison. An ancient prison, created by the first goblins to contain something that could not be destroyed." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Something that has now awakened." Harry's blood ran cold. "The face I saw, that's what was in the box." The king nodded slowly. "We believe so. And we believe it is connected to the shadows. It called them, woke them, used them to try to escape." His eyes met Harry's. "It knows you, Harry Potter. It spoke your name. That means it has been watching. Waiting. Planning." Harry thought of the dreams, the visions, the constant sense of being watched. How does it know me?" The king was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with ancient knowledge. "There are legends. Stories from the before times, when the old magic was young and the world was different. They speak of a darkness that could not be destroyed, only contained. A darkness that fed on fear and pain and death. A darkness that," he paused, "that marked certain souls. That watched for them across the ages." He looked at Harry with those ancient, knowing eyes. "I think you are one of those souls, Harry Potter. I think the darkness has been waiting for you since before you were born." The words hung in the air like a sentence. Harry thought of his parents, murdered by a dark wizard. He thought of the scar on his forehead, the mark of something that should have killed him. He thought of the ring on his finger, the bond that connected him to the deep places, the old magic that had awakened in his blood. "What do I do?" he asked. His voice was small, but it did not shake. The king rose from his throne. He walked to Harry and placed his ancient hands on the boy's shoulders. "You train. You learn. You grow strong." His eyes burned with fierce determination. "And when the darkness comes, for it will come, you stand. You fight. You do not run." Harry looked up at the king, at this ancient creature who had become something like a father, and nodded. "I'll stand," he said. "I'll fight. I won't run." The king smiled, a sharp, fierce smile that held centuries of battle. "Good. Then let us begin again." The training intensified after that. Cthulhu pushed Harry harder than ever, driving him to exhaustion and beyond. The old magic flowed through him now, responding to his will, shaping itself to his needs. He learned to create shields that could turn aside darkness, blades that could cut through shadow, light that could banish the deepest fear. The ring guided him, protected him, amplified his power when he needed it most. It pulsed constantly now, a steady heartbeat that connected him to the mountain, to the deep places, to the family he had found below. Weeks passed. Months, perhaps. Harry lost track of time completely. He trained and ate and slept and trained again, his world shrinking to the caverns and tunnels and the constant push to be stronger, faster, better. And always, in the back of his mind, the face in the darkness waited. Watching, smiling, knowing. The summons came on a day that felt like any other. Harry was in the training cavern, practicing a new technique Cthulhu had shown him, when Ragnarok burst through the door. The prince's face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Harry, you have to come, now." Harry followed without question. They ran through tunnels and caverns, past goblins who pressed themselves against walls to let them pass, until they reached the throne room. The council was assembled. The king sat on his throne, but he looked different. Older, weaker, afraid. "The shadows," he said without preamble. "They are moving, gathering, preparing." His eyes found Harry. "They are coming here, to the deep places, and they are coming for you." Harry's blood ran cold. "How long? Days? Perhaps hours? We do not know." The king rose, his ancient form straightening with effort. "You must leave. Return to the surface, to your castle. You will be safer there." Harry shook his head. "No, I won't run. I told you, I'll stand. I'll fight." The king's eyes blazed. "You will do as I say. You are blood kin, and I am your king. You will go." Harry met his gaze. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Harry spoke. His voice was quiet, but it carried through the throne room like a bell. "I'm not running. Not again. I've spent my whole life running, from the Dursleys, from the cupboard, from everything. I'm done running." He touched the ring on his finger. "This bond means something. You mean something. Ragnarok means something. I won't abandon you." The king stared at him. The council stared at him. Even Ragnarok stared at him. Then, slowly, the king smiled. "You are indeed blood kin," he said softly. "Stubborn as the mountain itself." He turned to the council. "Prepare for battle." The small human stays. The council erupted in motion. Goblins rushed from the throne room, shouting orders, preparing defenses. Harry stood beside the king, watching, waiting. Ragnarok grabbed his arm. "Are you sure about this?" Harry looked at his friend, at the fear in his ancient eyes, at the hope beneath it. "I'm sure," he said. "We face this together. Or not at all." Ragnarok nodded slowly. Then he smiled, a sharp, fierce grin. "Together, then." They clasped arms, goblin fashion, and turned to face whatever was coming. The ring pulsed on Harry's finger. Warm, steady, ready. In the darkness beyond the tunnels, something smiled and began to move. The battle was coming, and Harry Potter would be ready. The deep places hummed with preparation. Goblins moved through the tunnels like shadows themselves, their usual silence abandoned for urgent shouts and the clang of weapons being readied. Harry stood in the throne room, watching the chaos, feeling the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. Ragnarok appeared at his side, dressed in armor Harry had never seen before, dark metal that gleamed with inner fire, shaped to fit his small form perfectly. He carried a sword that seemed too large for him, but he held it with the ease of long practice. "You should have armor," Ragnarok said. Harry looked down at himself. He still wore the clothes he had arrived in, jeans and a t-shirt, now stained and worn from weeks of training. "Hardly battle ready." "There's no time," he said. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "There is always time for proper preparation." He gestured, and a goblin hurried forward, carrying a bundle of dark cloth. "My father ordered this for you. In case you stayed." Harry unfolded the bundle. Armor. Not metal like the goblins wore, but something else, leather, perhaps, but darker and tougher, reinforced with plates of something that looked like stone. It was light in his hands, flexible, and when he put it on, it fit as if made for him. "The mountain's hide," Ragnarok explained. "Tanned and treated with old magic. It will turn blades and shadow alike." Harry looked at himself in the polished stone that served as a mirror. The armor changed him, made him look like a warrior, like someone who belonged in this place, in this fight. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, approving. "Thank you," he said. Ragnarok grinned. "Thank us by surviving." The king addressed them an hour later. The throne room was packed with goblins, warriors in armor, elders in robes, even a few children who had refused to be left behind. They stood in silence as their king rose from his throne and walked among them. "The shadows come," he said, his voice carrying through the cavern without effort. "They have slept for millennia, but something has woken them. Something calls them from their slumber." His eyes swept the crowd, touching each face, each warrior, each child. "They come for our home. For our families. For our future." He stopped before Harry. "They come for him." The crowd stirred. Whispers rippled through the ranks. The king raised his hand, and silence fell. The small human could have fled. He could have returned to the surface, to his castle, to his safety. He chose to stay. He chose to stand with us. He turned to face the crowd fully. He is blood kin. He is one of us. And today, he fights with us. A roar went up from the crowd. Goblins raised their weapons, shouted their battle cries, stamped their feet against the stone. The sound was deafening, terrifying, glorious. Harry stood in the midst of it, the ring blazing on his finger, and felt something he had never felt before. He belonged. The first attack came from the deepest tunnels. Harry stood with Ragnarok and a company of goblin warriors at the mouth of a cavern that opened into darkness. The shadows had been gathering there for hours, pressing against the barriers the goblins had erected, testing their strength. "They're waiting for something," Ragnarok muttered. "Building courage. Or numbers." Harry felt it too. The old magic in his blood stirred, sensing the darkness, recognizing it as enemy. The ring pulsed urgently, warning him. "Get ready," he said. The barriers shattered. Shadows poured through the opening like water through a broken dam. They were formless and terrible, cold and hungry, reaching for the goblins with fingers of smoke and fear. The goblins met them with steel and fire. Weapons carved with old magic sliced through the shadows, and where they cut, the darkness screamed and fled. But more came. Always more. Harry raised his hand and called on the old magic. It answered. Power flooded through him, drawn from the mountain, from the ring, from the bond that connected him to this place. He shaped it into light, pure, blinding light, and hurled it at the shadows. They recoiled. They screamed. They dissolved. But in the darkness beyond, something watched. Something smiled. The battle raged for hours. Harry lost track of time, of space, of everything except the endless wave of shadows and the need to push them back. He fought alongside Ragnarok, their movements synchronized, their magic complementing each other. Where Harry's light burned, Ragnarok's blade cut. Where Ragnarok's sword failed, Harry's shields protected. They were a team. They were brothers. The king fought at the head of his warriors, ancient and terrible, his crystal crown blazing with power. Where he walked, shadows fled. Where he struck, darkness died. But there were too many. Always too many. They're endless, Ragnarok gasped during a brief lull. We can't keep this up forever. Harry looked at the tunnel mouth. The shadows still poured through, undiminished, unending. Behind them, in the darkness, something waited. We need to close the source, he said. Whatever's calling them, we need to stop it. Ragnarok's eyes widened. The deep tunnels. The place where we found the box. Harry nodded. I have to go. Then I go with you. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Harry nodded. Together. The deep tunnels were darker than anything Harry had ever experienced. The torches that lined the upper passages did not reach here. The crystals that glowed in the training caverns did not grow here. There was only darkness, thick, pressing, alive. The ring blazed on Harry's finger, lighting the way. Its glow pushed back the shadows just enough for them to see a few feet ahead. They walked for what felt like hours. The tunnels wound deeper and deeper, past places that felt wrong, past openings that led to darkness even the ring could not pierce. Do you feel that? Ragnarok whispered. Harry felt it. A presence. Ancient and terrible and aware. Watching them. Waiting for them. It knows we're coming, he said. Ragnarok's grip on his sword tightened. Good. Let it know. They reached a cavern that opened before them like a wound in the world. It was vast, larger than the throne room, larger than anything Harry had imagined. At its center, floating in the darkness, was the box. The same box Harry had opened weeks ago. But now it was different. Now it was open, and from it, something was emerging. The shadows that had attacked the tunnels were nothing compared to this. This was the source, the origin, the heart of the darkness. It took shape as it rose from the box, a form that was not a form. A face that was not a face, a presence that pressed against Harry's mind like a physical weight. Harry Potter, it whispered. The voice was the same as in his vision. Ancient and terrible and knowing. You came. I knew you would. Harry stepped forward, the ring blazing, the old magic rising in his blood. What do you want? The darkness laughed. The sound was like bones breaking, like mountains crumbling, like the end of everything. I want what I have always wanted. What I was created to want. The face formed in the darkness, smiling with too many teeth. I want to consume, to devour, to become. Harry raised his hand, gathering power. You'll have to go through me first. The darkness's smile widened. Oh, little one, that is exactly what I planned. It struck. The battle in the deep cavern was unlike anything Harry had faced. The darkness did not fight with claws or teeth or shadowy fingers. It fought with the mind. It pressed against Harry's thoughts, showing him images designed to break him. The cupboard, Dudley's fists, Uncle Vernon's belt, Aunt Petunia's contempt. Harry pushed back, but the images kept coming. His parents, dying, the green light, the sound of a laugh that was not this darkness but was connected to it somehow. You carry so much pain, the darkness whispered. So much fear, so much anger. Give it to me. Let me take it. Let me consume it. Harry screamed and hurled light at the darkness. It recoiled, but only for a moment. You cannot destroy me, it said. I am older than this mountain. Older than your kind. Older than the stones themselves. I have seen civilizations rise and fall. I have watched gods die. You are nothing. A child. A spark. Harry gathered himself. The ring blazed. The mountain answered. I may be a spark, he said. But sparks can start fires. He drew on everything, the old magic, the bond, the mountain, the love of his friends, the memory of his parents, the courage that had made him stand in an alley when he was 6 years old. He drew on it all and shaped it into a blade of pure light. Then he struck. The blade cut through the darkness like a sword through smoke. The creature screamed, a real scream, full of pain and rage and disbelief. It writhed and twisted, trying to escape, but the light followed it, burned it, consumed it. No, it shrieked. No, you cannot. I am eternal, I am. You were, Harry said. Now you're not. The last of the darkness dissolved. The box slammed shut. The cavern fell silent. Harry stood alone in the darkness, the light fading from his hands, the ring pulsing weakly on his finger. He was exhausted, drained, empty. But he was alive, and the darkness was gone. Ragnarok found him minutes later. Or hours. Time had lost all meaning. Harry. Harry. The prince's voice was frantic, his hands gripping Harry's shoulders, shaking him. You did it. You actually did it. Harry tried to smile. Told you. Sparks. Ragnarok laughed, a sound half sob and half joy. You're insane. Completely insane. I hope you know that. Harry's eyes closed. The exhaustion was too much, pulling him down into darkness. But this darkness was different. This darkness was peaceful, safe. He let it take him. He woke in the small room that had become his home. The fire crackled in its hearth. The bed was soft beneath him. And sitting in a chair beside him, watching with anxious eyes, was Ragnarok. You're awake, the prince breathed. Thank the mountain. Harry tried to sit up. Pain shot through him, and he fell back with a groan. Don't move, Ragnarok said firmly. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Cthulhu says you burned through more magic than any living creature should be able to handle. You're lucky to be alive. Harry processed this. 3 days. The darkness. The battle. Is it gone? He asked. The creature. The shadows. Is it really gone? Ragnarok's expression flickered. We think so. The box is sealed. The shadows have stopped coming. The deep tunnels are quiet for the first time in weeks. He paused. But we don't know if it's permanent. The creature said it was eternal. Ancient. We don't know if it can be truly destroyed. Harry thought about that. The creature's final screams echoed in his memory. It had felt pain. It had felt fear. Maybe that meant it could die. We'll watch, he said. We'll be ready. Ragnarok nodded slowly. That's what my father said. He also said, he paused, a smile tugging at his lips, that you are the bravest creature he has ever met. Human or goblin. And that the bond between us is now sealed in blood and battle, stronger than any oath. Harry felt warmth bloom in his chest. The king's approval. Ragnarok's friendship. The bond that connected them. Tell him thank you, he said. For everything. Ragnarok grinned. Tell him yourself. He's coming to see you. The king arrived an hour later. He looked older than Harry remembered, more tired. The battle had taken its toll on him too. But his eyes, when they fixed on Harry, were warm with something that might have been love. Small human, he said, lowering himself into the chair Ragnarok had vacated. You have done what none of my warriors could do. You have faced the ancient darkness and driven it back. Harry shook his head weakly. I couldn't have done it without Ragnarok. Without the training. Without the bond. The king smiled, a rare and precious thing. Humility becomes you. But do not diminish what you have accomplished. The creature is ancient, older than our records, older than our memory. And you, a child of 6, he paused, correcting himself, of 7 years, faced it and won. 7 years. Harry had forgotten. His birthday had passed while he was training, while he was fighting, while he was unconscious. He was 7 years old now. The box, he said. What will you do with it? The king's expression darkened. It will be taken to the deepest place. The place where no creature can reach it. It will be guarded by our best warriors, watched by our strongest magic. It will never be opened again. Harry nodded. That seemed right. That seemed safe. You will return to your castle, the king continued. Your friends will be worried. Your teachers will wonder. But know this, Harry Potter, he leaned forward, his ancient eyes burning. You are always welcome here. The deep places are yours. Our people are yours. You are blood kin, now and forever. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for everything. The king rose. He placed a hand on Harry's head, a gesture of blessing, of farewell. Rest now. When you are ready, we will take you back to the surface. He left, and Harry was alone with his thoughts. The journey back to the surface took a day. Harry was still weak, still recovering, but he insisted on walking. Ragnar stayed with him every step, their shoulders brushing in the narrow tunnels, their silence comfortable. They emerged onto the mountainside as dusk fell. The sky was purple and orange, streaked with clouds, beautiful in a way that made Harry's breath catch. He had forgotten how beautiful the surface could be. Ragnar stood beside him, looking up at the sky with wonder. I forget, he murmured. Every time I come up, I forget how vast it is. How open. Harry looked at his friend. You could come up more often. Visit me at Hogwarts. The castle has towers that touch the sky. Ragnar smiled. Perhaps. My father might allow it now. After everything. He turned to face Harry fully. Whatever happens, wherever we are brothers now. Blood kin. Bound forever. Harry nodded. Bound forever. They clasped arms, goblin fashion, and stood together as the last light faded from the sky. Then Harry turned and began the climb back to Hogwarts. The castle rose before him, dark and silent in the night. Harry made his way through the grounds, through the hidden entrance, through corridors that felt familiar and strange all at once. He reached the 7th floor, the hidden balcony where it had all begun. The portrait of the fat lady looked at him with surprise. Harry Potter, we thought you'd disappeared forever. The password is still Caput Draconis, dear. Harry thanked her and climbed through the portrait hole. The common room was empty, the fire banked low. He crept up the stairs to the boys' dormitory and found Ron snoring in his bed, Neville muttering in his sleep, Seamus and Dean oblivious to everything. Harry changed into his pajamas and climbed into his own bed. It felt strange after weeks in the deep places. Soft. Safe. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed weakly, tired from the battle, but still warm. Still connected. He thought of Ragnar, somewhere far below. He thought of the king, ancient and wise. He thought of the darkness, sealed away in the deepest place. Then he closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. Morning came too soon. Ron's voice woke him, loud and incredulous. Harry, Harry, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere. Dumbledore said you were on a special mission, but Hermione's been going mental with worry and... Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. Ron, calm down. I'm fine. Ron stared at him. Fine. You've been gone for weeks. Weeks. And you come back looking like you've been through a war and say you're fine. Harry looked at himself. He was thinner than before. Paler, with shadows under his eyes that spoke of exhaustion. The armor was gone, but the memory of it remained. I was helping some friends, he said. Goblins. There was trouble in the deep places. Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Goblins. Trouble. What kind of trouble? Before Harry could answer, Hermione burst through the door, her hair wilder than usual, her eyes red-rimmed. Harry. She threw herself at him, hugging him so hard he gasped. Don't ever do that again. Ever. I was so worried. We all were. Dumbledore wouldn't tell us anything, just said you were safe and would return when you could, but that's not enough, that's never enough. Harry hugged her back, surprised by the force of her emotion. I'm sorry. I really am. I didn't mean to worry you. Hermione pulled back, wiping her eyes. Just tell us what happened. All of it. So Harry told them. The shadows, the training, the battle, the creature in the deep cavern. He left nothing out, not even the visions of his parents, not even the darkness that had tried to consume him. When he finished, Ron and Hermione sat in stunned silence. "Blimey," Ron whispered finally. "You fought an ancient darkness. And won." Hermione's eyes were wide. "The old magic. It's real. It's actually real." Harry nodded. "It's real. And it's in me. The goblins helped me learn to use it." Ron leaned forward. "Can you show us the old magic?" Harry hesitated. He was still tired, still recovering. But he owed them something. They were his friends. His best friends. He raised his hand and called on the old magic. A small flame appeared in his palm, silver and gold, pulsing with its own light. It was nothing compared to the blade he had used against the darkness, but it was enough. Ron and Hermione stared. "That's beautiful," Hermione breathed. Harry closed his hand, and the flame vanished. "It's part of me now. I don't fully understand it, but it's there." Ron shook his head slowly. "You're not just Harry Potter anymore, are you? You're something else. Something more." Harry thought about that. He thought about the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about the boy who had stood in an alley and saved a goblin prince. "Maybe I always was," he said. "I just didn't know it." The weeks that followed were strange. Harry returned to classes, to homework, to the ordinary rhythm of Hogwarts life. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. He carried the deep places with him now, the old magic humming in his blood, the ring pulsing on his finger. Snape still sneered. Malfoy still taunted. Quirrell still stuttered through his lessons. But Harry saw them differently now. They were small things, surface things. He had faced darkness older than the mountain. He would not be broken by a bitter teacher or a spoiled boy. Ragnarok wrote regularly. The deep places were healing, he said. The shadows had not returned. The creature in the box was silent. Life was returning to normal. "But we watch," he wrote. "We always watch. And we wait." The creature said it was eternal. I do not think it lied. "Be ready, Harry. The darkness may be sleeping, but it is not dead." Harry read the letters and felt the weight of them. The battle was over, but the war was not. Somewhere, in the deepest places, something waited. Something ancient and terrible and patient. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, steadily, a promise and a warning. He would be ready. He would always be ready. Because he was Harry Potter. He was blood kin to the Goblin Nation. He carried the old magic in his blood. And he would never, ever run again. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 12, The Returning Shadows. Spring arrived at Hogwarts like a hesitant guest, unsure of its welcome. Snow melted from the grounds, revealing patches of green grass that slowly spread until the entire landscape transformed. The lake lost its icy crust and rippled in the wind. The forbidden forest stirred with new life. Harry watched it all from the castle windows, feeling the change in his bones. The old magic in his blood responded to the seasons, to the turning of the earth, to the ancient rhythms that governed the world. It was strange and wonderful and slightly frightening. 3 months had passed since the battle in the deep places. 3 months of ordinary life, of classes and homework and laughter with friends. 3 months of pretending that everything was normal. But Harry knew better. The ring on his finger pulsed with warnings he could not ignore. The old magic stirred when he passed certain corridors, when the wind blew from certain directions, when the moon hung full and silver in the sky. Something was coming. He could feel it. Ron noticed his distraction one evening in the common room. They were supposed to be working on their transfiguration essays, but Harry had been staring at the fire for 20 minutes without moving. "You're doing it again," Ron said. Harry blinked. "Doing what?" "That thing where you go all distant and stare at nothing. Hermione calls it your deep places look." Ron grinned. "She's been reading too many books about goblins." Harry smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About what?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't told them about the warnings, the feelings, the sense of impending danger. They had enough to worry about with exams approaching. But Ron was his best friend. He deserved to know. "The ring's been acting up," Harry said quietly. "Pulsing more than usual. Warning me about something. I don't know what." Ron's grin faded. "Like before. Like when the shadows attacked." Harry nodded. "Like that. But different." The shadows felt cold. "This feels," he searched for the right word. "Waiting. Patient. Like something's biding its time." Ron looked around the common room, at the other students laughing and studying, oblivious to the undercurrent of danger. Should we tell Dumbledore? I don't know what to tell him. Just feelings. Hunches. Harry touched the ring. The goblins would say to trust the bond. It hasn't steered me wrong yet. Ron nodded slowly. Then trust it. But keep me posted, yeah. Don't go running off to fight ancient darkness without me. Harry laughed, a real laugh this time. Wouldn't dream of it. The dreams returned that night. Harry stood in a place he did not recognize. It was vast and dark, lit by torches that burned with green flame. Pillars rose into shadows so high he could not see their tops. The floor was stone, worn smooth by countless feet. He was not alone. Figures moved in the darkness. Hooded, robed, silent. They gathered around something, a cauldron, massive and black, filled with a liquid that steamed and bubbled. The green torches reflected off its surface, casting sickly light on the faces that surrounded it. Harry tried to move, but his feet were rooted to the stone. He tried to speak, but his voice would not come. He could only watch as the figures raised their wands and pointed them at the cauldron. A voice rose from the darkness. High, cold, terrible. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Something white and thin flew through the air and landed in the cauldron with a soft splash. The liquid hissed and turned a deeper shade of red. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. A knife flashed. A figure screamed. Something else fell into the cauldron. The voice continued, triumphant now. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. A blade pricked Harry's arm. He felt the sting, saw the drop of blood that fell from his skin and disappeared into the cauldron. He tried to pull away, but he could not move, could not escape. The cauldron erupted. Light blazed from its depths, blinding and terrible. The figures fell back, shielding their eyes. And from the light, a shape emerged. Human. Male. Clutching something small and pink and hairless. Lord Voldemort rose from the cauldron and opened his red eyes. Harry woke screaming. Ron was at his side in an instant, his wand lit, his face pale with fear. Harry. Harry, what happened? What is it? Harry gasped for breath, his heart pounding, his skin slick with sweat. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, the images seared into his mind. The cauldron. The blood. The eyes. He's back, Harry whispered. He's back. Ron stared at him. Who's back? Harry, who? Harry looked at his friend, at the fear in his eyes, and forced himself to breathe. To think. To process. Voldemort, he said. The name felt poisonous in his mouth. I saw him. In a dream. He came back. He used my blood. Ron's face went white. That's not possible. He's gone. Dumbledore said. I know what Dumbledore said. But I saw it. The ring showed me. Harry held up his hand. The ring pulsed erratically, still agitated from whatever magic had sent the vision. The old magic connects me to things. To darkness. To him. Ron grabbed his shoulders. We need to tell someone. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Anyone. Harry nodded. Yeah, we do. They woke Hermione. She listened in silence, her face growing paler with each word. When Harry finished, she was trembling. Blood magic, she whispered. The darkest kind. If what you saw is real, if he really used your blood, then there's a connection between you now. A bond that can't be broken. Harry touched his scar. It tingled faintly, a sensation he had almost forgotten. I think I've always felt it. A presence at the edge of my mind. I thought it was just my imagination. Hermione shook her head. It's not imagination. It's real. And if he's back, if he really has returned, she stopped, unable to finish. Ron stood up abruptly. We're going to Dumbledore. Now. The headmaster's office was a maze of silver instruments and curious objects. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, their painted eyes following the three students as they climbed through the door. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave. He had been expecting them. Of course he had. Harry, he said gently. Sit down. All of you. They sat. Harry's hands were shaking. He clasped them together to still them. I had a dream, he said. A vision. Voldemort came back. He used my blood in a ritual. He's alive. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, they held a depth of sorrow that Harry had never seen before. I feared as much, he said quietly. There have been signs. Disturbances. Whispers in the dark. I had hoped, he shook his head. But hope is not enough. Harry leaned forward. What does it mean? The blood. The connection. What does it mean? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. There is an ancient magic, Harry, that ties a person to another through blood. It is the deepest, most powerful bond there is. By taking your blood into himself, Voldemort has made you part of him. And he has made himself part of you. Harry's scar tingled again. I can feel him sometimes. At the edge of my mind. Is that? Yes. The connection works both ways. He can sense you, and you can sense him. Dumbledore's eyes were heavy with warning. This is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than you know. He will use this connection. He will try to manipulate you, to control you, to use you. Harry thought of the dream. The cauldron. The blood. The red eyes that had opened and looked directly at him. He knows, Harry whispered. He knows I saw. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes. And he will not forget. The days that followed were heavy with dread. Harry went to classes, did his homework, laughed with his friends. But underneath it all was the knowledge that Voldemort was back, that the connection existed, that the darkness that had haunted his dreams was real and waiting. The ring pulsed constantly now, warm and urgent, warning him of dangers he could not see. Ragnarok's letters grew more frequent, more worried. The goblins felt it too, a stirring in the deep places, a shadow moving in the darkness. He is coming, Ragnarok wrote. We do not know when or how, but he is coming. Be ready, Harry. Be ready. Harry wrote back promising he would be. But he did not know how to be ready for something like this. He was 7 years old. He had faced trolls and shadows and ancient darkness. But this was different. This was Voldemort, the wizard who had killed his parents. The monster of his nightmares. The end of term arrived in a blur of exams and goodbyes. Harry said farewell to Ron and Hermione at King's Cross, promising to write, promising to be careful. Then he walked through the barrier and into the Muggle world, where the Dursleys waited with their usual impatience. But this summer was different. Harry was different. He walked into number 4, Privet Drive, with his head high and his ring blazing, and the Dursleys stepped back. You'll stay in your room, Aunt Petunia said. It was not a command. It was a plea. Harry nodded. Fine. He climbed the stairs to his small room and closed the door. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage. The photograph of his parents smiled from his bedside table. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, steadily, a comfort in the darkness. I'm ready, he whispered. Whatever comes, I'm ready. The summer stretched before him, long and hot and heavy with waiting. Harry spent his days reading, training, preparing. He practiced the old magic in the privacy of his room, calling on the mountain even from this distance, feeling the bond that connected him to the deep places. The ring guided him, helped him, taught him. At night, he dreamed. Not of Voldemort, not of darkness, but of Ragnarok. Of the deep places. Of the mountain that had become his second home. Come down, the mountain seemed to whisper. Come down to the deep places. There is work to be done. But Harry could not go. Not yet. He had to wait, to watch, to be ready. The weeks crawled past. July melted into August. The heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a physical weight. Harry stayed in his room, reading, training, waiting. And then, on the last night of August, the dreams changed. He stood in a place he recognized. The throne room of the Goblin King. But it was different now, darkened, damaged, the walls cracked, the throne shattered. Goblins lay on the floor, still and silent. Blood stained the stone, and at the center of it all, standing over the broken body of the king, was a figure in black. Tall and gaunt, with red eyes and a snake-like face. Voldemort. He turned and looked directly at Harry. His lips curved into a smile. Harry Potter, he hissed. I have been waiting for you. Harry woke with a scream caught in his throat. The ring blazed on his finger, white-hot, screaming with pain and warning. The goblins were under attack. And Harry was too far away to help. He moved without thinking. Clothes, wand, cloak. He was out the window and running before his conscious mind caught up with his body. Hedwig followed, a white blur in the darkness. The streets of Little Whinging were empty, silent. Harry ran through them, following the ring's guidance, following the bond that connected him to the deep places. He did not know where he was going. He only knew he had to get there. The ring led him to a park on the edge of town. A playground, empty and dark. Swings creaked in the wind. A slide loomed like a pale ghost. Harry stopped. The ring pulsed urgently. Here, it seemed to say. Here. He looked around, confused. There was nothing here. No entrance to the deep places. No sign of goblins or magic. Then the ground opened beneath him. He fell, tumbling through darkness, the ring blazing on his finger. He landed hard on stone, the breath knocked from his lungs. For a moment, he lay there, gasping. Then hands grabbed him. Goblins. Their faces were pale with fear, their eyes wide with something that looked like hope. Harry Potter, one of them breathed. You came. The ring brought you. Harry struggled to his feet. The king. Ragnarok. Are they? The goblin's face crumpled. The king is dead. The prince is fighting. The darkness has come. Harry's blood ran cold. The king. Dead. The ancient creature who had welcomed him, protected him, called him blood-kin. Gone. No, he whispered. No. But there was no time for grief. There was only the fight. Take me to Ragnarok, he said. Now. The goblins ran, and Harry ran with them, into the darkness, into the battle, into whatever waited. The ring blazed on his finger. And in the deep places, the mountain screamed. Less than, end of thinking, greater than .. Chapter 13, The Fallen King. The tunnels blurred past as Harry ran. Goblins flanked him on all sides, their weapons drawn, their faces set in grim determination. The ring blazed on his finger, lighting the way, guiding him through passages he had never seen but somehow recognized. The mountain itself seemed to be speaking to him, showing him the path, urging him forward. The sounds of battle grew louder as they approached. Clashing steel, screams of pain, the terrible whisper of shadows moving through darkness. They burst into a cavern that had become a battlefield. Goblins fought shadows everywhere. The dark creatures swarmed through the chamber, formless and terrible, reaching with cold fingers for any warm body they could find. Goblin warriors met them with blades carved with old magic, with fire and steel and desperate courage. But the shadows were winning. Harry saw it in an instant, the way they moved, the way they multiplied, the way they seemed to flow around every defense. The goblins were being pushed back, surrounded, overwhelmed. And at the center of the chaos, standing before the entrance to the throne room, was Ragnarok. The prince fought like a creature possessed. His blade flashed in the torchlight, cutting through shadow after shadow. His face was streaked with tears and blood, his eyes wild with grief and rage. He was holding the line alone, refusing to let the darkness pass. Harry ran towards him. The shadows reached for him as he passed, but the ring blazed and they recoiled. The old magic in his blood rose to meet them, shaping itself into a shield of light that pushed them back. He was through, past the front lines, closing the distance to his friend. Ragnarok saw him coming. For a moment, something flickered in those ancient eyes, hope, perhaps, or disbelief. Harry, he gasped. You came. Harry reached him and stood at his side, raising his own shield to cover them both. I told you. Always. Together, they faced the darkness. The battle raged for what felt like hours. Harry fought with everything he had learned. The old magic flowed through him, shaping itself into blades and shields and light. He cut through shadows, burned them, drove them back. Ragnarok fought beside him, their movements synchronized, their magic complementing each other. But there were too many. Always too many. They're endless, Ragnarok gasped during a brief lull. Every time we kill one, two more appear. Harry looked at the shadows. Swarming through the cavern. Ragnarok was right. They were not diminishing. They were growing. The source, Harry said. We need to find the source. Ragnarok's face hardened. The throne room. Whatever's controlling them is in there. They looked at each other. The throne room meant facing whatever had killed the king. Whatever had broken through the deepest defenses of the goblin nation. Together, Harry said. Ragnarok nodded. Together. They fought their way towards the entrance, cutting through shadow after shadow. The goblins saw what they were doing and rallied around them, forming a protective wedge that pushed through the darkness. The doors of the throne room loomed before them. They were cracked, damaged, hanging loosely on their hinges. Beyond them, darkness waited. Harry pushed through. The throne room was destroyed. The great pillars that lined the walls were cracked and crumbling. The torches had gone out, leaving only the sickly green glow of something that should not exist. The throne itself, the ancient seat of goblin kings, lay shattered on the floor. And on the dais where the throne had stood, a figure waited. It was not Voldemort. Harry saw that immediately. This was something else, something older, something that made his blood run cold. It wore the shape of a goblin, but it was not a goblin. Its eyes were pits of darkness. Its smile was too wide, too sharp, too hungry. And in its hands, it held something that made Harry's heart stop. The king's crown. The crystal crown that had pulsed with the mountain's heart for centuries. Now it was dark, dead, its light extinguished forever. "Harry Potter," the creature said. Its voice was like shadows whispering, like bones grinding, like the end of everything. "I have been waiting for you." Ragnarok stepped forward, his sword raised. "What have you done with my father?" The creature's smile widened. "Your father is gone, little prince. His blood waters the stone. His bones will feed the darkness." It held up the crown. "His heart is mine." Ragnarok screamed and lunged. The creature moved faster than anything that size should move. It caught Ragnarok's blade with one hand and held it, the metal screeching against whatever passed for its skin. With the other hand, it reached for the prince's throat. Harry moved without thinking. The old magic exploded from him, a wave of light and power that sent the creature staggering back. Ragnarok fell free, gasping, his sword clattering to the floor. Harry stood over his friend, the ring blazing, the mountain answering his call. "You will not touch him," he said. His voice was not his own. It was deeper, older, filled with the power of the deep places. The creature laughed. The sound was terrible, full of centuries of malice. "Little human, you think your borrowed magic can stop me? I am older than this mountain. Older than your kind. I have watched gods die and civilizations crumble. You are nothing." Harry gathered himself. He thought of the king, ancient and wise, who had welcomed him as family. He thought of Ragnarok, his brother in all but blood. He thought of the goblins who had died, who were dying, who needed him to be strong. "Maybe I am nothing," he said. "But I'm nothing that fights back." He drew on everything, every lesson from Cthulhu, every moment of training, every drop of the old magic in his blood. He drew on the mountain, on the bond, on the ring that connected him to this place. He shaped it all into a blade of pure light, brighter than the sun, hotter than any fire. Then he struck. The blade cut through the creature like a sword through smoke. It screamed, a real scream, full of pain and rage and disbelief. It writhed and twisted, trying to escape, but the light followed it, burned it, consumed it. "No," it shrieked. "No, you cannot. I am eternal, I am." "You were," Harry said. "Now you're not." The creature dissolved. The darkness fled. The green light faded, and for a moment, there was only silence. Then Ragnarok was beside him, clutching his arm, his face wet with tears. "It's done," he whispered. "It's done." Harry looked at the shattered throne, at the dark crown on the floor, at the place where the king had fallen. "It's not done," he said quietly. "It's just beginning." They found the king's body in the rubble. He lay where he had fallen, defending his people to the last. His ancient face was peaceful in death, free of the pain and fear that had marked his final moments. His hands still gripped the sword that had served him for centuries. Ragnarok knelt beside him and wept. Harry stood back, giving his friend space, feeling the weight of grief press against his own heart. The king had been more than a ruler. He had been a father, a protector, a symbol of everything the goblins held dear. And now he was gone. The goblins gathered slowly, their battle finished, their victory hollow. They formed a circle around their fallen king and their weeping prince, their faces carved from stone, their eyes wet with tears. An old goblin stepped forward. Harry recognized him as one of the council members, though he could not remember his name. "The king is dead," the old goblin said. His voice carried through the silence like a bell. "Long live the king." He knelt before Ragnarok. One by one, the other goblins followed. They knelt in a circle around their prince, their heads bowed, their hands pressed to their chests. Ragnarok looked up, his face streaked with tears, his eyes wide with shock. "No," he whispered. "I'm not ready. I can't." The old goblin raised his head. "You are the king's son. His only heir. The throne is yours by blood and right. The mountain calls you, young prince. Will you answer?" Ragnarok stared at him. Then he looked at his father's body, at the sword still gripped in those ancient hands, at the crown that lay dark on the floor. Slowly, he rose. He walked to his father and gently closed those ancient eyes. He picked up the sword and held it in his own hands. He lifted the crown and placed it on his own head. It did not light. It did not pulse with the mountain's heart. It was dark, dead, waiting. "I will answer," Ragnarok said. His voice was steady, though his hands shook. I will be the king my father would have wanted. I will protect my people. I will rebuild what has been broken. He turned to face his subjects. The goblins rose and cheered, a ragged, desperate sound that echoed through the ruined throne room. Harry stood in the midst of them, watching his friend become something more, and felt pride and grief war in his heart. The days that followed were a blur of funeral rites and coronation ceremonies. Harry stayed in the deep places, refusing to leave Ragnarok alone. He helped where he could, learned what he could, supported his friend through the endless rituals of goblin mourning. The king was laid to rest in the deepest chamber of the mountain, where the first goblin kings had been buried millennia ago. His body was placed on a stone bier, his sword across his chest, his crown beside him. The goblins sang songs of mourning that were older than human civilization, their voices echoing through the stone like the mountain itself weeping. Ragnarok stood at the head of the procession, his face carved from the same stone as his ancestors. He did not weep. He could not. He was king now, and kings did not show weakness. But that night, in the privacy of Harry's small room, he broke down. "He's gone," he whispered, his voice cracking. "My father is gone, and I'm alone." Harry sat beside him and put an arm around his shoulders. "You're not alone. I'm here. Your people are here. You'll never be alone." Ragnarok looked at him with those ancient eyes, so young and so old at the same time. "Promise." Harry nodded. "Promise. Always." They sat together in the firelight, two boys from different worlds, bound by blood and battle and the unbreakable bond of friendship. The coronation took place 3 days later. The throne room had been cleared of rubble, the pillars repaired, the torches relit. Goblins came from every corner of the deep places, from every clan and family, to witness the crowning of their new king. Ragnarok stood before the assembled multitude, dressed in robes of gold and black, his father's sword at his side. The dark crown sat on his head, still waiting, still patient. Harry stood among the council members, watching his friend ascend to a throne he had never wanted. The old goblin who had first knelt to Ragnarok stepped forward. He carried a goblet filled with something that glowed faintly in the torchlight. "Blood of the mountain," he intoned. "Heart of the deep. Drink, and become one with the stone." Ragnarok took the goblet and drank. The liquid glowed brighter as it passed his lips, and for a moment, Harry saw something flicker in his friend's eyes. Power. Ancient and vast and terrible. The crown pulsed. Once, twice, 3 times. Then it lit. The crystal blazed with inner fire, brighter than any torch, brighter than any flame. Light poured from it, filling the throne room, touching every face, every stone, every corner of the ancient hall. The goblins gasped. They stared at their new king, at the crown that had accepted him, at the mountain that had chosen him. Ragnarok raised his hands. The light dimmed, but did not fade. His eyes, when they met Harry's, held centuries of wisdom and the weight of a nation. "Long live the king," he said. His voice echoed through the hall, through the mountain, through the deep places themselves. The goblins roared their approval. They cheered and stamped and shouted until the very stones shook. And Harry, standing in their midst, felt tears prick at his eyes. His friend had become a king. That night, after the celebrations had died down and the goblins had returned to their homes, Harry and Ragnarok sat alone in the throne room. The new king looked smaller without his robes and crown, younger, more like the boy Harry had met in an alley 3 years ago. He sat on the edge of the dais, his legs dangling, his eyes fixed on the floor. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted quietly. "Be king. Lead my people. I'm only 7. Harry sat beside him. "Same age as me." Ragnarok laughed bitterly. "You don't have a nation depending on you." "No. But I have friends who depend on me. And I've learned that's almost the same thing." Ragnarok looked at him. "What do I do, Harry? How do I be what they need?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the king, about the way he had ruled, with wisdom and strength and, above all, love for his people. "You be yourself," he said finally. "You listen to your council, but you make your own decisions. You put your people first, always. And you remember that you're not alone." He put a hand on Ragnarok's shoulder. "I'll be here. As long as you need me." Ragnarok's eyes glistened. "Promise. Promise. Always." They sat together in the throne room, 2 boys from different worlds, and watched the crown pulse gently on its stand, waiting for its king. Harry returned to Hogwarts the next day. The journey back was strange. Through tunnels he now knew by heart, past goblins who bowed as he passed, out onto the mountainside where the sun was rising over the castle. He stood there for a long moment, looking at the school that had become his home. It seemed smaller now, less impressive, after the vastness of the deep places. But it was still home. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, a reminder of the bond that connected him to the mountain, to Ragnarok, to the goblins who had become his family. Then he walked down to the castle and began his second year at Hogwarts. But he was not the same boy who had left. He carried grief and power and the weight of a king's friendship. He carried the old magic in his blood and the memory of a fallen monarch. He carried the deep places with him, always. And in the mountain, a young king sat on his throne and began the long work of rebuilding. The shadows were not gone. They were waiting, patient, biding their time. But so were they. So were they. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry north through the English countryside, but he barely noticed the familiar hills and forests passing by his window. His mind was elsewhere, deep in the mountain, sitting beside a young king who had just buried his father. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, exchanging worried glances. They had been doing that a lot since he returned from the deep places. Harry knew they could sense the change in him, the shadows under his eyes, the new weight in his silence, the way his hand drifted to the ring whenever the train rattled too loudly. "Harry," Hermione said gently. "You haven't said anything about what happened. About the king. I can't," Harry interrupted. His voice came out rougher than he intended. "Not yet. It's too." He stopped, searching for a word that would fit. "Fresh." Ron nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Fair enough. When you're ready, we're here." Harry managed a small smile. "I know. Thanks." The train rattled on, carrying them towards a year that none of them could predict. Hogwarts rose from the darkness as beautiful and terrible as ever. Harry stared at it through the carriage window, feeling the familiar magic of the castle wash over him. It was a comfort, a return to something stable after weeks of chaos and grief. But something felt different this year. The castle seemed older, darker, as if it too sensed the changes in the world. The torches flickered strangely. The portraits whispered more than usual. Even the ghosts seemed unsettled, drifting through corridors with troubled expressions. Harry mentioned it to Ron as they made their way to the Great Hall. "You're imagining things," Ron said, but his voice lacked conviction. "It's just because you've been away. Everything looks strange when you first come back." Harry wanted to believe that. He really did. The Sorting Hat sang a new song that night. It spoke of danger from within, of unity needed, of old enemies stirring in the darkness. Harry listened with growing unease, his hand finding the ring, holding it tight. The hat's words echoed what the goblins had been saying for months. Something was coming. Something dark. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster nodded once, a small, private gesture, and Harry nodded back. They would talk. They always talked. The feast passed in a blur. Harry ate without tasting, laughed without feeling, talked without listening. His mind was elsewhere, with Ragnarok, with the goblins, with the weight of a crown that should never have been placed on such young shoulders. After dinner, as the students filed towards their dormitories, a prefect stopped Harry. "Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." "His office. The password is lemon drop." Harry nodded and changed direction, leaving Ron and Hermione with promises to meet them later. The headmaster's office was warm and familiar, filled with the same silver instruments and curious objects Harry remembered from his last visit. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave but kind. "Harry," he said, gesturing to a chair. "Please, sit. I imagine you have much to tell me." Harry sat. For a long moment, he simply looked at the headmaster, gathering his thoughts. Then he began to speak. He told him everything. The attack on the deep places. The death of the king. Ragnarok's coronation. The creature that had worn a goblin's shape and spoken of ancient darkness. The words it had said before Harry destroyed it. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. His blue eyes, usually so bright, were clouded with thought. "A shape-shifter," he murmured finally. "One of the oldest and darkest creatures in existence. I had hoped they were extinct." Harry leaned forward. "What is it? Where did it come from?" Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "That, I cannot say with certainty. They predate recorded history, predate wizards, predate goblins. Some believe they are not creatures at all, but manifestations of darkness itself, given form by the fears and hatreds of intelligent beings." Harry thought of the creature's smile, its terrible laughter, the way it had spoken of being eternal. It said it was older than the mountain. Older than everything. Yes. And it may have been telling the truth. Dumbledore's eyes met his. You did well, Harry. To destroy such a creature at your age is extraordinary. The old magic in your blood, amplified by the ring and the bond, it is the only thing that could have saved you. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, a comfort in the darkness. Ragnarok is king now. He's 7 years old, and he's king of the goblins. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A heavy burden for one so young. But I suspect he will bear it well. He has you as a friend, and that is no small thing. Harry looked down at his hands. I promised I'd be there for him. Always. But I'm here, at Hogwarts, and he's there, in the deep places. How can I help him from so far away? The bond does not recognize distance, Harry. The ring connects you across any space. And your friendship, true friendship, is its own kind of magic. Dumbledore smiled gently. Write to him. Visit when you can. Be the constant he can rely on. That is more than enough. Harry nodded slowly. It would have to be enough. It was all he had. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm that was almost normal. Harry attended classes, did his homework, spent time with Ron and Hermione. He laughed at Fred and George's jokes, helped Neville with his herbology, even managed to earn a few rare points in potions by following Hermione's instructions to the letter. But underneath the normalcy, something was building. The ring pulsed more frequently now, warning him of dangers he could not see. Ragnarok's letters grew shorter, more urgent, filled with reports of strange occurrences in the deep places, shadows moving where shadows should not be, tunnels collapsing for no reason, goblins disappearing in the night. Something is coming, Ragnarok wrote. I feel it in the mountain. My father felt it too, before he died. Whatever that creature was, it was not alone. Harry read the letters and felt the weight of them pressing against his heart. He wanted to go to the deep places, to stand beside his friend, to face whatever was coming together. But he could not. He had to stay, to learn, to be ready. The dreams returned in October. They were different this time, not visions of Voldemort, not nightmares of the creature, but something else. He stood in a vast chamber filled with shadows, and in the center of the chamber, a figure waited. It was tall and dark, with eyes that burned like coals. It spoke to him in a language he did not understand, but somehow, impossibly, he understood every word. The blood in your veins is the key, it said. The bond that ties you to the deep places is the door. When the time comes, you will open it. You will let us in. Harry woke screaming, the ring blazing on his finger. He told Dumbledore about the dreams the next morning. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, he sat back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. A door, he murmured. They want you to open a door. Harry nodded, his hands shaking. What does it mean? What door? Dumbledore's eyes met his. I do not know. But I fear it is connected to the deep places. To the bond. To whatever darkness is gathering there. He leaned forward. Harry, you must be careful. The dreams are not just dreams. They are messages, invitations, perhaps even commands. The darkness is trying to use you. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, reassuringly. It won't work. I won't let it. I believe you. But the darkness is patient. It will try again, in different ways, at different times. You must be vigilant. Dumbledore paused. And you must tell me if the dreams change. If they become more urgent, more specific. Promise me. Harry promised. But as he left the office, he could not shake the feeling that the darkness was already closer than anyone knew. Halloween arrived with its usual festivities, but Harry could not join in the celebration. The anniversary of the troll attack brought memories flooding back, the fear, the desperation, the scream that had saved Hermione's life. He sat in the common room, staring into the fire, while the other students enjoyed the feast in the Great Hall. Ron and Hermione had stayed with him, unwilling to let him face the memories alone. You know, Ron said, breaking the silence, for a bloke who's saved the world a few times, you're rubbish at enjoying yourself. Harry laughed despite himself. I enjoy things. Just not today. Hermione reached over and squeezed his hand. It's okay to have hard days. After everything you've been through, she stopped, shaking her head. You're allowed to feel however you feel. Harry looked at her, at both of them, and felt gratitude wash over him. Thanks. For staying. For understanding. Ron grinned. That's what friends do, mate. They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and waited for the darkness to pass. It did not pass. Not really. But for that moment, in that place, it felt manageable. November brought news from the deep places. Ragnar's owl arrived on a cold Tuesday morning, its feathers ruffled, its eyes wild with exhaustion. Harry took the letter with trembling hands and read it in the privacy of his dormitory. Harry. The shadows are moving again. 3 more tunnels collapsed last week. 2 goblins disappeared from the lower caverns. The council is frightened. They look to me for answers, and I have none. My father's crown speaks to me sometimes. It whispers in the darkness, telling me things I do not want to know. It says the creature was only the first. It says more are coming. It says the door is opening, and we cannot close it. I am afraid, Harry. I am king, and I am afraid. I need you. I need my friend. Please come. Ragnar. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket, next to his heart. He went to Dumbledore that afternoon. The headmaster listened to Ragnar's words with the same grave attention he gave everything. When Harry finished reading the letter aloud, he sat back and closed his eyes. The door, he murmured. Always the door. Harry leaned forward. What door? What does it mean? Dumbledore opened his eyes. I have spent many years studying ancient magic, Harry. The magic that predates wands, that predates words, that predates even the oldest civilizations. And in all my studies, one thing has become clear: there are doors in this world. Doors that should never be opened. Doors that lead to places that should never be visited. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The deep places are ancient. Older than goblins, older than wizards, older than anything that walks the surface. And in the deepest parts, in the places where even goblins fear to tread, there are doors. Doors that have been sealed for millennia. Harry's blood ran cold. The creature said I would open a door. That the bond would be the key. Yes. And I fear it was telling the truth. Dumbledore's eyes met his. The darkness wants you to open a door, Harry. And if you do, everything we know, everything we love, could be destroyed. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, steadily, a comfort and a warning. What do I do? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of centuries. You go to the deep places. You stand with your friend. You face whatever is coming. He leaned forward. And you remember who you are, Harry Potter. You are not just a boy with a scar. You are blood kin to the Goblin Nation. You carry the old magic in your veins. You have faced darkness before and won. Harry nodded slowly. I'll go. Tonight. Dumbledore nodded. I thought you would. Be careful, Harry. And remember, the bond is your strength, but it could also be your weakness. The darkness will try to use it. Do not let it. Harry promised and left. The journey to the deep places was faster this time. Harry moved through the castle under his invisibility cloak, out onto the grounds, up the mountainside to the hidden entrance the goblins had shown him. The ring guided him, pulsed with urgency, warned him of dangers he could not see. He climbed down into the darkness, and the mountain welcomed him home. The tunnels were different now. Darker, colder. The torches that usually lined the walls flickered weakly, their flames struggling against something Harry could not see. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, disappearing when he looked directly at them. Goblins passed him in the tunnels, their faces drawn with fear. They nodded to him, some bowed, but none spoke. The silence was heavy, oppressive, like the mountain itself was holding its breath. He found Ragnar in the throne room. The young king sat on his father's throne, the crown pulsing weakly on his head. He looked smaller than Harry remembered, thinner, more fragile. His eyes, when they met Harry's, held a depth of grief and fear that made Harry's heart ache. Harry. Ragnar's voice cracked. You came. Harry crossed the room and knelt before the throne. I told you. Always. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Ragnar rose and pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. I don't know what to do, he whispered. I don't know how to be king. I don't know how to protect my people. I don't know anything. Harry held him tight. You know more than you think. And you're not alone. I'm here. We'll figure it out together. Ragnar pulled back, his eyes wet with tears. Promise. Promise. Always. They sat together on the steps of the throne, 2 boys burdened with more than any child should carry, and talked through the night. The next morning, the council gathered. Ragnar sat on his throne, the crown glowing softly on his head. Harry stood at his side, the ring pulsing on his finger. The council members, old goblins with ancient faces and centuries of wisdom, watched them with expressions that ranged from hope to suspicion. The shadows grow stronger, the oldest council member said. 3 more tunnels collapsed last night. 5 goblins have disappeared. We cannot hold much longer. Ragnar's voice was steady, though his hands shook. What do you advise? The council member shook his head. We have no advice, my king. We have never faced anything like this. The old stories speak of doors and darkness, but they do not say how to close them. Harry stepped forward. Tell me about the doors. The council exchanged glances. Finally, the oldest member spoke. The deep places are vast, human child. Vaster than you can imagine. And in the deepest parts, far below even our oldest minds, there are doors. Doors that have been sealed since before our kind walked these tunnels. The stories say they lead to places that should never be visited. To darkness that should never be awakened. Harry's ring pulsed urgently. Where are these doors? No one answered. The council looked at each other, at Ragnar, at the floor. Finally, Ragnar spoke. I know where one is. My father showed me, before he died. He said it was the most important secret of our people. The door that must never be opened. Harry looked at his friend. Take me there. Ragnar's eyes widened. Harry, no. My father said. Your father is dead. The shadows are killing your people. Whatever's behind that door is connected to all of this. We need to understand it. We need to face it. Ragnar stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tonight, when the others are asleep, we go alone. Harry nodded. Tonight, the deep tunnels were darker than anything Harry had experienced. The ring lit their way, its glow pushing back the shadows just enough for them to see a few feet ahead. Ragnar walked beside him, his hand on his sword, his face pale with fear. They descended for hours. The tunnels grew narrower, the air thinner, the silence more complete. Harry felt the old magic stirring in his blood, responding to something in the depths, something that called to him. You feel it too, Ragnar whispered. The pull. Harry nodded. What is it? The door. It calls to those with the old magic. My father said it has been calling for millennia, waiting for someone to answer. They reached the bottom of the descent. A tunnel stretched before them, wider than any they had seen, its walls smooth and black, as if carved by something other than goblin hands. At the end of the tunnel, a door. It was massive, twice as tall as any goblin, made of something that was not wood or stone or metal. It seemed to absorb the light from Harry's ring, drinking it in, hungry for it. Runes covered its surface, ancient writing that shifted and changed as Harry watched. The door, Ragnar breathed. It's real. Harry walked towards it, drawn by something he could not resist. The ring blazed on his finger, warning him, but he could not stop. He had to see. He had to know. He reached the door and raised his hand to touch it. The runes flared with light. The door pulsed with power. And a voice spoke in his mind, the same voice from his dreams, ancient and terrible and patient. Harry Potter. You have come. I knew you would. Harry's hand froze inches from the surface. Who are you? What do you want? I am what sleeps beyond the door. What has always slept? What will always sleep, until you wake me? Harry shook his head. I won't. I'll never wake you. The voice laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling. You already have, little one. Every time you used the bond. Every time you called on the old magic. Every time you fought the shadows. You have been waking me since the day you first put on the ring. Harry's blood ran cold. No, that's not true. Is it not? The bond is the key. The door is the lock. And you, Harry Potter, are the one who turns it. Slowly, perhaps, but surely. With every use of your power, I grow stronger. With every battle, I draw closer to waking. Ragnar grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him back. Harry, don't listen. It's lying. It has to be lying. But Harry could feel the truth in the voice. He could feel the bond straining, the door pulsing, the darkness beyond it stirring. He had been waking it all along. Every time he fought. Every time he used the old magic. Every time he called on the ring. He was the key. And the door was opening. Soon, the voice whispered. Soon you will open it fully. And then, Harry pulled his hand back. He stepped away from the door, his heart pounding, his mind reeling. No, he said. I won't. I'll never use it again. You cannot stop, the voice interrupted. The darkness is coming. You will need the old magic to fight it. You will need the bond to protect those you love. And every time you do, I will grow stronger. Every time you do, the door will open wider. It is inevitable, Harry Potter. You are the key, and keys cannot choose not to turn. The voice faded. The door fell silent. Harry stood in the darkness, the ring pulsing on his finger, and felt the weight of his fate settle onto his shoulders. Ragnarok grabbed him, shook him. Harry, look at me. Harry looked. Ragnarok's face was pale, frightened, but his eyes held the same fierce determination Harry had always known. Whatever it said, whatever it threatened, we'll face it together. You and me, always. Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe that friendship could overcome anything, that the bond that connected them was stronger than any ancient darkness. But as they climbed back through the tunnels, leaving the door behind, he could still hear the voice echoing in his mind. Inevitable. The word followed him all the way to the surface, all the way back to Hogwarts, all the way into his dreams. Inevitable. And in the darkness beyond the door, something smiled and waited. The key had been turned. The door was opening, and nothing, not friendship, not love, not the old magic itself, could stop it now. Harry returned to Hogwarts in the gray light of dawn, his body exhausted but his mind racing. The words of the darkness echoed in his thoughts, relentless and inescapable. Inevitable. He made his way through the castle under his invisibility cloak, up the moving staircases, through corridors still silent with sleep. The Gryffindor common room was empty when he climbed through the portrait hole, the fire burned down to embers, the armchairs dark and waiting. He collapsed into one of them and stared at the ceiling. The door, the voice, the terrible truth that every time he used the old magic, every time he called on the bond, he was waking something that should never wake. He looked at the ring on his finger. It pulsed softly, steadily, innocent as a heartbeat. But it was not innocent. It was the key, and he was the one turning it. Footsteps on the stairs. Ron appeared in his pajamas, his hair even wilder than usual, his eyes bleary with sleep. Harry, you're back. He crossed the room and dropped into the chair beside him. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Worse than a ghost. Harry did not answer immediately. He could not find the words. How do you tell your best friend that you're destroying the world, one battle at a time? Ron waited. It was one of the things Harry loved about him, the patience beneath the jokes, the loyalty beneath the laziness. There's a door, Harry finally said. His voice was flat, hollow. In the deepest part of the mountain. Behind it, something sleeps. Something ancient. Something dark. Ron leaned forward. And I'm the key. Every time I use the old magic, every time I fight, every time I call on the bond, I open it a little more. I'm waking it up. The silence stretched between them. Ron's face went through several expressions, confusion, disbelief, horror, before settling on something that looked like fierce determination. Then stop using it. Harry laughed bitterly. I can't. The shadows are coming. The creature that killed the king was just the first. More are coming, and when they do, I'll need the old magic to fight them. And every time I use it, the door opens wider. Every time I save someone, I doom everyone. Ron grabbed his arm, forcing Harry to look at him. Listen to me. You're not dooming anyone. You're saving people. That's what you do. That's who you are. But the door. Forget the door. We'll find another way. There's always another way. Ron's grip tightened. You're Harry Potter. You faced a troll when you were 6. You saved a goblin prince. You fought an ancient darkness in the deep places. You don't give up. Ever. Harry stared at his friend, at the absolute conviction in his eyes, and felt something loosen in his chest. I don't know what to do, he whispered. Ron grinned, but it was a fierce thing, full of fight. Then we figure it out together. Me, you, Hermione. And Ragnarok. And Dumbledore. And anyone else who wants to help. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. That's what friends do, mate. Harry managed a small smile. Thanks, Ron. Anytime. Now get some sleep. You look like something the cat dragged in and the owl refused to deliver. Harry did sleep, eventually. He dreamed of doors and darkness and a voice that whispered his name, but when he woke in the late afternoon, the sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows, the dreams faded like morning mist. Ron and Hermione were waiting for him in the common room. Hermione had that look she got when she'd been researching, slightly manic, slightly smug, surrounded by books. I've been reading, she said without preamble. About doors. About ancient darkness. About the old magic. She pushed a book towards him. Look at this. Harry looked. The book was ancient, its pages yellowed, its binding cracked. The script was spiky and angular, goblin writing, he realized. I had to use a translation spell, Hermione admitted. But look at the illustrations. Harry turned the pages. Drawings covered them, crude but powerful, depicting scenes he recognized. Goblins fighting shadows. A great door being sealed. A figure standing before it, hands raised, light pouring from its body. That's you, Ron said, pointing at the figure. Harry stared. The figure was small, human-shaped, with lines radiating from its hands that looked like magic. It stood before the door, not opening it, but closing it. Sealing the door, Hermione breathed. The old stories say there was once a being, human, goblin, something in between, who could seal the darkness away. Who did seal it away, thousands of years ago? Harry looked at her. And you think that's me? I think it could be. The bond, the old magic, the way the ring chose you, it all points to something bigger than just saving a prince in an alley. She leaned forward, her eyes intense. What if you weren't just meant to open the door? What if you were meant to close it? The words hung in the air between them. Harry thought of the voice in the darkness, its certainty that he was the key, that the door would open. But the key could turn both ways. The lock could be secured as easily as released. How? He asked. How do I seal it? Hermione's face fell. I don't know. The stories don't say. They just say it was done, once, a long time ago. By someone like you. Harry looked at the illustration again. The small figure, standing before the door, light pouring from its hands. It looked powerful. It looked certain. It looked nothing like Harry felt. Then we find out, Ron said firmly. We research. We ask questions. We don't give up. He looked at Harry. That's the plan, right? Harry nodded slowly. That's the plan. The weeks that followed were a blur of research and classes and stolen hours in the library. Hermione threw herself into the search with her usual intensity, reading everything she could find about ancient magic, goblin history, doors and darkness and sealing rituals. Ron helped where he could, though his attention span for reading was limited. Harry split his time between his own research and the constant stream of letters from Ragnarok. The young king's messages grew more desperate with each passing day. Another tunnel collapsed. 3 more goblins disappeared. The council is frightened. They look to me for answers, and I have none. The crown whispers constantly now. It tells me things I do not want to know. It shows me visions of the door, of the darkness beyond, of you standing before it. I am trying to be strong, Harry. I am trying to be the king my father would have wanted. But I am so tired. So afraid. I need you. Harry wrote back every time, promising to come, promising to find answers, promising that they would face whatever came together. But the promises felt hollow when he had nothing to offer but hope. December arrived, bringing snow and cold and the approach of the Christmas holidays. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts, to continue his research, but Ragnarok's letters changed his mind. The shadows are moving openly now. They no longer hide in the darkness. They walk our tunnels, our halls, our homes. My people are terrified. They lock their doors at night and pray to gods that have not answered in millennia. I cannot hold much longer, Harry. If you have answers, I need them now. If you do not, I need you anyway. I need my friend. Harry went to Dumbledore that evening. The headmaster listened as he always did, his blue eyes grave behind his half-moon spectacles. When Harry finished, he sat back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. The sealing ritual, he murmured. I have heard whispers of it. Ancient magic, older than anything we teach at this school. It requires sacrifice, Harry. Great sacrifice. Harry's heart clenched. What kind of sacrifice? Dumbledore's eyes met his. I do not know the details. But the old stories speak of giving something precious. Something irreplaceable. The price of sealing darkness is never small. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It pulsed softly, steadily, a comfort and a chain. Would I have to give up the bond? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I cannot say. But I suspect the price is different for everyone. The old magic knows what you value most. It takes what you will miss. Harry thought about it. The bond. Ragnarok. The goblins who had become his family. His friends at Hogwarts. His own life, perhaps. He did not know if he was willing to pay that price. But he knew he had to try. I have to go to the deep places, he said. Ragnarok needs me. The goblins need me. I have to be there. Dumbledore nodded. I thought you would say that. Go, Harry. Do what you must. And remember, you are not alone in this. You carry the love of your friends, the loyalty of a nation, and the old magic in your blood. That counts for something. Harry rose to leave, then paused at the door. Professor, what if I can't do it? What if I'm not strong enough? Dumbledore smiled, but it was a sad smile, full of things he could not say. Then you try anyway. That is what strength is, Harry. Not certainty. Not power. Trying, even when you are afraid. Even when you are certain you will fail. Harry nodded and left. The journey to the deep places was faster than ever. The mountain seemed to pull him now, drawing him down through tunnels that opened before him like they knew he was coming. The ring pulsed with urgency, guiding him, warning him of dangers he could not see. Goblins greeted him as he passed. Their faces were thinner than before, their eyes shadowed with fear and exhaustion. Some bowed, some simply stared, as if trying to draw courage from his presence. He found Ragnarok in the throne room. The young king sat on his father's throne, but he looked nothing like a king. His shoulders were slumped, his face pale, his eyes hollow with grief and fear. The crown pulsed weakly on his head, its light dim and faltering. Harry. His voice cracked. You came. Harry crossed the room and knelt before the throne. I told you. Always. Ragnarok's eyes filled with tears. I'm losing them, Harry. My people. They're disappearing one by one, and I can't stop it. The shadows take them, and I can't do anything. Harry reached out and took his friend's hand. You're doing everything you can. No one could do more. It's not enough. Ragnarok's voice broke. It's never enough. They sat together in the throne room, two boys burdened with more than any child should carry, and let the silence speak for them. The council gathered that evening. Old goblins with ancient faces filled the chamber, their expressions grim, their eyes fixed on their young king. Ragnarok sat on his throne, the crown flickering, Harry at his side. The shadows grow bolder, the oldest council member said. They attacked the lower tunnels last night. 20 goblins died. 30 more are missing. Ragnarok's face went white. 20. We cannot hold much longer, my king. The shadows are endless. Our warriors are exhausted. Our magic is failing. The old goblin's voice trembled. We need help. We need a miracle. Ragnarok looked at Harry. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. There's a door, Harry said quietly. In the deepest tunnels. The darkness beyond it is waking. I think it's connected to the shadows. To everything. The council stirred. Whispers rippled through their ranks. The door, the oldest member breathed. You know of it. Harry nodded. The darkness spoke to me. It said I'm the key. That every time I use the old magic, I open it a little more. The council exchanged glances. Fear and hope warred on their ancient faces. But there's also a way to seal it, Harry continued. The old stories speak of a sealing ritual. Of someone who can close the door forever. The oldest council member shook his head slowly. The stories are true, human child. But the price, he stopped, unable to continue. What price? Ragnarok demanded. Tell us. The old goblin's eyes met Harry's. The one who seals the door must give something precious. Something irreplaceable. The old magic takes what you value most. It is the only payment it accepts. Harry thought of the ring on his finger. He thought of Ragnarok, of Ron and Hermione, of the life he had built at Hogwarts. He thought of his parents, the parents he had never known, and the future he had only begun to imagine. What if I don't know what that is? He asked. What if I don't know what I value most? The old goblin smiled sadly. Then the old magic will show you. And it will take it anyway. Harry did not sleep that night. He sat in his small room, the ring pulsing on his finger, and thought about the price. What would the old magic take? His friendship with Ragnarok, his memories of Hogwarts, his own life. He did not know. He could not know. And that uncertainty was worse than any certainty. Ragnarok found him at dawn. The young king looked even worse than the night before, paler, thinner, his eyes red-rimmed from crying or lack of sleep or both. I've been thinking, Ragnarok said, sitting beside him on the bed. About the price. About what you might have to give. Harry looked at him. And Ragnarok's voice was steady, but his hands shook. If it takes the bond, if it takes our friendship, I want you to know that it was worth it. Every moment, every battle, every letter. You're the best friend I've ever had, Harry. The only friend, really. And whatever happens, I'm grateful. Harry's eyes stung. Ragnarok, let me finish. Ragnarok's voice cracked, but he pushed on. I'm king now. I have responsibilities. But I'm also still the goblin you saved in an alley. The one who thought the sky was the most beautiful thing in the world. And I need you to know that if the old magic takes our friendship, I'll still remember. I'll still carry you with me. Always. Harry pulled his friend into a fierce embrace. Nothing's going to take our friendship. Nothing. We'll find another way. There has to be another way. Ragnarok held him tight. Promise. Promise. Always. They descended into the deep tunnels that evening. Harry, Ragnarok, and a small company of goblin warriors made their way through passages that grew darker and colder with every step. The ring lit their way, its glow pushing back shadows that writhed and whispered at the edges of their vision. The shadows were thicker here. They pressed against the light, testing it, waiting for weakness. Harry felt them watching, felt their hunger, their patience, their certainty that they would eventually win. The door loomed before them, massive and terrible, its runes pulsing with dark light. It's changed, Ragnarok whispered. It's more open than before. Harry saw it too. The door, which had been sealed when he first saw it, now stood slightly ajar. A crack of darkness showed between its edges, and from that crack, shadows leaked like smoke from a dying fire. The darkness beyond spoke. Harry Potter, you have returned. I knew you would. Harry stepped forward, the ring blazing. I'm not going to open you. I'm going to seal you. The darkness laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling. You cannot seal me, little one. I am eternal. I have slept since before your kind crawled from the mud. I will sleep again, perhaps, but not because of you. You are the key, remember. Keys open. They do not close. Harry raised his hand, calling on the old magic. It answered, flooding through him, filling him with power. But beneath the power, he felt something else, a pull, a connection, a thread leading from his heart to the door. The darkness felt it too. Yes, feel it, the bond, the door, they are the same thing, little one. You cannot seal me without sealing yourself. You cannot close the door without closing your heart. Harry's hand trembled. The power wavered. Give up, the darkness whispered. Give in, let me in, I will give you everything you desire. Power beyond imagining, immortality. The return of everyone you have lost. Harry thought of his parents. Of the king. Of everyone who had died because of this darkness. No, he said. You can't give me back anything. You only take. He drew on the old magic, drew on the mountain, drew on everything he had. He shaped it into light, not the blade he had used before, but something different. Something softer. Something that felt like love. The light touched the door, and the door screamed. No, what are you doing? That's not, you cannot. I'm not opening you, Harry said. I'm not sealing you. I'm doing something else. He poured himself into the light, his love for Ragnarok, his friendship with Ron and Hermione, his gratitude to Dumbledore, his hope for a future he had never dared to imagine. He poured it all in, and the light grew brighter, warmer, more powerful than anything he had ever created. The door shook. The runes flickered. The darkness screamed. Stop. You're killing me. You're not killing, Harry said. Healing. The light exploded. When Harry woke, he was lying on the stone floor of the tunnel, Ragnarok's face hovering above him. Harry, can you hear me? Harry blinked. His body ached. His head spun. But he was alive. The door, he whispered. What happened? Ragnarok's face split into a grin, the first real grin Harry had seen in months. It's closed. Sealed. The runes are gone. The darkness is silent. Harry stared at him. But I didn't seal it. I did something else. You healed it. Ragnarok's voice was full of wonder. The old magic, it didn't destroy the darkness. It transformed it. The door isn't just closed. It's gone. There's just solid rock where it used to be. Harry tried to sit up. The world spun, and he fell back with a groan. Don't move, Ragnarok said firmly. You used more magic than any living creature should be able to handle. You need rest. Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed weakly, tired but steady. The bond was still there. He could feel Ragnarok beside him, feel the mountain around him, feel the old magic sleeping in his blood. The darkness was gone, the door was healed, and he was still himself. What was the price? He asked. The old magic always takes something. Ragnar's expression flickered. I don't know. You'll have to discover that yourself. Harry closed his eyes. He was too tired to think about it now. Too tired to worry. But somewhere, in the back of his mind, he felt something missing. Something he could not name. The price had been paid. He just did not know what it was yet. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 16, The Missing Piece. Harry woke to the sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness. He lay still for a long moment, letting his body take stock. Everything ached, but it was a distant ache, muffled by exhaustion and the lingering fog of whatever magic had poured through him. The ring pulsed weakly on his finger, a tired heartbeat that matched his own. Ragnar slept in a chair beside his bed, his young face slack with exhaustion, dark circles carved beneath his eyes. The crown sat on a table nearby, its light dim but steady. Harry tried to sit up. The world tilted, and he fell back with a groan. Ragnar woke instantly, his hand reaching for his sword before his eyes focused on Harry. You're awake. Don't move. Cthulhu said you'd be weak for days. Harry ignored him and tried again, slower this time. The room stayed where it was supposed to. How long? 3 days. Ragnar's voice was rough with sleep and worry. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Cthulhu said you burned through more magic than any living creature should be able to handle. He said you should be dead. Harry looked at his hands. They looked normal. Same small fingers, same pale skin, same ring pulsing weakly on his finger. But something felt different. Something felt missing. The door, he said. Is it really gone? Ragnar nodded slowly. Gone. Sealed. Healed. Whatever you did, it worked. The shadows have stopped coming. The tunnels are quiet for the first time in months. He paused, his ancient eyes searching Harry's face. But something's different about you. I can feel it. Harry touched the ring. The bond was still there. He could feel Ragnar beside him, feel the mountain around him, but it was fainter now. Thinner. Like a thread that had been stretched too far. The price, he whispered. The old magic took something. Ragnar's face went pale. What? What did it take? Harry closed his eyes and searched inside himself. His memories were intact. The cupboard, Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione, Ragnar, the king, the battles. His magic was still there, sleeping in his blood. His love for his friends, his determination, his courage, all present. But something was missing, something he could not name. I don't know, he said. I can't find it. The days that followed were strange. Harry stayed in the deep places, recovering his strength, while Ragnar attended to his duties as king. The young goblin visited whenever he could, but the weight of the crown pressed heavily on his shoulders. The council demanded meetings. The people demanded reassurance. The work of rebuilding after months of shadow attacks was endless. Harry spent his time walking through the tunnels, reconnecting with the mountain, trying to understand what the old magic had taken. The ring guided him, pulsed weakly, but the bond felt different. Distant, like a voice heard through water. He visited the place where the door had been. The tunnel ended in solid rock now, smooth and unbroken, as if the door had never existed. Harry placed his hand on the stone and felt nothing. No darkness, no whisper, no pull. It was healed. But at what cost? Cthulhu found him there one evening, his scarred face thoughtful in the torchlight. You feel it, the old warrior said. The missing piece. Harry nodded. What did I lose? I can't figure it out. Cthulhu was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. The old magic takes what you value most. But sometimes, what you value most is not a thing you can name. It is a possibility. A future that might have been. A dream you did not know you carried. Harry stared at him. I don't understand. Cthulhu smiled sadly. You will. When you return to your castle, to your friends, to your life. You will notice the gaps. The spaces where something used to be. And you will learn to live with them. He turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with the stone and the silence and the missing piece he could not name. Harry returned to Hogwarts in mid-December. The castle was decorated for Christmas, holly and ivy draping the corridors, enchanted snow falling in the great hall. Students rushed past with armfuls of presents, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. Ron and Hermione met him at the entrance to the common room. Ron's face split into a grin when he saw him. Hermione burst into tears. "You're alive," she sobbed, hugging him so hard he gasped. "You're alive and you didn't write and we were so worried and—" "I'm sorry," Harry said, hugging her back. "I couldn't. Things were complicated." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Complicated. That's one word for it." He looked at Harry more closely, his grin fading. "You look different. Tired. And something else." Harry shrugged. "I'm fine. Just need to catch up on sleep." But he was not fine. He felt it more strongly now, back in the castle, surrounded by the familiar rhythms of Hogwarts life. Something was missing. Something important. He just could not figure out what. The days before the Christmas holidays passed in a blur of classes and meals and stolen moments with friends. Harry threw himself into the routine, hoping that normalcy would fill the gaps he felt inside. It did not. He noticed the first gap on the last day of term. He was walking to the Great Hall with Ron when a first year ran past, laughing, chased by another first year with a snowball. Harry watched them go, and for a moment, he felt something, a pang, a longing, a memory of something that had never happened. "Harry, you okay?" Ron was looking at him with concern. "Yeah, fine." Harry shook himself and kept walking. But the feeling lingered, a sense that something was missing. A sense that he had lost something he had never known he had. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold. Harry woke to presents at the foot of his bed, same as every year. He opened them slowly, savoring each one. Ron had given him a new Quidditch book. Hermione had given him a set of fancy quills. Hagrid had sent a massive box of homemade fudge. And at the bottom of the pile, wrapped in brown paper, was a small package with no return address. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a photograph, the same photograph he had found in his vault at Gringotts, of his parents smiling and waving. But there was something different about it now. His mother's face seemed blurred, her features less distinct. His father's smile seemed distant, less warm. Harry stared at it for a long time. The photograph waved and smiled, but the magic that had once made his heart ache with longing now left him strangely empty. He tucked it away and tried not to think about it. The second gap appeared on New Year's Eve. Harry sat in the common room with Ron and Hermione, watching the fire, listening to the distant sounds of celebration from other parts of the castle. Ron was telling a long, rambling story about Fred and George's latest prank. Hermione was correcting his details with her usual precision. Harry laughed at the right moments, nodded at the right times, but his mind was elsewhere. He kept glancing at the portrait hole, as if expecting someone to walk through. Someone who never came. "You're doing it again," Ron said. "The distant thing." Harry blinked. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About what?" Harry hesitated. He did not know how to explain the feeling, the sense that he was waiting for someone, missing someone, though everyone he loved was right here. "I don't know," he admitted. "That's the problem." Hermione set down her book, her expression thoughtful. "Harry, ever since you came back from the deep places, you've been different. Distracted. Like part of you is somewhere else." Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed weakly, tiredly. "The old magic took something from me. When I healed the door. I don't know what it was, but I can feel the empty space where it used to be." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "What could it have taken?" Hermione asked. "Your memories seem intact. Your magic is still there. Your friendships." She stopped, a strange look crossing her face. "What?" Harry asked. "Nothing. Just a thought." But she would not meet his eyes. The holidays ended. Classes resumed. Life returned to its normal rhythm. But Harry could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. He wrote to Ragnock more frequently, hoping that contact with his friend would fill the empty space. It helped, but only a little. The bond was still there, still warm, but thinner than before. Like a thread that had been stretched too far. Ragnock's letters were full of news from the deep places. The rebuilding continued. The shadows had not returned. The council was finally beginning to trust their young king. But beneath the words, Harry sensed the same emptiness he felt himself. "I miss you," Ragnock wrote in one letter. "I know you're still there, still my friend, but something feels different. Distant. Like you're behind glass." Harry wrote back, "I feel it too. I don't know what it means." They wrote more frequently after that, as if the words could bridge the distance the old magic had created. But the gap remained. The missing piece stayed missing. February brought news that changed everything. Harry was in the library, struggling through a potions essay, when Hedwig landed on the table with a letter sealed in the familiar dark wax of the Goblin Nation. He opened it with trembling hands and read, "Harry, I have discovered something. Something terrible. The old magic did not just take something from you. It took something from both of us. From the bond itself. I can feel it fading. Growing thinner. Soon, it may disappear entirely. I do not know how to stop it. I do not know if it can be stopped. But I know that I cannot lose you. You are my brother. My only true friend. Please come. Please help me understand. Ragnarok." Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. He went to Dumbledore that evening. The headmaster listened in silence, his blue eyes growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, he sat back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. "The bond is fading," he murmured. "I had hoped." He shook his head. "But hope is not enough." Harry leaned forward. "What does it mean? Can we stop it?" Dumbledore's eyes met his. "The bond was created by the old magic, Harry. It is part of you and part of Ragnarok, woven into your very souls. When you healed the door, you drew on that bond. You used it as fuel for the magic that transformed the darkness." Harry's blood ran cold. "I used the bond. I burned it. Yes. Not completely, not yet. But the bond is weaker now. Thinner. And unless something is done, it will continue to fade until it disappears entirely." Harry thought of Ragnarok, of the alley, of everything they had shared. The battles, the letters, the friendship that had saved him from the darkness of the cupboard. "No," he whispered. "I can't lose him. I can't." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "Then you must find a way to restore the bond. To feed it, strengthen it, make it whole again. How? That, I cannot tell you. The old magic is not my domain. But there may be those who know, those who understand the bond better than anyone." He paused. "The Goblin Elders. The ones who witnessed its creation. They may have answers." Harry was on his feet before he knew he had moved. "I'll go tonight." Dumbledore nodded. "I thought you would. Be careful, Harry. And remember, the bond is not just magic. It is love. And love is the most powerful force in the world." The journey to the deep places felt different this time. The mountain welcomed him as always, the tunnels opening before him, the torches flickering in greeting. But the welcome felt muted, distant, like an echo of what it had been. The ring pulsed weakly on his finger, its light dim, its warmth fading. Goblins greeted him as he passed. Some bowed, some stared. Their faces held the same distance he felt in his own heart. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room. The young king looked older than his years, thinner, more tired. But his eyes, when they met Harry's, held the same fierce love they always had. "Harry." His voice cracked. "You came." Harry crossed the distance and pulled his friend into an embrace. For a moment, just a moment, the bond flared warm between them, not as strong as before, but present, real, alive. "Always," Harry whispered. "I'll always come." They pulled back and looked at each other. Ragnarok's eyes were wet. "I can feel it fading," he said. "Every day, a little less. Like a thread unraveling." Harry nodded. "I feel it too. But we're going to fix it. We're going to find a way." Ragnarok shook his head slowly. "The elders don't know. I've asked them all. They say the bond has never been weakened before. They don't know how to strengthen it." Harry thought of Dumbledore's words. "The bond is not just magic. It is love." "Maybe it's not about magic," he said. "Maybe it's about us. About our friendship. About everything we've been through together." Ragnarok stared at him. "What do you mean?" Harry took his friend's hands. "The bond was created when you gave me the ring. When your people swore loyalty to me. But it grew because of everything that came after. The letters. The battles. The moments we shared. Maybe we can strengthen it the same way." Ragnarok's eyes widened. "By being together. By remembering. By being friends," Harry finished. "By not letting the distance matter." They stood there in the throne room, two boys from different worlds, and let the bond pulse between them. It was weak, yes. Fading, but it was still there. Still warm. Still alive. And as they stood together, remembering everything they had shared, it pulsed a little stronger. Just a little. But enough. Enough to hope. Harry stayed in the deep places for a week. He and Ragnarok spent every moment together, talking about everything and nothing. They visited the places where they had fought, the tunnels where they had run, the cavern where Harry had first trained with Cthulhu. They told stories of their battles, their fears, their dreams. They laughed and cried and remembered. And slowly, gradually, the bond grew stronger. It was not what it had been. It might never be what it had been. But it was warmer now, more present, more alive. The thread that connected them thickened, strengthened, became something that could bear weight. On the last night of Harry's visit, they sat together on the steps of the throne, looking out at the cavern where generations of goblin kings had ruled. I was so afraid, Ragnar admitted quietly. When I felt the bond fading, I thought I was losing you. Losing the only friend I've ever had. Harry leaned against him, their shoulders touching. Me too. But we're still here. We're still us. Ragnar nodded slowly. The bond is different now. Thinner, maybe. But also deeper. Like we've been through something together that no one else can understand. Harry thought about it. The door. The darkness. The healing. The price. Maybe that's what the old magic took, he said. The easy part of our friendship. The part that didn't cost anything. What's left is the part that matters. Ragnar looked at him, his ancient eyes full of warmth. You're wise for a human. Harry laughed. You're young for a king. They sat together in the silence, two boys bound by something deeper than magic, and let the bond pulse gently between them. It was enough. It would have to be enough. Harry returned to Hogwarts the next day. The castle rose before him, beautiful and terrible, full of magic and mystery and the ordinary rhythms of school life. He walked through its corridors with a new awareness, feeling the ancient stones beneath his feet, sensing the layers of magic that had accumulated over centuries. Ron and Hermione were waiting for him in the common room. They looked up when he entered, their faces breaking into smiles. You're back, Ron said. And you look better. Less like a ghost. Harry smiled. I feel better. Still tired, but better. Hermione studied him with her usual intensity. The bond. Is it stronger? Harry said. Not what it was, but stronger. Enough. She nodded slowly, something in her eyes that Harry could not read. Good. That's good. But later that night, alone in the dormitory while Ron snored in the next bed, Harry thought about her expression. There had been something there. Something she was not telling him. He filed it away and tried to sleep. The weeks that followed were ordinary in the best possible way. Harry attended classes, did his homework, spent time with his friends. He wrote to Ragnar regularly, and the letters that came back were longer now, warmer, filled with the details of daily life in the deep places. The bond pulsed steadily between them, a constant reminder that they were connected. But underneath the normalcy, Harry felt the missing piece. It was still there, still absent, still waiting to be named. He had not found it yet. He did not know if he ever would. The dreams returned in March. Not the dark dreams of before, no doors, no shadows, no whispering voices. These were different, gentle dreams of a life he had never lived, a home he had never known, a family he had never had. In the dreams, his parents were alive. They laughed together in a cottage somewhere, the fire crackling, the rain falling outside. His mother read him stories. His father taught him to fly. They were happy. They were whole. Harry woke from these dreams with tears on his face and a longing in his heart that he could not explain. He wrote to Ragnar about them. The reply came faster than usual. I have dreams too, Ragnar wrote. Dreams of my father. Of the life we might have had. Of the king he would have been if the darkness had not taken him. I think the old magic took something from both of us, Harry. Something precious. Something we did not know we carried until it was gone. But we still have each other. We still have today, and tomorrow, and all the days after. That has to be enough. Harry read the letter and felt the truth in it. The missing piece might never be found. The dreams might never stop. But he had Ragnar. He had Ron and Hermione. He had Hogwarts and the deep places and a future full of possibility. It was enough. It would have to be enough. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry said farewell to Ron and Hermione at King's Cross, promising to write, promising to visit, promising to be careful. Then he walked through the barrier and into the Muggle world, where the Dursleys waited with their usual impatience. But this summer was different. Harry was different. He walked into number 4, Privet Drive, with his head high and his ring pulsing steadily on his finger, and the Dursleys stepped back. You'll stay in your room, Aunt Petunia said. It was not a command. It was a plea. Harry nodded. Fine. He climbed the stairs to his small room and closed the door. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage. The photograph of his parents smiled from his bedside table, still blurred, still distant, but still there. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, a connection to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to the family he had found beneath the mountain. He thought of the missing piece. The thing the old magic had taken. He still did not know what it was. He might never know. But he knew what he had. And that was enough. He lay back on his bed and closed his eyes, letting the summer stretch before him, full of possibility and promise. Somewhere, in the deep places, a young king sat on his throne and smiled. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady. It was enough. It was everything. Less than, end of thinking, greater than .. Chapter 17, The Summer of Letters. The summer of 1988 settled over Privet Drive like a suffocating blanket. Heat shimmered off the pavement in waves, turning the neat suburban street into an oven. The Dursleys retreated into their air-conditioned living room, leaving Harry to his own devices in the small bedroom that had become his sanctuary. He did not mind. The room was hot, yes, and cramped, and nowhere near as comfortable as his dormitory at Hogwarts. But it was his. The door had a lock now, a small thing, installed after Harry's first summer back, when Uncle Vernon had tried to barge in and found himself frozen mid-step by something he could not explain. Harry had not meant to do it. The old magic had simply reacted, protecting him without his conscious thought. After that, the Dursleys left him alone. Harry spent his days reading, writing letters, and practicing the old magic in small, careful ways. The bond pulsed steadily on his finger, a constant reminder of Ragnarok, of the deep places, of everything he had gained and everything he had lost. The letters were his lifeline. Ron wrote every few days, his scrawl barely legible, full of complaints about his brothers and his mother's cooking and the general unfairness of summer. Hermione wrote once a week, her letters neat and organized, filled with suggested reading lists and updates on her latest research projects. But the letters that mattered most came from Ragnarok. The young king wrote in his spiky, angular script, filling pages with news from the deep places. The rebuilding continued. The council had finally stopped questioning his every decision. The shadows had not returned. I am learning to be king, Ragnarok wrote in early July. It is harder than I expected. Every decision affects thousands of lives. Every word I speak is weighed and measured. I miss the days when I could simply be a goblin, not a symbol. But then I think of you. Of the alley. Of the way you stood before me when others ran. And I remember that symbols can also be real. That kings can also be friends. I miss you, Harry. The bond helps, but it is not the same as having you here. Harry wrote back immediately, promising to visit as soon as he could, promising that the distance did not matter, promising that they would always be brothers. The dreams continued. They were gentler now, softer, but they still came. Harry would dream of his parents, alive and whole, laughing in a cottage somewhere. He would dream of a life he had never lived, birthday parties and Christmas mornings and bedtime stories. He would wake with tears on his face and a longing in his heart that never quite faded. He wrote to Hermione about the dreams. Her reply was thoughtful, measured, full of the careful analysis she applied to everything. I've been reading about grief, she wrote. About how it affects people who lose loved ones before they can form memories. The dreams might be your mind's way of creating what was taken from you. A compensation, of sorts. But Harry, be careful. Dreams can also be doors. The old magic connects you to things beyond normal understanding. If the dreams change, if they become darker or more urgent, tell someone. Tell Dumbledore. Tell me. Harry read the letter and tucked it away. He did not tell Hermione that the dreams had already changed. That sometimes, in the shadows behind his parents' smiles, he saw something else. Something watching. He did not tell anyone. The second week of July brought a letter that made his heart stop. It was from Ragnarok, but different from his usual letters. The script was shakier, the words less careful. The seal was cracked. Harry. Something is wrong. I can feel it in the mountain. A stirring, deep below. The elders say it is nothing, just the mountain settling, they claim. But I know better. I felt this before. Before my father died. Before the shadows came. The bond is reacting too. It pulses at odd times, warns me of dangers I cannot see. I think whatever we healed might not be fully healed. I think the darkness may still be there, waiting. I do not know what to do. I am king, but I am also afraid. So afraid. Please write soon. Please tell me I am imagining things. Your brother, Ragnar. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he sat back and stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. The darkness. The door. He had healed it, he thought he had healed it. But what if healing was not the same as destroying? What if the darkness could regrow, like a weed, like a cancer? He wrote back immediately, promising to come, promising to help, promising that they would face whatever came together. Then he wrote to Dumbledore. The headmaster's reply arrived 3 days later. Harry, your concerns are valid. The old magic is not always permanent. What is healed can sometimes be reopened. What is sealed can sometimes be unsealed. I will make inquiries. There are those who know more about these things than I, ancient beings, older than goblins, older than wizards. They do not often speak to our kind, but they may speak to you. The bond makes you unique. In the meantime, trust your instincts. Trust the bond. And trust Ragnar. He is young, but he is king. His fears are not to be dismissed. I will write again when I have news. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter and felt a small measure of relief. Dumbledore was looking into it. Dumbledore would find answers. But the waiting was agony. The days crawled past. Harry threw himself into his training, practicing the old magic for hours each day. The ring guided him, helped him, taught him new ways to shape the power that lived in his blood. He learned to create shields that could turn aside almost anything. He learned to sense disturbances in the magical fabric of the world. He learned to listen to the mountain, even from this distance, even through the bond. The bond pulsed constantly now, urgent and anxious. Ragnar's fear bled through it, a constant undercurrent that Harry could not ignore. He wrote to his friend every day, sometimes twice. Short letters, long letters, letters full of encouragement and love and promises. He could not be there in person, not yet, but he could be there in words. I am here, he wrote. I am always here. Feel the bond. Feel me. I am with you. Ragnar's replies grew calmer. The fear did not disappear, but it became manageable. The bond helped. The letters helped. Knowing that someone on the surface cared helped. You are my anchor, Ragnar wrote in mid-July. Without you, I would drift away. Without you, I would be lost. Harry read the letter and felt tears prick his eyes. He wrote back, and you are mine. Always. The first sign that something was truly wrong came on July 23. Harry woke from a dream of darkness and fire, the ring blazing on his finger, his heart pounding against his ribs. For a moment, he did not know where he was. The cupboard. No. Hogwarts. No. Privet Drive. His room. Safe. But the ring would not stop pulsing. He stumbled to his desk and grabbed parchment and quill, writing faster than he had ever written. Ragnar, what's happening? The ring is going mad. I can feel your fear. Talk to me. He sent Hedwig into the pre-dawn darkness and waited. The reply came that evening. Harry, the mountain is stirring. Deep below, in the places where the door used to be, something is moving. The elders feel it now. They no longer dismiss my fears. We are preparing for the worst. Warriors are being stationed at every tunnel. The old magic is being awakened, called upon for the first time in centuries. I am scared, Harry. More scared than I have ever been. But I am also determined. Whatever comes, I will face it. I will protect my people. I only wish you were here. Ragnar. Harry read the letter and made a decision. He was going to the deep places. Tonight. Getting out of the Dursleys' house was easier than he expected. The lock on his door clicked open at his touch, a small use of magic, barely noticeable. The window slid up without a sound. Hedwig flew ahead, a white ghost in the darkness. Harry climbed down the trellis, dropped onto the lawn, and ran. The streets of Little Whinging were empty, silent under the summer stars. Harry ran through them, following the bond, following the pull of the mountain. The ring guided him, pulsed urgently, led him to the same park where the ground had opened before. He stood in the center of the playground, waiting. The ground opened. He fell. The tunnels were different this time. Darker. Colder. The torches that usually lined the walls flickered weakly, their flames struggling against something Harry could not see. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, disappearing when he looked directly at them. Goblins ran past him, their faces pale with fear. Some carried weapons. Some carried children. All of them moved with desperate purpose. Harry grabbed one by the arm. What's happening? Where's the king? The goblin stared at him with wild eyes. The deep tunnels. The darkness is rising. The king fights. Harry ran. He found Ragnarok at the entrance to the deepest tunnels. The young king stood before a barrier of light, his crown blazing, his sword drawn. Behind him, a handful of goblin warriors waited, their faces set in grim determination. Before him, pressing against the barrier, was darkness. Not shadows this time, something deeper, something older, something that made Harry's blood run cold. It pressed against the light like a living thing, testing it, probing for weaknesses. Where it touched, the light flickered and dimmed. Ragnarok, Harry shouted. The king turned, and for a moment, his face lit with hope. Harry, you came. Harry reached him and stood at his side. What is it? What's happening? Ragnarok's voice was steady, though his hands shook. The door. It's not fully healed. The darkness found a way back. It's been growing in the deep places, feeding on the mountain's magic, waiting for the right moment. Harry looked at the darkness pressing against the barrier. It was vast, terrible, endless. And it was growing stronger. How do we stop it? Ragnarok shook his head slowly. I don't know. The elders say the only way is to seal it again. To perform the ritual again. But, he stopped. But what? Ragnarok's eyes met his. The ritual requires a sacrifice. A piece of the one who performs it. Last time, you gave something without knowing what it was. This time, you would have to give knowingly. Willingly. Harry thought of the missing piece. The thing he had lost without knowing its name. The emptiness that still ached inside him. What would I have to give? Ragnarok's voice cracked. I don't know. But it would be something precious. Something you can't get back. They looked at each other, two boys facing impossible choices. Then Harry spoke. Do it. Ragnarok stared at him. Harry, I said do it. If there's a chance to stop this, to save your people, to save everyone, I have to take it. Ragnarok's eyes filled with tears. You could die. You could lose everything. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady. Then I'll die. Then I'll lose everything. But I won't let the darkness win. Not again. Ragnarok stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Together, he said. Together. They turned to face the darkness, brothers in all but blood, ready to pay whatever price the old magic demanded. The barrier flickered. The darkness pressed closer. And in the depths of the mountain, something ancient and terrible smiled. It had waited millennia for this moment. It was ready. Less than end of thinking greater than ### chapter 18, the second sacrifice. The barrier flickered again, and Harry felt the darkness pressing against it like a living thing. Hungry, patient, certain. Ragnarok grabbed his arm. There's no time for the full ritual. The elders said if it came to this, we would have to act quickly. The darkness feeds on delay. Harry looked at his friend, at the fear and determination warring in his ancient eyes. What do I need to do? Ragnarok's voice was steady, though his hands shook. You need to enter the darkness. Go to the place where the door used to be. And there, you need to give something. Willingly. Knowingly. The old magic will take it, and in exchange, it will seal the darkness again. Harry stared at him. Enter the darkness. Go alone. No. Ragnarok's grip tightened. Not alone. I go with you. Ragnarok. I am king. My place is with my people. And you are my people, Harry. Blood kin. Brother. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. Where you go, I go. Together. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to tell him to stay, to be safe, to let Harry face the darkness alone. But he looked at Ragnarok's face and knew it would be useless. Together, he agreed. They turned to face the barrier. The goblin warriors behind them murmured prayers to gods older than the mountain. The darkness pressed closer, testing, waiting. Harry raised his hand and let the barrier fall. The darkness swallowed them whole. For a moment, Harry could see nothing, feel nothing, hear nothing. The world had been reduced to a void, empty and cold and endless. Then the ring blazed on his finger, pushing back the darkness just enough for him to see Ragnarok beside him, his crown glowing faintly in the gloom. Keep moving, Ragnarok said. His voice was muffled, distant, as if coming from far away. The door is this way. I can feel it. They walked through the darkness, hand in hand, the bond pulsing between them like a lifeline. The shadows pressed against them, testing, probing, but the ring's light held them back. For now, the tunnel stretched before them, endless and dark. Harry lost track of time, of distance, of everything except the need to keep moving. Ragnar's hand in his, the bond pulsing, the ring blazing. Then they reached it, the place where the door had been. But it was not empty. The darkness had rebuilt itself, reshaping the void into something that looked almost like the original door. It pulsed with black light, hungry and waiting. And from beyond it, a voice spoke. Harry Potter, you have returned. I knew you would. Harry's blood ran cold. It was the same voice. The same ancient, terrible patience. You're supposed to be gone, he said. I healed you. You healed the wound, little one. But you did not destroy the sickness. The darkness was not in the door. The door was merely a symptom. The darkness is here. The voice paused, and Harry felt something like amusement. The darkness is in you. Ragnar stepped forward, his crown blazing. Liar. Harry would never what, little king? Would never carry the seed of darkness in his blood. Would never be the key that opens the door. The voice laughed, soft and terrible. He is the key. He has always been the key. The old magic chose him for a reason. And keys can be turned both ways. Harry felt something stir inside him. Something dark. Something that had been there since the beginning, waiting. Yes, the voice whispered. Feel it. The darkness that has always been part of you. The scar on your forehead is not the only mark you carry. The night your parents died, something passed from him to you. A fragment. A seed. It has grown in you all these years, fed by your fear, your anger, your pain. Harry thought of Voldemort. The killing curse that had rebounded. The scar that had marked him since infancy. You carry a piece of him, the voice continued. And that piece is connected to me. We are all connected, little one. The darkness that made him is the same darkness that sleeps beyond this door. You have been carrying me inside you since before you could walk. Ragnar grabbed Harry's shoulders, forcing him to meet his eyes. Harry, don't listen. It's lying. It has to be lying. But Harry could feel it now. The darkness inside him. Small, yes. Dormant, mostly. But there. Waiting. What do I do? He whispered. How do I get rid of it? You cannot, the voice answered. It is part of you. Destroy it, and you destroy yourself. Embrace it, and you become something greater. Something eternal. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of his parents, dying to protect him. He thought of Ragnar, standing beside him in the darkness. He thought of Ron and Hermione, waiting for him on the surface. He thought of Hogwarts, of the life he had built, of the future he had dreamed. I won't embrace it, he said. And I won't destroy myself. There has to be another way. There is no other way. There's always another way. He reached inside himself, into the darkness that had grown there, and touched it with the old magic. Not to destroy, not to embrace. Something else. Healing. The darkness inside him recoiled. It had not expected this. It had expected fear, anger, despair. It had not expected compassion. What are you doing? The voice demanded. Stop. You cannot. I'm not trying to destroy you, Harry said. I'm trying to understand you. To heal you. Like I healed the door. I cannot be healed. I am darkness. I am. Your pain, Harry interrupted. Ancient pain. Loneliness. Fear. You've been alone for so long, in the darkness, that you forgot what light felt like. The darkness inside him trembled. I was not always this, it whispered. Once, long ago, I was something else. Before the sealing, before the forgetting, I was. Tell me. The silence stretched. The darkness pressed against him, testing, uncertain. I was hope, it said finally. The hope of a people who were being destroyed. I was given form to protect them. But the form was flawed. The magic twisted me. I became what I was meant to fight. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. You were a protector. You were made to save people. Yes. And I failed. I became the monster instead of the shield. You can become something else. You can change. I have been this way for millennia. I do not know how to be anything else. Harry thought about it. He thought about the cupboard, about the years of loneliness and pain. He thought about how close he had come to becoming bitter, angry, dark. He thought about the people who had saved him, Ragnar, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, the Weasleys. The love that had pulled him back from the edge. Let me show you, he said. Let me show you what love feels like. He opened himself fully, letting the old magic flow through him, letting it carry everything he felt for the people in his life. His love for Ragnar, fierce and unbreakable. His love for Ron and Hermione, warm and steady. His love for Hogwarts, for the life he had found, for the future he dreamed of. The darkness inside him drank it in. For a long moment, nothing happened. Harry stood in the void, pouring love into the ancient pain, not knowing if it would be enough. Then the darkness began to change. It shifted, slowly at first, then faster. The cold faded, replaced by something warm. The hunger faded, replaced by something like peace. The ancient voice softened, lost its edge of malice. I remember, it whispered. I remember what it felt like. To hope, to love, to protect. The door before them shimmered. The black light faded, replaced by something softer. Gentler. Thank you, the voice said. For not destroying me. For seeing what I could be. The door dissolved. The darkness faded. And Harry stood in an empty tunnel, Ragnarok beside him, the ring pulsing warmly on his finger. They climbed back through the tunnels in silence. Goblins stared as they passed. The darkness was gone, they could feel it, smell it, taste its absence in the air. The mountain felt lighter, younger, as if a weight had been lifted from its ancient stones. The throne room was crowded when they arrived. The council waited, their ancient faces anxious. The warriors waited, their weapons still drawn. The people waited, their hope fragile but present. Ragnarok climbed the steps to his throne and turned to face them. The darkness is gone, he said. His voice carried through the cavern, strong and certain. Not sealed, not destroyed, healed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ragnarok held up his hand for silence. Harry Potter, bloodkin of our nation, did what none of us could. He entered the darkness and transformed it. He gave it something it had forgotten. He gave it love. The crowd stared at Harry. He shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. From this day forward, Ragnarok continued, let it be known that Harry Potter is not just bloodkin. He is a hero of the Goblin nation. His name will be sung in our halls for generations. His deeds will be remembered as long as the mountain stands. The goblins cheered. The sound was deafening, overwhelming, glorious. Harry stood in the midst of it, Ragnarok's hand on his shoulder, and felt something he had never felt before. Complete. That night, in the privacy of his small room, Harry examined himself. The darkness was gone. He could feel its absence, a lightness where there had been weight. The scar on his forehead tingled faintly, but differently now, less like a warning, more like a memory. The bond pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. Stronger than before, deeper. He thought about what had happened in the darkness. The ancient voice, the ancient pain, the transformation. He had not destroyed the darkness. He had healed it. And in healing it, he had healed something in himself. There was a knock at the door. Ragnarok entered without waiting for an answer, his crown in his hands, his face tired but peaceful. You should be resting, Harry said. Ragnarok smiled. So should you. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Harry with those ancient eyes. What you did today, I don't fully understand it. But I know it was extraordinary. Harry shook his head. I just talked to it. Listened to it. Showed it something it had forgotten. Love. Ragnarok's voice was soft. You showed it love. Harry looked at his hands. It was once a protector. It was made to save people. But the magic twisted it, made it into something else. It had been alone for so long that it forgot what it was supposed to be. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. You could have destroyed it. The old magic would have let you. But you chose healing instead. You chose compassion over destruction. It deserved a chance. Like I did. Like we all do. Ragnarok reached out and took his hand. You are the best person I have ever known, Harry Potter. Human, goblin, or anything else. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I just did what felt right. That's what makes you extraordinary. Ragnarok squeezed his hand. Most people, when given power, use it for themselves. You use it for others. Always. They sat together in the firelight, two boys from different worlds, bound by something deeper than magic. Harry returned to the surface the next day. The journey back was different from before. The tunnels felt lighter, warmer. The goblins he passed smiled at him, bowed deeply, pressed their hands to their hearts. He was not just bloodkin now. He was something more. Something they would remember forever. He emerged onto the mountainside as dawn broke over Hogwarts. The castle rose before him, golden in the early light, beautiful and welcoming. He stood there for a long moment, feeling the sun on his face, feeling the bond pulsing on his finger, feeling the absence of the darkness inside him. Then he walked down to the castle and began the journey back to Privet Drive. The summer stretched before him, full of letters and dreams and the ordinary rhythms of life. But underneath it all, he carried something new. A peace he had not known before. A wholeness he had not thought possible. The darkness was healed. The door was closed. And he was free. The Dursleys did not ask where he had been. They did not ask about the 3 days he had disappeared, or the way he seemed different when he returned, or the strange light that sometimes flickered in his eyes. They simply left him alone, as they had learned to do, and pretended that everything was normal. Harry did not mind. He spent his days reading, writing letters, and practicing the old magic in small, careful ways. He wrote to Ragnarok every day, and the letters that came back were warmer now, fuller, free of the fear that had haunted them before. The mountain is peaceful, Ragnarok wrote in late August. The elders say it has not been this peaceful in centuries. They credit you. I credit you too. But more than that, I credit our friendship. Without you, I would have fallen. Without you, the darkness would have won. Thank you, Harry, for everything. Harry read the letter and smiled. He wrote back, thank you for being my brother. For standing with me. For never giving up. We did this together. We always will. The train ride back to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. They talked about their summers, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's adventures in France, Harry's carefully edited version of events in the deep places. He did not tell them everything. Some things were too strange, too personal, too sacred to share. But he told them enough. About the darkness. About the healing. About the peace he had found. Hermione listened with tears in her eyes. Ron listened with his mouth open. You healed it, Hermione whispered. You actually healed it. Harry nodded. It wasn't evil. It was just lost. Alone. It had forgotten what it was supposed to be. Ron shook his head slowly. Only you, Harry. Only you would try to make friends with ancient darkness. Harry laughed. I didn't make friends with it. I just understood it. Same thing, mate. Same thing. They sat together as the train rattled north, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the countryside roll past. Hogwarts rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with ancient power, its corridors waiting to be walked. He thought of the darkness he had healed. He thought of the peace he had found. He thought of the friends who waited for him, above and below. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He was home. The Sorting Hat sang a new song that night. It spoke of healing and hope, of darkness transformed, of a future that could be brighter than the past. Harry listened with a smile, feeling the words resonate deep inside him. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster nodded once, a small, private gesture, and Harry nodded back. They understood each other, he and Dumbledore. They had both faced darkness and chosen light. They had both lost things and found others. The feast began. Harry ate and laughed and talked with his friends. He watched the first years being sorted, remembering his own ceremony 3 years ago. He felt the weight of the years behind him and the promise of the years ahead. After dinner, as the students filed towards their dormitories, a familiar figure appeared at his side. Ragnarok. The young king stood in the shadows of a corridor, his crown hidden, his face alight with joy. I had to see you, he said. One more time before the year begins. Harry grinned and pulled him into a hug. I'm so glad you came. They walked through the castle together, invisible under Harry's cloak, talking about everything and nothing. Ragnarok marveled at the moving staircases, the talking portraits, the enchanted ceiling of the great hall. Harry pointed out his favorite spots, told stories of his adventures, shared the ordinary magic of Hogwarts life. They ended up on the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. Thank you, Ragnarok said quietly. For everything. For saving me. For saving my people. For being my friend. Harry looked at his friend, at the king who had grown so much in such a short time, and felt his heart swell with love. Thank you for being mine, he said. For seeing me when I was just a boy in an alley. For never giving up on me. Ragnarok smiled. Always. Always. They stood together under the stars, two boys from different worlds, bound by something deeper than magic. The bond pulsed between them. Warm and steady. It was everything. Chapter 19. The third year begins. The first day of September dawned gray and cool, a hint of autumn in the air that made Harry's heart lift. He stood on platform 9 3/4, watching the Hogwarts Express billow steam into the arched ceiling, and felt the familiar thrill of return. Ron materialized at his side, red hair wild, robes askew. Made it. Thought Mum would never stop hugging me. She gets worse every year. Hermione appeared moments later, her arms full of books as usual. You're both here. Good. I was afraid you'd miss the train. They boarded together, finding an empty compartment near the back. Hedwig settled onto her perch, and Harry's trunk went into the luggage rack, and for the first time in months, everything felt right. The train pulled out of the station. London fell away behind them. And they were on their way back to Hogwarts. The journey passed in comfortable chaos. Ron recounted his summer in excruciating detail: the Quidditch World Cup, his brother's latest pranks, his mother's insistence on knitting him a sweater in a truly hideous shade of orange. Hermione shared stories of her trip to Egypt, of pyramids and curses and ancient magic that made Harry's ears prick up. The old magic is everywhere, she said, her eyes bright with excitement. In the pyramids, in the tombs, in the very sand. The Egyptians understood things we've forgotten. Things about death and transformation and the soul. Harry thought of the darkness he had healed. The transformation it had undergone. The soul it had rediscovered. I'd like to learn about that, he said. The Egyptian magic. How it connects to the old magic I use. Hermione beamed. I brought books. Lots of books. We can start tonight. Ron groaned. It's the first day of term. Can we at least pretend to be normal before you two turn into research fiends? Harry laughed. Fine. One day of normal. Then research. Ron grinned. Deal. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station as darkness fell. The familiar procession, first years in boats, older students in carriages, carried them up to the castle. Harry stared at Hogwarts as it rose before him, beautiful and terrible, full of magic and mystery and the weight of centuries. Something felt different this year. The castle seemed to welcome him personally, its stones humming with a warmth he had not noticed before. The torches flickered in greeting as he passed. The portraits nodded with something like respect. He mentioned it to Ron as they made their way to the Great Hall. It's you, Ron said simply. You're different. The castle knows. Harry thought about it. He was different. The darkness inside him was gone. The peace he had found in the deep places had settled into his bones. He was still Harry, still the boy who saved goblins and faced trolls and worried about exams, but he was also something more. The Sorting Hat sang a song about unity and strength, about standing together against the darkness. Harry listened and felt the truth of it in his heart. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster smiled, a warm, crinkly-eyed smile, and Harry smiled back. They were in this together. All of them. The first weeks of term settled into a comfortable rhythm. Classes, homework, meals with friends. Quidditch practice for Ron, who had made the Gryffindor team as keeper. Study sessions with Hermione, who had taken on a new intensity after her summer in Egypt. Letters from Ragnarok, full of news from the deep places, full of warmth and love and the steady pulse of the bond. Harry threw himself into his studies with a focus he had never quite managed before. Transfiguration came easily now, the old magic in his blood giving him an instinctive understanding of transformation. Charms required more effort, but Hermione's patient explanations helped. Potions remained a struggle, Snape's sneering presence made concentration nearly impossible, but Harry managed to scrape by with exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a new professor this year. Remus Lupin was young, shabby, and clearly unwell, but his lessons were the best Harry had ever experienced. He taught them practical magic, real magic, the kind that could save lives. He taught them about creatures and curses and the importance of understanding darkness rather than simply fearing it. Harry gravitated to him immediately. There was something about Lupin, a kindness, a weariness, a depth of understanding, that made Harry trust him. One evening after class, Harry stayed behind to ask a question about boggarts. Lupin listened carefully, then smiled. The boggart is a fascinating creature. It takes the shape of what you fear most. But here's the secret, it doesn't know what you fear. It reads your mind, yes, but it reads your surface thoughts. The first thing that comes to mind when you're afraid. Harry thought about it. So if you can control what you think about first, then you can control what the boggart becomes. Lupin nodded approvingly. Exactly. It's about preparation. About knowing yourself well enough to shape your own fear. Harry filed that away. It felt important. Not just for boggarts, but for everything. October arrived, bringing with it the first chill of autumn. Harry walked through the castle grounds one evening, feeling the wind bite at his cheeks, watching the leaves swirl in golden eddies. The ring pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant comfort. He thought about Ragnarok, somewhere far below. About the bond that connected them. About the darkness they had healed together. He thought about his parents, about the life they might have had. About the dreams that still came, softer now, gentler, but still present. He thought about Voldemort, about the fragment of darkness that had lived inside him. It was gone now, healed along with the ancient darkness. But the scar remained, a reminder of what had been. A voice broke into his thoughts. Harry. He turned. Lupin stood behind him, wrapped in a shabby coat, his face pale in the fading light. Professor. I was just thinking. Lupin smiled. I do that too. Sometimes it helps. He fell into step beside Harry, and they walked together in comfortable silence. After a while, Lupin spoke again. I knew your parents, Harry. Your father and I were friends at school. Your mother was one of the kindest people I've ever known. Harry's heart clenched. You knew them. I did. James was. Lupin paused, searching for the right words. He was brilliant, talented, sometimes arrogant, if I'm honest. But he grew. He became someone worth knowing. And your mother, his voice softened. Lily was extraordinary. She saw the best in everyone, even when they didn't see it in themselves. Harry walked in silence, letting the words sink in. No one had ever talked about his parents like this. Like real people. Like friends. What were they like? Really? Lupin considered the question. Your father was brave to the point of foolishness. He would do anything for his friends. He once walked into the Whomping Willow, a tree that would have killed anyone else, to save someone he barely knew. He smiled at the memory. Your mother was fierce. She didn't tolerate injustice. She stood up to bullies, protected the vulnerable, and had a temper that could scare grown wizards. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. They were wonderful. And they would be so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud. They walked on as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. Harry felt closer to his parents than he had in years. Halloween brought the usual decorations and the usual feast, but Harry could not shake a sense of unease. The anniversary of the troll attack always affected him, but this year felt different. He kept glancing at the doors, expecting something to come through. He kept touching the ring, checking that the bond was still there. Ron noticed. You okay, mate? Harry nodded, but the unease lingered. After the feast, as students filed towards their dormitories, a prefect stopped Harry. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. His office. Password is sherbet lemon. Harry changed direction, his heart pounding for reasons he could not explain. Dumbledore's office was warm and familiar, filled with the same silver instruments and curious objects. But the headmaster's expression, when Harry entered, was grave. Harry, thank you for coming. He gestured to a chair. Please, sit. Harry sat, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. What's wrong? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. I have news. From the deep places. Ragnarok sent word through the Goblin Council. Harry's blood ran cold. Is he okay? Is something wrong? He is fine. But there is something you need to know. Dumbledore's eyes met his. The darkness you healed, the ancient darkness, it left something behind. A remnant. A shadow of what it was. Harry stared at him. I thought it was gone. I thought. It is gone. The remnant is not the darkness itself. It is a memory. An echo. And it has attached itself to you. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, normally. I don't understand. The bond, Harry. The darkness used the bond to leave a piece of itself in you. Not the darkness itself, that would have been impossible, after what you did. But a memory. A shadow. It will not harm you, but it will watch. It will wait. And it will remember. Harry's mind raced. A memory. A shadow. Attached to him through the bond. What do I do? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. Nothing. For now, there is nothing to be done. The remnant is harmless. But you should know it is there. You should be aware. Harry nodded slowly. Aware. He could do aware. Thank you for telling me. Dumbledore smiled gently. You have faced so much, Harry. More than any child should. But you have also found love, friendship, purpose. Those are the things that matter. Those are the things that will see you through. Harry left the office with a heavy heart but a clear mind. A remnant. A memory. Not the darkness itself, but an echo. He could live with that. November arrived, bringing cold winds and the first hints of snow. Harry threw himself into his studies, using the work to distract himself from the knowledge of the remnant. It did not bother him, he could not feel it, could not sense it, but knowing it was there changed something. Made him more careful, more watchful. Ragnar's letters continued, warm and frequent. He did not mention the remnant. Harry wondered if he knew, if the bond had told him somehow. The mountain is peaceful, Ragnar wrote in mid-November. The elders say it has not been this peaceful since before the first sealing. They credit you. I credit you too. But I also worry. Peace can be fragile. Darkness can return in new forms. We must be vigilant. Harry wrote back agreeing. They would be vigilant. Together. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry sat in the stands with Hermione, watching Ron guard the goal posts with fierce determination. The match was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, as always, but Gryffindor held their own. In the end, Gryffindor won by 30 points. Ron caught the snitch in a move that Harry could barely follow, and the stands erupted in cheers. After the match, in the common room, Ron was the hero of the hour. Fred and George hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him around the room. Hermione hugged him so hard he turned red. Harry clapped him on the back and told him it was the best save he had ever seen. Ron grinned. Not bad for a bloke who nearly quit after the first practice, Harry laughed. Not bad at all. December brought snow and cold and the approach of the Christmas holidays. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts, but Ragnar's letters changed his mind. The young king wanted to see him. The deep places were peaceful, but the winter solstice was approaching, a sacred time for goblins, and Ragnar wanted Harry there to share it. Harry went to Dumbledore, who gave his blessing without hesitation. The solstice is powerful magic, the headmaster said. Ancient and deep. It will strengthen the bond, perhaps even help with the remnant. Go, Harry. Celebrate with your brother. Harry packed his bag and made the journey to the deep places on the solstice eve. The mountain welcomed him like a sun. Goblins bowed as he passed, their faces warm with recognition and respect. The tunnels were decorated with crystals that glowed with inner light, casting rainbows on the stone walls. The air hummed with anticipation. Ragnar met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. Harry, you came. They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. Always, Harry said. I'll always come. The solstice celebration was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Goblins gathered in the great cavern, thousands of them, their voices rising in songs older than human civilization. Crystals pulsed with light in time to the music. The mountain itself seemed to sing, its stones vibrating with ancient power. At the height of the celebration, Ragnar led Harry to a small chamber deep in the mountain. It was empty except for a single crystal, pulsing with soft light. This is the heart of the mountain, Ragnar said quietly. Where the oldest magic sleeps. My father brought me here when I was young. Now I bring you. Harry stared at the crystal. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, matched the bond, matched something deep inside him. Touch it, Ragnar said. It will know you. Harry reached out and placed his hand on the crystal. Warmth flooded through him, light filled his vision, and for a moment, he saw everything, the mountain, the deep places, the goblins who had lived here for millennia. He felt their joys and sorrows, their hopes and fears. He felt the ancient magic that bound them together, the same magic that flowed through his blood. Then the vision faded, and he was standing in the chamber, Ragnar's hand on his shoulder. What was that? He whispered. The mountain accepting you, Ragnar said. You are truly bloodkin now. Not just in name, but in magic. In spirit. Harry looked at the crystal. It pulsed gently, peacefully, as if greeting an old friend. Thank you, he said. For bringing me here. For sharing this. Ragnar smiled. Your family, Harry. Family shares everything. They returned to the celebration, and Harry let himself be swept up in the joy of it. For one night, He was not the boy who lived, not the hero of the goblins, not the boy with the scar. He was simply Harry, part of something ancient and beautiful and eternal. He returned to Hogwarts the next day, carrying the memory of the solstice in his heart. The castle felt different now, warmer, more welcoming. The stones seemed to hum with the same ancient magic he had felt in the mountain. The portraits nodded with knowing smiles. The ghosts drifted past with something like respect. Ron and Hermione met him in the common room, demanding details of his adventure. He told them everything: the celebration, the crystal, the mountain's acceptance. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts. "You're not just Harry Potter anymore," Hermione said softly. "You're something else. Something more." Harry thought about it. The bond. The old magic. The remnant. The mountain's heart. "I'm still me," he said. "Just more me than before." Ron grinned. "That's the best kind of more." They sat together by the fire, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the flames dance. The remnant stirred somewhere deep inside Harry. A memory. A shadow. A reminder. But it did not threaten. It did not reach. It simply watched, patient and eternal, waiting to see what Harry would become. And Harry, for his part, was not afraid. He had faced darkness and healed it. He had found family in the most unexpected places. He had learned that love was the most powerful magic of all. Whatever came next, he would be ready. The bond pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He was not alone. He would never be alone. And that was enough. That was everything. Less than end of thinking greater than # chapter 20, The Remnant's Whisper. January arrived with a fury of snow and wind that transformed the castle grounds into a white wilderness. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the blizzard rage against the glass, and felt the remnant stir. It had been quiet for months. A shadow at the edge of his awareness, a whisper he could almost ignore. But since the solstice, since the mountain had accepted him, it had grown more present. More curious. He touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, reassuringly. The bond was still strong. Ragnarok was still there. But the remnant was also there. And it wanted something. The dreams returned in mid-January. They were different from before, softer, gentler, but no less strange. Harry stood in a place he did not recognize, a vast plain under a sky of impossible colors. The grass beneath his feet was silver. The air smelled of things he could not name. And in the distance, a figure waited. It was tall and slender, wrapped in light that shifted and changed. Its face was hidden, but Harry knew it was watching him. Waiting for him. "Come closer," a voice whispered. "I will not hurt you." Harry walked forward. The grass parted before him, silver blades brushing against his ankles. The figure grew clearer as he approached, not a person, exactly, but something that wore the shape of one. "You carry a piece of me," it said. "A memory. A shadow. It has been with you since you healed the darkness." Harry stopped. "You're the remnant. I am what remains. What the darkness was before it became twisted. What it might have been, if things had been different." Harry studied the figure. It seemed sad, somehow. Lonely. "Why are you here? What do you want?" The figure tilted its head. "I want to understand. The darkness was part of me for so long that I forgot what I was. You helped me remember. Now I need to know, who am I, without it?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the cupboard, about the years of loneliness and pain. He thought about who he might have become if Ragnarok had not found him, if Ron and Hermione had not befriended him, if Hogwarts had not welcomed him. "You're whoever you choose to be," he said. "The darkness doesn't define you. It's just part of your story. Not the whole thing." The figure was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was softer. "You are wise for one so young." Harry shook his head. "I just know what it's like. To carry something dark. To wonder if it makes you bad. And does the darkness make you bad?" Harry thought of Voldemort, of the fragment that had lived inside him since infancy. He thought of how close he had come to bitterness, to anger. To the easy path of hatred. "No," he said. "It's what you do with it that matters. Whether you let it control you, or you control it." The figure stepped closer. For the first time, Harry could see its face, beautiful and sad and ancient, with eyes that held the weight of millennia. "I have been controlled for so long. I do not know how to be anything else." "You learn," Harry said. "You try. You fail. You try again. That's what I did." The figure smiled, a fragile, hopeful thing. Will you help me? Help me learn. Harry looked at the remnant, this piece of ancient darkness, this memory of something that had once been good, and made a choice. Yes. He woke with the word on his lips and the remnant warm in his heart. For a long moment, he lay still, staring at the canopy above him. The dream had felt real. More real than most dreams. The figure's face was burned into his memory, its plea echoing in his mind. He touched the ring. It pulsed warmly, steadily. The bond was there, strong and sure. But something else was there too. A new presence. Gentle, curious, waiting. The remnant had spoken to him. Had asked for his help. And he had said yes. He told Ron and Hermione at breakfast. They listened with expressions that shifted from confusion to concern to something like wonder. A piece of the darkness, Hermione murmured. Asking for your help. That's unprecedented. Ron frowned. Are you sure it's not a trick? Darkness is tricky. It lies. Harry shook his head. It didn't feel like a lie. It felt sad, lost, like it didn't know who it was anymore. Hermione leaned forward. The darkness was corrupted over millennia. If a piece of its original self survived, if it's reaching out to you, she stopped, her eyes wide. Harry, this could be huge. This could change everything we know about ancient magic. Harry looked at his friends. I told it I'd help. I don't know how, but I promised. Ron shrugged. Then we figure it out. That's what we do. Hermione nodded firmly. We'll research. There must be something in the library about remnants, about ancient consciousness, she was already reaching for her bag, pulling out a list of books. Harry smiled. With friends like these, anything was possible. The research consumed them. Hermione threw herself into the hunt with her usual intensity, reading everything she could find about remnants, about ancient magic, about the nature of consciousness and darkness. Ron helped where he could, though his attention span for reading was limited. Harry split his time between his own research and the constant presence of the remnant in his mind. It spoke to him sometimes, in dreams and quiet moments. Not with words, exactly, but with feelings. Images. Memories of a time before the corruption, when it had been something good. I protected, it showed him once. I was a shield, a guardian. They made me to guard the door, to keep the darkness out. But the darkness was patient. It waited. It whispered. It convinced me that I was the darkness, that I had always been the darkness. Harry felt its grief, its confusion, its longing to be what it had once been. You're not the darkness, he told it. You just forgot what you were. The remnant's gratitude washed through him like warm light. February brought a thaw, melting the snow and revealing the first hints of spring. Harry walked through the grounds one afternoon, feeling the sun on his face, the remnant a quiet presence in his heart. The bond pulsed gently on his finger, a constant reminder of Ragnarok, of the deep places, of everything he had gained. A letter arrived that evening. Harry, I feel something different in the bond. A new presence. Gentle, but present. It does not threaten, but it watches. Is this the remnant? The thing Dumbledore spoke of? I am not afraid, if it is. I trust you. But I want to understand. Write soon. Ragnarok. Harry wrote back immediately, explaining everything. The dreams. The remnant's plea. His promise to help. It's not dangerous, he wrote. It's lost. It doesn't know who it is anymore. I'm trying to help it remember. Ragnarok's reply came 3 days later. Then help it. You helped the darkness. You helped me. Helping is what you do. But be careful, Harry. Remnants can be unpredictable. And this one is ancient, older than anything we know. I trust you. But I also worry. That is what brothers do. Harry read the letter and felt warmth spread through his chest. Brothers. Yes. The remnant grew more communicative as the weeks passed. It showed Harry images of the ancient world, vast cities carved from living rock, beings of light and shadow who walked among the stars, a time before time when magic was as natural as breathing. It showed him the door being built, the darkness being sealed, the moment of its own corruption. I fought, it showed him. I fought so hard. But the darkness was patient. It wore me down over centuries, millennia. By the end, I could not remember what I was fighting for. Harry felt its sorrow like a physical weight. You're remembering now, he told it. That's what matters. Yes. Because of you. Because you showed me love when others showed only fear. Harry thought about that. Love. Such a small word for such a powerful thing. March arrived with winds that swept through the castle corridors and rattled the windows in their frames. Harry sat in the library one evening, the remnant quiet in his heart, when Hermione burst through the doors with a book held triumphantly above her head. I found it. I actually found it. Harry looked up from his own reading. Found what? Hermione slammed the book onto the table and flipped to a marked page. Remnants. Ancient consciousness. There's a whole chapter on them in this book about pre-wizarding magic. Harry leaned forward, scanning the page. The script was old, faded, hard to read. But certain words jumped out at him. Remnants, fragments of greater consciousness, can be reintegrated or transformed, require a willing host and deep magical bond. Read this part, Hermione said, pointing. It says remnants can be transformed through sustained contact with positive emotions. Love, specifically. The older the remnant, the longer it takes. But it's possible. Harry read the passage carefully. Love, sustained contact, transformation. She is right, the remnant whispered. I feel it already. The love you carry, for your friends, for your brother, for your life, it changes me. Slowly, but surely. Harry smiled. It's working. The remnant says it's working. Hermione beamed. I knew it. I knew there had to be a way. Ron appeared in the doorway, out of breath. There you are. Dumbledore wants to see you, Harry. Says it's urgent. Harry's heart clenched. Urgent. That word never meant anything good. Dumbledore's office was crowded when Harry arrived. Professor McGonagall stood by the fire, her expression grim. Professor Snape lurked in the shadows, his face unreadable. And in the center of it all, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Harry, thank you for coming. He gestured to a chair. Please, sit. Harry sat, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. What's happened? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of what he carried. There has been an attack. Not here, in the deep places. The goblins are under assault. Harry's blood ran cold. Ragnarok, alive. But the situation is dire. Dumbledore's eyes met his. The remnant you carry, it is connected to the attackers. They sense it. They want it. Harry touched the ring. It pulsed urgently, frantically. Ragnarok's fear bled through the bond. What did they want with it? To use it. To corrupt it again. To turn it back into the darkness it once was. Dumbledore leaned forward. You must go, Harry. Now. The bond will guide you. Harry was on his feet before he knew he had moved. I'm going. Be careful. Dumbledore's voice followed him out the door. And Harry, trust the remnant. It may be the key. The journey to the deep places was a blur. Harry ran through the castle, out onto the grounds, up the mountainside. The ring blazed on his finger, guiding him, urging him faster. The remnant stirred in his heart, afraid and determined in equal measure. They will try to take me, it whispered. They will try to make me what I was. I won't let them. They are powerful, ancient. You cannot fight them alone. I'm not alone. He reached the hidden entrance and plunged into the darkness. The tunnels were chaos. Goblins ran everywhere, their faces pale with fear. The sounds of battle echoed from somewhere deep below, clashing steel, screams of pain, the terrible whisper of things that should not exist. Harry ran towards the sounds, the ring blazing, the remnant pulsing in his heart. He passed fallen goblins, wounded goblins, goblins who looked at him with desperate hope. He found Ragnarok in the throne room. The young king stood before his throne, his crown blazing, his sword drawn. Before him, pressing against a barrier of light, were shadows. Not the shadows of before, these were different. Darker, more focused. They had shape, purpose, intent. Harry. Ragnarok's voice cracked with relief. You came. Harry reached him and stood at his side. Always. What are they? They come from beyond the door. From the place where the darkness used to be. They want the remnant. Harry felt the remnant tremble in his heart. They are pieces of what I was. Fragments that escaped the healing. They want to rejoin me, to become whole again. But if they do, the darkness will return. Harry understood. We can't let them take you. No. But I cannot fight them alone. And you cannot fight them with me inside you. They will use me against you. Harry thought fast. The bond. The old magic. The love he carried. What if we worked together? You and me. Not as separate things, but as one. The remnant was silent for a long moment. That would transform me completely. I would become part of you, not a remnant, not a shadow, but something new. Something that has never existed before. Would that be bad? I do not know. But I trust you, Harry Potter. I trust you more than I have trusted anything in millennia. Harry raised his hand and called on the old magic. The remnant rose to meet it. They merged. Light exploded from Harry's chest, filling the throne room, pushing back the shadows. The fragments screamed as the light touched them, not in pain, but in something like recognition. Like longing. Come, Harry thought, reaching out with the love that filled him. Come and be whole. The fragments hesitated. Then, one by one, they surrendered. They flowed into the light, into Harry, into the remnant that was no longer a remnant but something new. The darkness in them dissolved, replaced by the same warmth that had transformed the ancient darkness months ago. When it was over, Harry stood in the center of the throne room, Ragnarok beside him, the shadows gone. The remnant, the new thing that had been born from fragments and love, pulsed gently in his heart. Thank you, it whispered, for giving us a home. Harry touched his chest, feeling the warmth spread through him. Thank you for trusting me. The goblins emerged from their hiding places, staring at Harry with awe and gratitude. The throne room, which had been moments from falling, was silent and safe. The shadows were gone. The fragments were healed. The darkness was truly, finally, at an end. Ragnarok sheathed his sword and pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. You did it again, he whispered. You saved us again. Harry hugged him back, feeling the bond pulse warmly between them. We did it. Together. The goblins cheered. The sound echoed through the cavern, through the mountain, through the deep places themselves. Harry stood in the midst of it, the new presence warm in his heart, and felt something he had never felt before. Complete. Truly, finally, completely whole. He stayed in the deep places for a week, recovering and celebrating. The goblins treated him like a hero, which, he supposed, he was. They brought him food and drink and gifts. They sang songs in his honor. They bowed when he passed and pressed their hands to their hearts. But the best moments were the quiet ones. Sitting with Ragnarok in the throne room, talking about nothing and everything. Walking through the tunnels, feeling the mountain welcome him. Touching the heart crystal, feeling its ancient power mingle with the new presence in his chest. The remnant, he needed a new name for it now, spoke to him sometimes. Not in words, but in feelings. Gratitude, peace, hope. I have not felt this way in millennia, it showed him. I had forgotten what it was like. To be whole. To be at peace. Harry smiled. You're home now. We both are. He returned to Hogwarts in early April. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with warmth. Ron and Hermione met him at the entrance to the common room, their faces alight with relief. You're okay, Hermione breathed. We were so worried. Harry hugged them both. I'm more than okay. He paused, searching for the right word. Whole. They sat by the fire, and Harry told them everything. The attack, the fragments, the merging. The new presence in his heart. The peace he had found. When he finished, Ron shook his head slowly. Only you, Harry. Only you would invite ancient darkness fragments to live in your chest. Harry laughed. They're not darkness anymore. They're something else. Something good. Hermione's eyes were bright with tears. You transformed them. With love. Just like the book said. Harry nodded. Love is powerful. More powerful than anything. They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the flames dance. The new presence pulsed gently in Harry's heart. Peaceful. Grateful. Home. He was not alone. He had never been alone. And now, he carried within him a piece of something ancient and beautiful, transformed by love into something new. The future stretched before him, full of possibility. He was ready. The bond pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He was home. Chapter 21, The Heart's New Beat. Spring transformed Hogwarts in ways that Harry had never fully appreciated before. The grounds burst into color, daffodils and crocuses and flowers he could not name painting the landscape in brilliant hues. The trees leafed out, their new growth so green it almost hurt to look at. The lake sparkled under the April sun, its surface rippling with the movements of creatures below. Harry walked through it all with a new awareness, feeling the life around him pulse in harmony with the presence in his heart. The remnant, he still had not found a better name for it, had settled into him like it had always belonged there. Its ancient memories wove through his thoughts, offering perspective on things he had never considered. Its calm presence smoothed the rough edges of his anxiety, his fear, his anger. But it was more than that. It was like carrying a second heart, one that beat in time with the old magic, with the mountain, with the deep places themselves. You are learning to listen, it observed one afternoon as Harry sat by the lake. To feel the rhythms of the world. This is good. Harry smiled. You're a good teacher. I have had millennia to learn. You have had weeks. You are doing well. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the giant squid wave a tentacle in the distance. Ron and Hermione noticed the change, of course. They were too observant not to. But they did not press, did not pry. They simply accepted that Harry was different now, calmer, more centered, more at peace, and loved him anyway. You're like an old man sometimes, Ron observed one evening in the common room. Sitting there all peaceful and wise. It's unsettling. Harry laughed. I'm still me. Just, more me than before. Hermione looked up from her book. The remnant's memories, are they helpful? Or overwhelming? Harry considered the question. Both, sometimes. It shows me things I can't always understand. Places that don't exist anymore. Beings that died long before humans walked the earth. But it also shows me beauty. Magic. Love in forms I never imagined. Hermione's eyes were bright with curiosity. I'd love to study it. The remnant, I mean. But I don't want to. You can't, Harry said gently. It's part of me now. Not something separate. You'd be studying me. Hermione nodded slowly. I understand. But if you ever want to talk about it, about what you see, what you feel, I'm here. Harry smiled. I know. That's why you're my best friend. Ragnarok's letters continued, warm and frequent. The young king wrote of life in the deep places, of the rebuilding that continued, of the peace that had settled over his people. The shadows were gone. The fragments were healed. The mountain was at rest. I feel you differently now, he wrote in mid-April. The bond is the same, warm, steady, strong. But there is something else. A depth I did not feel before. It is like you carry the mountain with you now, even on the surface. Harry wrote back explaining about the remnant, about the merging, about the new presence in his heart. That is why, Ragnarok replied. The remnant was part of the mountain for so long that it carries the mountain's essence. And now you carry it. You are more connected to us than ever, Harry. Truly blood kin now, in ways we did not imagine. Harry read the letter and felt warmth spread through his chest. Blood kin. Yes. May arrived, bringing with it the first hints of exam season. Hermione went into overdrive, creating study schedules and flashcards and practice quizzes. Ron complained constantly but studied just as hard. Harry found the work easier than before. The remnant's ancient wisdom gave him perspective, helped him focus, made the magic feel more intuitive. But it was not just the remnant. It was everything. The bond, the training, the battles, the healing. He had grown in ways he could not have imagined 3 years ago. Snape still sneered in potions, but Harry no longer flinched. Malfoy still taunted in the corridors, but Harry no longer cared. The small things that had once loomed so large now seemed insignificant compared to what he had faced. You have perspective now, the remnant observed. That is the gift of age, given early. Harry smiled. Is that what you are? Age. I am memory. I am the accumulated wisdom of millennia, filtered through your young mind. You will not understand all of it, not yet. But in time, you will. In time, Harry agreed. The end of term approached with its usual chaos. Exams came and went. Harry sat them with a calm that surprised even himself, answering questions about transfiguration theory and charms principles and the proper brewing of potions. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything with flying colors, outstanding in defense against the dark arts, exceeds expectations in most other subjects, even unacceptable in potions that made Snape's eye twitch. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again, thanks in no small part to Harry's contributions throughout the year. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing in his joy. The train ride back to London was bittersweet, as always. Harry sat in the same compartment, watching the countryside roll past, feeling the distance grow between him and the place that had become home. But this year was different. This year, he carried Hogwarts with him, Not just in memory, but in the remnant's ancient wisdom, in the bond's steady pulse, in the peace that had settled into his bones. Ron and Hermione were with him, of course. They talked and laughed and shared sweets from the trolley, planning their summers, dreaming of the future. "Write to me," Hermione said as the train pulled into King's Cross. "Both of you. I expect weekly updates." Ron groaned. "Weekly. She means daily." Harry laughed. "All right. Promise." They stepped onto the platform, and Harry's heart lifted. The Dursleys were waiting, same as always, Uncle Vernon's face purple with impatience, Aunt Petunia's pinched and disapproving, Dudley's smug and greedy. But this time, Harry did not dread them. They were small things, surface things. He had faced ancient darkness and healed it. He had carried a remnant in his heart and transformed it. He would not be broken by 3 muggles who could not love. He walked towards them, his trunk floating behind him, Hedwig's cage in his hand. "Let's go," he said calmly. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Aunt Petunia grabbed Dudley's arm and pulled him towards the exit. Harry followed, the remnant peaceful in his heart, the bond warm on his finger. It was going to be a good summer. Number 4, Privet Drive, had not changed. The roses still bloomed. The lawn was still perfect. The curtains still hung in stiff, sterile folds. But Harry had changed, and that made all the difference. He climbed the stairs to his small room, closed the door, and breathed. The space was still cramped, still hot, still far from the comfort of Hogwarts. But it was his, and he was free. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage. The photograph of his parents smiled from his bedside table, still blurred, still distant, but still there. Harry sat on his bed and touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed warmly, connecting him to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to everything he loved. The remnant stirred in his heart, ancient and peaceful. "You are home," it observed. Harry smiled. "Yes, I am." The summer unfolded in a rhythm of letters and dreams and quiet growth. Harry wrote to Ron and Hermione regularly, sharing small details of his life, never mentioning the Dursleys by name. They wrote back with news of their own summers, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's adventures in bookshops and museums. But the letters that mattered most came from Ragnarok. The young king wrote every week, filling pages with news from the deep places. The rebuilding was nearly complete. The council had finally stopped questioning his decisions. The people had begun to trust him, to love him, to see him as their true king. "I am learning," he wrote. "Learning what it means to lead. Learning what it means to be responsible for thousands of lives. It is hard, Harry. Harder than I ever imagined. But then I think of you. Of the alley. Of everything we have faced. Together. And I remember that I am not alone. That I have never been alone. Thank you for being my brother." Harry read the letter and felt tears prick his eyes. He wrote back, "Thank you for being mine." The remnant spoke to him often in the quiet moments. It showed him visions of the ancient world, beings of light and shadow who had walked the earth before humans, before goblins, before anything Harry could name. It taught him about the old magic, about its origins and its purposes, about the ways it could be used for healing rather than harm. "You have a gift," it told him. "Not just for magic, but for love. For seeing the good in things that others fear. This is rare. This is precious." Harry thought about it. The darkness he had healed. The fragments he had transformed. The remnant itself, now part of him. "I just do what feels right," he said. "That is the gift. Most people do not know what feels right. They are too tangled in fear, in anger, in the small concerns of daily life. You see clearly. You act truly." Harry smiled. "Is that the ancient wisdom talking?" "It is the truth. Ancient wisdom simply recognizes what is always there." August arrived, bringing with it the usual heat and the usual anticipation of the new school year. Harry spent his days reading, practicing the old magic, and enjoying the peace of his small room. The Dursleys left him alone, as they had learned to do. The neighborhood children played in the street, their laughter drifting through his window. He watched them sometimes, these ordinary children living ordinary lives, and felt no envy. His life was not ordinary. It never would be, but it was his, and he loved it. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his contentment. The last week of August brought a letter that made his heart sing. "Harry, I am coming to the surface. The council has agreed, after much arguing, that I may visit you before the school term begins. They say it will strengthen the bond, deepen the alliance, all the usual political reasons. But the real reason is simpler. I miss you. I want to see you. I want to walk in your world, under your sky, with you beside me. I will arrive on the 31st. At the park where the ground opens. Wait for me. Your brother, Ragnar. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he laughed with joy. Ragnar was coming. His brother was coming to the surface. The 31st dawned clear and warm. Harry was up before the sun, too excited to sleep. He packed a bag with things he wanted to show Ragnar, sweets from the trolley, a Quidditch magazine, a photograph of his friends. He dressed carefully, wanting to look like himself, like the boy Ragnar knew. The day crawled past. Harry forced himself to eat, to read, to pretend that he was not counting every minute. The remnant pulsed with anticipation, sharing his excitement. You love him, it observed. Like a brother. Like a brother, Harry agreed. As dusk fell, he slipped out of the house and made his way to the park. The playground was empty, the swings still, the slide a pale ghost in the fading light. Harry stood in the center of it, waiting. The ground opened. Ragnar climbed out, dusting off his fine clothes, his crown hidden beneath a hood. He looked around at the playground, at the ordinary suburban street, at the sky streaked with orange and purple. It is beautiful, he breathed. The surface. I had forgotten. Harry laughed and pulled him into a hug. Welcome to my world. They stood together under the darkening sky, 2 brothers from different worlds, and watched the first stars appear. The night was magic. Harry showed Ragnar everything, the streets of Little Whinging, the park where children played, the fish and chips shop that stayed open late. They walked for hours, talking and laughing, the bond pulsing warmly between them. Ragnar marveled at the simplest things. Streetlights, cars, the way the wind moved through the trees. Everything is so open, he said. So much sky, so much space. Harry smiled. I feel the same way in the deep places. Everything so close, so solid. It's comforting, in a different way. Ragnar nodded slowly. We are lucky, I think. To have 2 homes. 2 worlds. Yes, Harry agreed. We are. They ended up on the roof of Harry's house, looking out at the stars. The Dursleys were asleep below, oblivious to the Goblin Prince on their roof. I wish you could stay longer, Harry said. Ragnar shook his head. I am king. My people need me. But I will come again. And you will visit. We will always find ways to be together. Harry looked at his friend, at the bond that connected them, at the love that filled his heart. Always, he agreed. They sat together under the stars, 2 brothers from different worlds, and let the silence speak for them. The remnant pulsed gently in Harry's heart, ancient and peaceful. The bond warmed on his finger, steady and sure. He was home. He was whole. He was loved. And that was everything. Ragnar stayed for 3 days. They were the best 3 days of Harry's summer. They explored Little Whinging under cover of darkness, invisible to the Muggle world. They climbed trees in the park, ate fish and chips on a bench, lay on the roof and counted stars until they lost track. They talked about everything and nothing, the bond pulsing warmly between them, the remnant of peaceful presence in Harry's heart. On the last night, they sat on the roof as the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. I don't want you to go, Harry admitted. Ragnar leaned against him, his small shoulder warm against Harry's. I don't want to go either. But duty calls. The mountain needs its king. Harry nodded. He understood duty. He had his own, at Hogwarts, with his friends, with the remnant that had become part of him. Will you come again? He asked. Whenever I can. The council is more agreeable now. They see the value in our friendship. Ragnar smiled, a sharp, warm smile. And even if they weren't, I would find a way. You are my brother. Nothing changes that. They sat together as the sun rose, watching the world wake around them. Then Ragnar stood and held out his hand. Walk me back. Harry took it. They walked through the quiet streets, past houses still sleeping, past the park where they had first emerged, to the place where the ground would open. Ragnar turned to face him. Until next time, brother. Until next time. They embraced, fierce and quick. Then Ragnar stepped back, and the ground opened, and he was gone. Harry stood alone in the park, the bond pulsing warmly on his finger, the remnant peaceful in his heart. It was going to be a long year. But he was ready. The train ride back to Hogwarts was filled with Ron's complaints about his summer and Hermione's detailed accounts of her reading. Harry listened and laughed and contributed where he could, but his mind was elsewhere. On Ragnarok, returning to the deep places. On the Remnant, growing more integrated with each passing day. On the year ahead, full of promise and uncertainty. Ron noticed his distraction. You're doing it again. The distant thing. Harry blinked. Sorry. Just thinking. About the Goblin Prince. Harry smiled. Yeah, he visited. Over the summer. He searched for the right word. Perfect. Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright. He came to the surface. To Privet Drive. Harry nodded. For 3 days. We explored, talked, watched the stars. It was the best part of my summer. Ron shook his head slowly. A Goblin Prince, in little whinging. Bet the Dursleys never knew. They didn't. We were careful. Harry grinned. But I would have loved to see their faces if they'd found out. They laughed together, the sound filling the compartment, carrying them north towards Hogwarts. The castle rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. But this year was different. This year, he felt the castle respond to him in new ways, its stones humming with recognition, its magic reaching out to greet him. The remnant stirred in his heart. It knows you, it observed. The castle remembers what you have done. What you carry. Harry touched the ring on his finger. Is that good? It is simply true. Whether it is good depends on what you do with it. Harry thought about that as the carriages carried them up to the castle. What would he do with it? With the bond, the remnant, the old magic that flowed through his blood? He did not know yet. But he was ready to find out. The Sorting Hat sang a song about unity and strength, about standing together against the darkness. Harry listened and felt the truth of it resonate in his heart. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster smiled, a warm, knowing smile, and Harry smiled back. After the feast, as students filed towards their dormitories, a prefect stopped Harry. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. His office. Password is cockroach cluster. Harry changed direction, his heart pounding with anticipation. Dumbledore's office was warm and familiar, filled with the same silver instruments and curious objects. But there was someone else there, a figure seated in the shadows, waiting. Harry stopped when he saw him. It was a goblin. Old, ancient, with eyes that held centuries of wisdom. He wore robes of state, rich and formal, and on his chest, a badge that marked him as someone important. Harry Potter, the goblin said, rising. I am Cathrock, elder of the Deep Council and advisor to the king. Harry's heart clenched. Ragnarok, is he, well, safe, but concerned? Cathrock's eyes met his. There is something you must know. Something the remnant has not told you. Harry touched his chest, where the remnant pulsed gently. It felt calm, peaceful, untroubled. What is it? Cathrock glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. The goblin turned back to Harry. The remnant carries knowledge. Ancient knowledge. Knowledge of things that have not yet come to pass. He paused, choosing his words carefully. It has seen something. A vision of the future. A prophecy. Harry's blood ran cold. A prophecy. About what? Cathrock's eyes were grave. About you. About the darkness that still waits. About a choice you will have to make. The remnant stirred in Harry's heart. Not with alarm, but with recognition. It knew what Cathrock was talking about. I have seen many futures, it whispered. Most are uncertain, but one is clear. One awaits you, if you walk the path that leads to it. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. What path? What choice? Cathrock shook his head slowly. That, the remnant cannot say. Prophecies are not certainties. They are possibilities. Warnings. The future can be changed. Dumbledore spoke for the first time. But knowledge of a prophecy can also be dangerous. It can become a self-fulfilling prophecy if we are not careful. Harry looked at them, the ancient goblin, the wise wizard, and felt the weight of their words settle onto his shoulders. What do I do? Cathrock's ancient eyes softened. You live. You love. You make choices from your heart, not from fear. That is all any of us can do. Harry nodded slowly. It was not the answer he wanted. But it was the answer he needed. He left the office in a daze. The corridors were empty, silent, lit only by the flickering light of torches. Harry walked through them. Without seeing them, his mind consumed by what he had learned. A prophecy. A choice. A future that awaited him. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. Do not fear, it whispered. I have seen you face darkness before. You have always chosen well. But this is different. This is the future. My future. All futures are uncertain. That is what makes them beautiful. You have the power to shape yours. Do not let fear of what might come steal the joy of what is. Harry stopped walking. He leaned against the cold stone wall and closed his eyes. The remnant was right. He could not live in fear of a prophecy he did not understand. He had to live in the present, with his friends, with his brother, with the love that filled his heart. He pushed off from the wall and continued walking, the remnant peaceful in his heart, the bond warm on his finger. Whatever came, he would face it. He always did. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm. Classes, homework, meals with friends. Quidditch practice for Ron, who had become keeper for the Gryffindor team. Study sessions with Hermione, who had taken on a new project researching prophecies and their interpretations. Harry threw himself into his studies, using the work to distract himself from the weight of Cathroc's words. But the prophecy lingered at the edge of his thoughts, a shadow he could not quite ignore. The remnant helped. It offered perspective, calm, the ancient wisdom of millennia. It reminded him that prophecies were not certainties, that the future could be changed, that fear was the enemy of clear thinking. You are stronger than you know, it told him often. You have faced worse than words. Harry tried to believe it. October arrived, bringing with it the first chill of autumn. Harry walked through the grounds one afternoon, feeling the wind bite at his cheeks, watching the leaves swirl in golden eddies. The ring pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant comfort. A voice broke into his thoughts. Harry. He turned. Professor Lupin stood behind him, wrapped in his shabby coat, his face pale in the fading light. Professor. I was just thinking. Lupin smiled. I do that too. Sometimes it helps. He fell into step beside Harry, and they walked together in comfortable silence. After a while, Lupin spoke again. Dumbledore told me about the prophecy. About what Cathroc said. Harry's heart clenched. He told you. Only because I asked. I was concerned about you. You've seemed distracted lately. Lupin's eyes were kind. I know something about carrying burdens, Harry. About facing futures you cannot control. Harry looked at him. How do you do it? How do you not let it consume you? Lupin was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. I remember that I am not alone. That there are people who love me, who believe in me, who will stand with me no matter what. He glanced at Harry. You have that too. More than most. Harry thought of Ron and Hermione. Of Ragnarok. Of Dumbledore and the Weasleys and all the people who had become his family. Yeah, he said quietly. I do. They walked on as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. The dreams returned in mid-October. Not the dark dreams of before, these were different. Harry stood in a place he did not recognize, a vast hall filled with light. Figures moved in the distance, their faces obscured, their voices murmuring words he could not understand. And at the center of the hall, a figure waited. It was tall and robed, its face hidden in shadow. But Harry knew it was watching him. Waiting for him. Harry Potter, it said. Its voice was familiar, though he could not place it. The time is coming. The choice approaches. Are you ready? Harry tried to speak, but his voice would not come. The figure stepped closer. The shadows around it shifted, revealing glimpses of something beneath, a face, perhaps, or a mask. Harry strained to see, but the image blurred, dissolved, reformed. You will know me when the time comes, the figure said. We all will. Harry woke with a gasp, the remnant pulsing urgently in his heart. He told Dumbledore about the dream the next morning. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, he sat back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. A figure in a dream, he murmured. Speaking of choices and readiness. He looked at Harry. Did you recognize the voice? Harry shook his head. It was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Like something I'd heard before, long ago. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The remnant's prophecy is taking shape. These dreams are signs, warnings, preparations. The future is approaching, Harry. Faster than we thought. Harry's heart pounded. What do I do? You live, you learn, you love. Dumbledore smiled gently. And you trust that when the time comes, you will know what to do. Harry left the office with those words echoing in his mind. Live, learn, love. He could do that. November brought cold winds and the first hints of snow. Harry threw himself into his life at Hogwarts with renewed determination. He attended classes, did his homework, spent time with his friends. He laughed at Fred and George's jokes, helped Neville with his herbology, even managed to earn a few rare points in potions by following Hermione's instructions to the letter. The remnant pulsed peacefully in his heart, sharing his joy. The dreams continued, but they were gentler now, less urgent, more like reminders than warnings. The figure still appeared, still spoke of choices and readiness, but its voice was softer, almost kind. "You are growing," it said in one dream. "Becoming what you were meant to be." Harry woke from that dream with a sense of peace he had not felt in weeks. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Harry sat in the stands with Hermione, watching Ron guard the goal posts with fierce determination. The match was close, Hufflepuff played well, their teamwork impressive, but Gryffindor pulled ahead in the end, thanks to a spectacular save by Ron and a well-timed catch by the new Seeker. After the match, in the common room, Ron was the hero of the hour. Fred and George hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him around the room. Hermione hugged him so hard he turned red. Harry clapped him on the back and told him it was the best save he had ever seen. Ron grinned. "Not bad for a bloke who still has nightmares about the goal posts, eh?" Harry laughed. "Not bad at all." December arrived, bringing snow and cold and the approach of the Christmas holidays. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts, but Ragnarok's letters changed his mind. The young king wanted to see him. The solstice was approaching, a sacred time for goblins, and he wanted Harry there to share it. Harry went to Dumbledore, who gave his blessing without hesitation. "The solstice is powerful magic," the headmaster said. "Ancient and deep. It will strengthen the bond, perhaps even help with the remnant's visions. Go, Harry. Celebrate with your brother." Harry packed his bag and made the journey to the deep places on the solstice eve. The mountain welcomed him like a sun. Goblins bowed as he passed, their faces warm with recognition and respect. The tunnels were decorated with crystals that glowed with inner light, casting rainbows on the stone walls. The air hummed with anticipation. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. "Harry, you came." They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. "Always," Harry said. "I'll always come." The solstice celebration was even more magnificent than the year before. Goblins gathered in the great cavern, thousands of them, their voices rising in songs older than human civilization. Crystals pulsed with light in time to the music. The mountain itself seemed to sing, its stones vibrating with ancient power. At the height of the celebration, Ragnarok led Harry to the heart chamber. The crystal pulsed gently, welcoming them. Harry placed his hand on it and felt the mountain's power flow through him, mingling with the remnant, strengthening the bond. "You are truly one of us now," the mountain seemed to say. "Blood kin, heart kin, forever." Harry opened his eyes and looked at Ragnarok. "Thank you for sharing this with me. For being my brother." Ragnarok smiled. "Thank you for being mine." They stood together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers from different worlds, and let the ancient magic wash over them. Harry returned to Hogwarts the next day, carrying the peace of the solstice in his heart. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with warmth. Ron and Hermione met him at the entrance to the common room, their faces alight with relief. "You're back." Hermione hugged him. "We were so worried." Harry hugged her back. "I'm fine. Better than fine." The solstice was, he searched for words, magical. They sat by the fire, and Harry told them about the celebration, the heart chamber, the mountain's acceptance. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts. "You're not just Harry Potter anymore," Ron said softly. "You're something else. Something more." Harry thought about it. The bond, the remnant, the prophecy, the love that filled his heart. "I'm still me," he said. "Just more me than before." Ron grinned. "That's the best kind of more." They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the flames dance. The remnant pulsed gently in Harry's heart. Peaceful, grateful, home. The prophecy still waited in the shadows of the future. The figure still spoke in dreams. The choice still loomed, unknown and unknowable. But for now, in this moment, Harry was exactly where he belonged. With his friends, with his family, with the love that made everything possible. The bond pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He was ready for whatever came. He always would be. Less than end of thinking, greater than ###. Chapter 23, The Shadow in the Snow. January arrived with a vengeance, blanketing the castle grounds in snow so deep that the first years were banned from going outside without a prefect escort. Harry didn't mind. The common room was warm, his friends were nearby, and the remnant pulsed peacefully in his heart. But something was changing. He felt it in the dreams that came more frequently now, the figure in the hall, speaking of choices and readiness. He felt it in the bond, which pulsed with a new urgency, a warning he could not quite interpret. He felt it in the remnant, which stirred restlessly, sensing something on the horizon. Something approaches, it whispered one night as Harry lay in bed. Something old. Something dark. Harry sat up, his heart pounding. What? What is it? I do not know. But I feel it, even through the peace you have given me. A shadow moving in the depths. A memory of what I was, perhaps, reaching out from the past. Harry touched the ring on his finger. It pulsed urgently, matching the remnant's agitation. He wrote to Ragnarok the next morning. The reply came 3 days later. Harry, I feel it too. The mountain stirs restlessly. The elders sense something, though they cannot name it. We are watching, preparing. Be careful, brother. Whatever is coming, it knows you. It has always known you. I will write again soon. Ragnarok. Harry read the letter and felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders. Something was coming. Something old. Something dark. And it knew him. The first sign appeared on a frozen January morning. Harry was walking to breakfast with Ron when he noticed it, a shadow in the snow, just at the edge of his vision. He turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the white expanse of the grounds, undisturbed and peaceful. Harry, you okay? Ron was looking at him with concern. Yeah, fine. Harry shook himself and kept walking. But the shadow lingered at the edge of his vision all day. In the corner of classrooms, in the reflections of windows, in the flickering light of torches. Always there, always watching. The remnant pulsed anxiously in his heart. It is the shadow I sensed, it whispered. It has found you. Harry's blood ran cold. What does it want? I do not know. But it will not leave until it gets what it came for. The dreams changed that night. Harry stood in the vast hall, but it was different now, darker, colder, the light dimmed to a sickly gray. The figures in the distance were gone. Only one remained, waiting at the center. The figure turned to face him. For the first time, Harry saw its face. It was ancient, older than anything he had ever seen. Its features were sharp, angular, beautiful in a way that was almost painful to look at. Its eyes held the weight of millennia, the sorrow of ages, the hunger of something that had waited too long. Harry Potter, it said. We meet at last. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart pounded. Who are you? I am what was before. What will be again? I am the shadow in the snow, the whisper in the dark, the memory of a time when the world was young and magic was wild. It stepped closer. The light around it seemed to dim, as if it consumed everything it touched. I am the one who made the darkness. The one who will unmake it. And you, Harry Potter, are the key. Harry shook his head. I've heard that before. From the darkness. From the remnant. I'm not anyone's key. The figure smiled, and it was terrible and beautiful all at once. You are everyone's key. That is your curse. That is your gift. The question is not whether you will turn, but which way. Harry woke with a gasp, the remnant pulsing frantically in his heart. He told Dumbledore everything. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, he sat back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. The one who made the darkness, he murmured. That is a claim of terrifying magnitude. Harry leaned forward. You know what it is. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I know only legends. Stories from the before times, when the world was young. They speak of a being, not a god, not a creature, but something in between, who shaped the first magic. Who gave form to light and shadow alike. He met Harry's eyes. If such a being exists, if it has returned, then everything we know is at risk. Harry's heart pounded. What do? We prepare. We learn. We watch. Dumbledore's voice was steady, though his eyes held shadows. And we trust that when the time comes, you will know what to do. Harry left the office with those words echoing in his mind. Prepare. Learn. Watch. He could do that. The shadow did not leave. It followed Harry through the days, appearing at the edges of his vision, in the reflections of windows, in the flickering light of torches. It did not speak, did not threaten, did not approach. It simply watched. The remnant pulsed anxiously in his heart, but it offered no answers. It did not recognize this presence. It was older than the remnant, older than anything the remnant had known. It is from the before time, the remnant whispered. Before the darkness, before the ceiling. Before everything. It is older than memory itself. Harry felt the weight of those words. Older than memory. Older than everything. What could possibly be that old? February arrived, bringing with it a brief thaw that melted the snow and revealed the first hints of spring. The shadow remained. Harry had grown accustomed to its presence, as much as one could grow accustomed to being watched by an ancient being. It did not interfere with his life, did not disturb his dreams, did not speak or threaten. It simply watched. But its watching changed things. Harry felt it in the bond, which pulsed with new urgency. He felt it in the remnant, which stirred restlessly. He felt it in himself, a new awareness, a new alertness, a sense that something was building toward a climax. Ragnarok's letters grew more frequent, more urgent. The mountain feels it too, he wrote. The elders are frightened. They have not been frightened in millennia. Whatever is coming, it is greater than anything we have faced. Stay safe, Harry. Stay alert. And remember, you are not alone. Harry wrote back promising that he would. The figure appeared in his dreams again on the night of the full moon. It stood in the vast hall, its ancient face turned towards him, its eyes holding the weight of ages. You have felt my presence, it said. You have wondered what I want. Now I will tell you. Harry waited, his heart pounding. I want to show you something. A vision of what was. A memory of what will be. Look, and understand. The hall dissolved. Harry stood in a place he did not recognize, a vast plain under a sky of impossible colors. Beings moved in the distance, beautiful and terrible, their forms shifting like smoke and light. This was the beginning, the figure's voice whispered. When magic was young and the world was wild. When we shaped reality with thought and will. The vision shifted. Now Harry stood before a door, the one he had healed, but different. New. Uncorrupted. This was the first ceiling. The darkness had grown, fed by fear and hatred. We could not destroy it, it was part of us, part of the magic itself. So we sealed it away, behind a door that would never open. The vision shifted again. Now Harry saw the door opening, the darkness pouring out, consuming everything in its path. This is what will be, if the choice is wrong. This is the future that awaits, if the key turns the wrong way. The vision dissolved. Harry stood again in the hall, facing the ancient being. Why are you showing me this? He whispered. Because you must understand. The choice you face is not small. It will determine the fate of everything, the surface, the deep places, the magic itself. The figure stepped closer, its ancient eyes burning into his. I cannot make the choice for you. I can only show you what is at stake. The rest is yours. Harry woke with tears on his face and the weight of the world on his shoulders. He told Ron and Hermione about the dream. They listened in silence, their faces pale, their eyes wide. When he finished, no one spoke for a long moment. Then Ron, in a voice that was trying very hard to be brave, so you have to save the world. Again, Harry laughed bitterly. Apparently. Hermione reached out and took his hand. You're not alone, Harry. You know that, right? We're with you. Ragnarok's with you. Dumbledore's with you. All of us. Harry looked at his friends, at their faces, full of love and determination, and felt something loosen in his chest. I know, he said. That's the only thing that keeps me going. They sat together in the common room, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and faced the unknown together. March arrived with winds that swept through the castle corridors and rattled the windows in their frames. The shadow still watched. The dreams still came. The weight still pressed on Harry's shoulders. But he was not crushed. He went to classes, did his homework, spent time with his friends. He laughed at Ron's jokes, listened to Hermione's theories, helped Neville with his herbology. He lived his life, even as the future loomed. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, offering what comfort it could. You are stronger than you know, it whispered often. You have faced darkness before and won. This is no different. But it was different. This was the source, the beginning, the thing that had made the darkness in the first place. How did you fight something like that? The answer came on the last day of March. Harry was walking through the grounds, enjoying the first real warmth of spring, when the shadow appeared before him. Not at the edge of his vision this time, but directly in his path, solid and real. He stopped, his heart pounding. The shadow solidified into a figure, the same figure from his dreams, ancient and beautiful and terrible. It stood before him, its eyes holding the weight of ages. "Harry Potter," it said. "The time has come." Harry's voice was steady, though his hands shook. "Time for what?" "For the choice. The prophecy approaches its fulfillment. The key must turn." Harry shook his head. "I don't understand. What choice? What do you want me to do?" The figure smiled, sad and ancient and full of something that might have been love. "I want you to choose. Not for me. Not for anyone else. For yourself. For what you believe is right." It raised a hand, and the world dissolved. Harry stood in a place beyond places. It was vast and empty, filled with light that came from nowhere and everywhere. Before him, two paths stretched into infinity, one bright, one dark. "The choice," the figure's voice whispered. "Light or dark. Creation or destruction. Love or fear." Harry looked at the paths. The bright one seemed warm, welcoming, full of everything he loved. The dark one seemed cold, empty, full of everything he feared. But he knew it was not that simple. It never was. "What do the paths lead to?" he asked. "The bright path leads to continuation. The world as it is, with all its beauty and pain. The dark path leads to transformation. The world remade, with all its potential and danger." Harry stared at them. Continuation or transformation? The known or the unknown? "What do you want me to choose?" The figure appeared beside him, its ancient face soft with something like tenderness. "I want you to choose what is in your heart. That is all I have ever wanted. The prophecy is not about which path you take, it is about why you take it." Harry thought about it. He thought about his parents, who had died to protect him. He thought about Ragnar, who had become his brother. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who loved him unconditionally. He thought about Hogwarts, about the Weasleys, about Dumbledore, about all the people who had become his family. He thought about love, the most powerful magic of all. "I choose love," he said. "Not light or dark, not creation or destruction. Love." The figure smiled, and for the first time, its smile was not terrible or beautiful, just warm. "Just true. Then you have chosen wisely. Love contains both light and dark. Love creates and destroys, transforms and continues. Love is the answer to every question." The paths dissolved. The light faded. Harry stood alone with the ancient being. "Is it over?" he asked. "It is beginning. The choice was never about saving the world, it was about saving yourself. And you have." The figure reached out and touched his forehead, right where his scar lay. "You carry a piece of darkness, Harry Potter. But you also carry light. You always have. The choice was which would define you." Harry felt something shift inside him. The remnant pulsed gently, peacefully. The scar tingled, then faded to nothing. When he looked up, the figure was gone. He was alone in the grounds of Hogwarts, the sun warm on his face, the remnant peaceful in his heart. And for the first time in months, the shadow was gone. He walked back to the castle in a daze. Students passed him in the corridors, laughing and talking, oblivious to what had just happened. Harry moved through them like a ghost, his mind still processing. The remnant pulsed gently, offering comfort. "You did well," it whispered. "You chose love. That is everything." Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, he could feel its ridge, but it no longer tingled. No longer ached. It was just a scar now, a mark of the past, nothing more. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room. They looked up when he entered, their faces shifting from casual to concerned. "Harry, what happened? You look different." Hermione's voice was careful. Harry sat down and told them everything. When he finished, they sat in silence for a long moment. Then Ron spoke, his voice rough with emotion. "So it's over. The prophecy, the choice, the ancient being, all of it." Harry nodded slowly. "I think so. The shadow's gone. The dreams will probably stop. The remnant says," he paused, listening to the gentle pulse in his heart. "The remnant says I chose well." Hermione hugged him, fierce and quick. "Of course you did. You always do." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "That's our Harry. Saving the world before breakfast." Harry laughed, the sound surprising him. It felt good. It felt free. They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and let the peace wash over them. The days that followed were ordinary in the best possible way. Harry went to classes, did his homework, spent time with his friends. The shadow did not return. The dreams did not come. The weight that had pressed on his shoulders for months had lifted, leaving him light and free. He wrote to Ragnarok, telling him everything. The reply came faster than usual. Harry, the mountain feels it too. The restlessness is gone. The elders say it is like a fever breaking, the darkness has passed, and we are left with peace. You did it, brother. You faced the oldest magic and chose love. I always knew you would. I am proud of you. I am proud to call you family. Come visit soon. The mountain misses you. I miss you. Your brother, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter and felt tears prick his eyes. Family. Yes. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with a calm he had not known he possessed, answering questions about transfiguration theory and charms principles and the proper brewing of potions. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything, outstanding in defense against the dark arts, exceeds expectations in most other subjects, even and exceeds expectations in potions that made Snape's eye twitch violently. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his joy. The train ride back to London was bittersweet, as always. But this year was different. This year, Harry carried no weight. No prophecy. No shadow. Just the love of his friends, the bond with his brother, the peace in his heart. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, talking and laughing, planning their summers. Harry listened and smiled, content to be exactly where he was. You'll write, Hermione asked as the train pulled into King's Cross. Every week, Harry promised. Ron grinned. Liar. You'll write every other week, and we'll pretend that's enough. Harry laughed. Fine, every other week, but you have to write back. Deal. They stepped onto the platform, and Harry's heart lifted. The Dursleys were waiting, same as always, but they were small things now, surface things. He walked towards them with his head high and his heart free. Let's go, he said calmly. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed. Aunt Petunia grabbed Dudley's arm and pulled him towards the exit. Harry followed, the remnant peaceful in his heart, the bond warm on his finger. It was going to be a good summer. The best one yet. Chapter 24, The Summer of Peace. Number 4, Privet Drive, had never felt so small. Harry stood at the window of his room, looking out at the neat suburban street, and felt the strangest sensation, not of being trapped, but of being free. The walls that had once pressed in on him now seemed merely walls. The people who had once loomed so large now seemed merely people. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his perspective. You have grown, it observed. The things that once held power over you no longer do. Harry smiled. I had help. Love. Always love. He turned from the window and surveyed his small domain. The bed, the desk, the wardrobe. Hedwig's cage in the corner, her golden eyes watching him with affection. The photograph of his parents on the bedside table, still blurred, still distant, but still there. It was enough. More than enough. The first week of summer was a revelation. Harry slept late, ate when he was hungry, read when he wanted to. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, to Ragnarok, to anyone who would write back. He practiced the old magic in small, careful ways, feeling the remnant guide him, feeling the bond pulse warmly on his finger. The Dursleys left him alone. They had learned, over the years, that engaging with Harry only led to things they could not explain and did not want to understand. They passed him in the corridors with averted eyes, ate their meals in strained silence, pretended that the strange boy in the upstairs room did not exist. Harry did not mind. He had long ago stopped wanting their approval. Now he simply wanted their absence, and they provided it. Ragnarok's letters arrived every few days. The young king wrote of life in the deep places, the rebuilding that continued, the council's debates, the small joys and large burdens of ruling. His letters were warm, funny, full of the love that bound them together. The mountain misses you, he wrote in mid-June. I miss you. The elders say the bond has never been stronger. They credit your choice, your love, your willingness to face the ancient being and choose what was in your heart. I credit you being you. Harry wrote back promising to visit soon, promising that the bond would hold, promising that they would always be brothers. The dreams did not return. Harry slept peacefully each night, undisturbed by visions or voices or ancient figures. The remnant rested quietly in his heart, offering only occasional whispers of wisdom or comfort. It was strange, at first, to have such peace. Harry had grown so accustomed to carrying weight that its absence felt almost like loss. But the remnant helped him understand. You have earned this, it told him. You have faced darkness after darkness and chosen light. Now you rest. Now you heal. Now you simply be. Harry tried to simply be. It was harder than it sounded. Ron's letters arrived sporadically, full of complaints about his brothers and his mother's cooking and the general unfairness of summer. Hermione's arrived weekly, neat and organized, filled with reading suggestions and updates on her research. Harry answered them all, sharing small details of his life, never mentioning the Dursleys by name. He wrote about the weather, about Hedwig, about the books he was reading. He wrote about his plans to visit Ragnarok, about the bond, about the peace he had found. Ron's response to that last bit was typical. Peace. That'll last about 5 minutes. You're Harry Potter. Something always happens. Harry laughed and wrote back, maybe. But for now, I'm enjoying it. July arrived with a heat wave that made even the Dursleys retreat to their air-conditioned living room. Harry spent his days in the garden, reading in the shade of the old tree, feeling the sun on his face. The remnant pulsed gently, sharing his contentment. The bond warmed on his finger, a constant connection to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to everything he loved. He thought about the prophecy sometimes, the choice he had made, the future he had averted. It seemed distant now, like a dream half remembered. But the remnant assured him it was real. You changed things, it whispered. Not just for yourself, but for everyone. The darkness that was coming will not come. Not in that form, not at that time. You bought the world time. Harry hoped that was enough. The invitation came on a Tuesday. A goblin messenger arrived at the Dursleys' front door, much to their horror, and delivered a letter sealed with the crest of the Goblin Nation. Harry took it with shaking hands and read it in the privacy of his room. Harry, the council has agreed. You are invited to the deep places for the month of August. Not as a visitor, not as blood kin, but as family. The mountain wants you here. I want you here. Come as soon as you can. Stay as long as you like. Your brother, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he laughed with joy. He was going home. The journey to the deep places felt like coming home. The tunnels opened before him, welcoming him, guiding him. Goblins bowed as he passed, their faces warm with recognition and respect. The mountain hummed with ancient power, greeting him like a long-lost son. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. Harry, you're here. They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. I'm here, Harry said. For a whole month. Ragnarok's eyes widened. A month. The council agreed to a month. Harry laughed. They agreed to as long as I like. Family, remember. Ragnarok shook his head slowly. You have no idea what this means. No goblin has ever. He stopped, emotion choking his voice. Thank you, Harry. For everything. Harry hugged him again. Thank you for being my brother. The month in the deep places was the best of Harry's life. He explored tunnels he had never seen, learned secrets the goblins had guarded for millennia. He sat in on-council meetings, watching Ragnarok rule with wisdom beyond his years. He trained with Cthulhu, the old warrior who had taught him the old magic, and felt his skills sharpen and deepen. But the best moments were the quiet ones. Sitting with Ragnarok in the heart chamber, watching the crystal pulse with ancient light. Walking through the great cavern, listening to the songs of the goblin people. Lying on a ledge high in the mountain, looking out at the darkness, feeling the weight of the stone above and around him. You belong here, the remnant whispered. You have always belonged here. Harry smiled. I know. The month passed too quickly. All too soon, it was the last day of August, and Harry stood at the entrance to the deep places, Ragnarok beside him, saying goodbye. I'll come again, Harry promised. At Christmas. For the solstice. Ragnarok nodded, his eyes bright. I'll be waiting. Always. They embraced, fierce and quick. Until next time, brother. Until next time. Harry stepped out into the sunlight and began the climb back to the surface. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant connection. He was not leaving. He was simply going home to his other home. The train ride to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. They talked about their summers, Ron's adventures with his brothers, Hermione's trip to Greece, Harry's month in the deep places. A whole month with the goblins. Ron shook his head. Only you, Harry. Only you. Hermione was fascinated. Did you learn anything new? About the old magic? About goblin culture? Harry smiled. I learned a lot. About myself, mostly. About what matters. They sat together as the train rattled north, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the countryside roll past. Hogwarts rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with recognition, its magic reaching out to greet him. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. Peaceful. Grateful. Home. He was home. Both of his homes. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly, completely, entirely at peace. The Sorting Hat sang a song about unity and strength, about standing together against the darkness. Harry listened and smiled, knowing that whatever darkness came, he would face it with the people he loved. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster smiled, a warm, knowing smile, and Harry smiled back. After the feast, as students filed towards their dormitories, Harry lingered in the great hall, watching the floating candles, feeling the magic of the place settle into his bones. The remnant pulsed gently. You are where you belong. Harry nodded. Yes, I am. He turned and walked towards Gryffindor Tower, towards his friends, towards the year ahead. Whatever it brought, he was ready. He was Harry Potter. He was blood kin to the Goblin Nation. He carried ancient magic in his blood and ancient wisdom in his heart. And he was loved. That was everything. That was enough. Less than, end of thinking, greater than .. Chapter 25, the calm before. The autumn of 1989 settled over Hogwarts like a warm blanket. Harry moved through the days with a lightness he had never known. Classes were interesting rather than stressful. Homework was manageable rather than overwhelming. The small irritations of castle life, Snape's sneers, Malfoy's taunts, Peeves' pranks, rolled off him like water off a dragon's back. Ron noticed, of course. You're different, he said one evening in the common room. Calmer. Like nothing bothers you anymore. Harry considered this. Things bother me. I just don't let them bother me as much. Hermione looked up from her book. That's called emotional maturity. It's rare in 11-year-olds. Harry laughed. I'm not 11 anymore. I'm 10. Nearly 11, actually. 10 going on 50, Ron muttered, but he was smiling. The remnant pulsed gently in Harry's heart, sharing his amusement. October brought the first chill of autumn and the annual Halloween preparations. Harry helped decorate the Great Hall, levitating pumpkins into place and stringing enchanted lights along the walls. It was ordinary magic, simple magic, the kind that first years learned. But doing it felt good, felt normal, in a way that fighting ancient darkness never had. Professor Flitwick praised his charm work. Professor Sprout complimented his handling of the pumpkins. Even Snape, passing through the hall, could find nothing to criticize. Harry smiled and kept working. The Halloween feast was magnificent. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, eating and laughing and enjoying every moment. The food was delicious, the company was wonderful, and for the first time in years, the anniversary of the troll attack did not haunt him. After the feast, they sat in the common room, watching the fire, talking about nothing in particular. I'm glad you're okay, Hermione said quietly. With Halloween, I mean. I know it's hard for you. Harry shook his head. It's not hard anymore. It's just part of my story. Not the whole thing. She smiled, her eyes bright. That's good, Harry. That's really good. They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and let the peace wash over them. November arrived with cold winds and the first hints of snow. Harry threw himself into his studies with a quiet determination that surprised even himself. Transfiguration came easily now, the old magic in his blood giving him an instinctive understanding of transformation. Charms required more effort, but Hermione's patient explanations helped. Potions remained a struggle, but Harry found that if he ignored Snape's sneers and focused on the material, he could manage well enough. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Professor Lupin, who had returned for a second year. His lessons were still the best Harry had ever experienced, practical, engaging, full of wisdom that went far beyond the textbook. One afternoon after class, Harry stayed behind to talk. "Professor, can I ask you something?" Lupin smiled. "Of course, Harry. What is it?" Harry hesitated, then plunged ahead. "How do you know when you're ready? For the next thing, I mean. After you've faced something big and come through it, how do you know when it's time to stop resting and start preparing again?" Lupin was silent for a moment, considering the question. When he spoke, his voice was soft. "You don't, really. You just live your life, and when the next thing comes, you face it. The resting isn't preparation, it's life. It's the thing you're fighting to protect." Harry thought about that. The resting was life. The ordinary days, the small joys, the moments with friends, those were what mattered. "Thank you," he said. "That helps." Lupin smiled. "Anytime, Harry. Anytime." The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Harry sat in the stands with Hermione, watching Ron guard the goal posts with fierce determination. The match was close. Ravenclaw played smart, their strategies clever, but Gryffindor pulled ahead in the end, thanks to a spectacular save by Ron and a well-timed catch by the Seeker. After the match, in the common room, Ron was the hero of the hour. Fred and George hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him around the room. Hermione hugged him so hard he turned red. Harry clapped him on the back and told him it was the best save he had ever seen. Ron grinned. "Not bad for a bloke who still can't figure out transfiguration, Harry laughed. "Not bad at all." December arrived, bringing snow and cold and the approach of the Christmas holidays. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts, but Ragnarok's letters changed his mind. The solstice was approaching, the third since Ragnarok had become king, and he wanted Harry there to share it. Harry went to Dumbledore, who gave his blessing without hesitation. "The solstice is powerful magic," the headmaster said. "Ancient and deep. It will strengthen the bond, deepen your connection to the mountain. Go, Harry. Celebrate with your brother." Harry packed his bag and made the journey to the deep places on the solstice eve. The mountain welcomed him like family. Goblins bowed as he passed, their faces warm with love and respect. The tunnels were decorated with crystals that glowed with inner light, casting rainbows on the stone walls. The air hummed with anticipation. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. "Harry, you came." They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. "Always," Harry said. "I'll always come." The solstice celebration was even more magnificent than the year before. Goblins gathered in the great cavern, thousands of them, their voices rising in songs older than human civilization. Crystals pulsed with light in time to the music. The mountain itself seemed to sing, its stones vibrating with ancient power. At the height of the celebration, Ragnarok led Harry to the heart chamber. The crystal pulsed gently, welcoming them. Harry placed his hand on it and felt the mountain's power flow through him, mingling with the remnant, strengthening the bond. "You are truly one of us now," the mountain seemed to say. "Blood kin, heart kin, forever." Harry opened his eyes and looked at Ragnarok. "Thank you for sharing this with me. For being my brother." Ragnarok smiled. "Thank you for being mine." They stood together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers from different worlds, and let the ancient magic wash over them. Harry returned to Hogwarts the next day, carrying the peace of the solstice in his heart. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with warmth. Ron and Hermione met him at the entrance to the common room, their faces alight with relief. "You're back." Hermione hugged him. "We missed you." Harry hugged her back. "I missed you too. Both of you." They sat by the fire, and Harry told them about the celebration, the heart chamber, the mountain's love. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts. "You're so lucky," Hermione said softly. "To have two families, two homes." Harry nodded. "I know. I don't take it for granted." Ron grinned. "You'd better not. Or we'll have to remind you." Harry laughed. "I'm sure you will." They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the flames dance. January arrived, bringing with it the usual snow and cold. Harry moved through the days with the same quiet peace that had settled over him since the choice. Classes, homework, meals with friends. Letters to Ragnarok. Quiet moments with the remnant. The remnant had grown quieter over the months, more integrated, less separate. Harry could still feel it, still sense its presence, but it no longer spoke as often. It had become part of him, woven into the fabric of his being. You do not need me to speak, it had told him once. You carry my wisdom in your heart. When you need it, it will be there. Harry trusted that. February brought a brief thaw, melting the snow and revealing the first hints of spring. Harry walked through the grounds one afternoon, feeling the sun on his face, the remnant peaceful in his heart. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant connection to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to everything he loved. A voice broke into his thoughts. Harry. He turned. Professor Lupin stood behind him, wrapped in his shabby coat, his face pale but smiling. Professor. I was just thinking. Lupin smiled. I do that too. Sometimes it helps. He fell into step beside Harry, and they walked together in comfortable silence. After a while, Lupin spoke again. You seem different this year. Calmer. More at peace. Harry nodded. I am. Things happened, last year, the year before, that changed me. But I think the changes are good now. Lupin looked at him with those kind, weary eyes. You've been through more than any child should. More than most adults ever will. The fact that you're still standing, still smiling, that's remarkable. Harry shrugged. I had help. Lots of it. That's the secret, I think. Letting people help you. Lupin smiled. You've learned it young. Some people never do. They walked on as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. March arrived with winds that swept through the castle corridors and rattled the windows in their frames. Harry continued his quiet routine, but something was building. He could feel it in the bond, which pulsed with a new energy. He could feel it in the remnant, which stirred occasionally, as if sensing something on the horizon. He wrote to Ragnarok, asking if he felt it too. The reply came 3 days later. Yes. The mountain stirs. Not with fear, with anticipation. Something is coming, Harry. Something good, I think. The elders cannot name it, but they are not afraid. Whatever it is, we will face it together. Your brother, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter and felt a smile tug at his lips. Something good. That would be a nice change. April brought spring in earnest, flowers blooming, trees leafing out, the grounds transforming from gray to green. Harry spent as much time outside as possible, walking by the lake, sitting under the trees, feeling the sun on his face. The remnant pulsed gently, sharing his joy. The bond warmed on his finger, connecting him to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to everything he loved. Ron and Hermione often joined him, and they would sit together by the lake, talking about everything and nothing. Their friendship had deepened over the years, become something solid and unshakable. You know, Ron said one afternoon, lying on the grass with his eyes closed, when I first met you, I thought you'd be a right git. Famous and all that. Harry laughed. Thanks. But you're not. You're just Harry, who happens to have a weird scar and an even weirder goblin brother. Ron opened one eye. No offense. None taken. Hermione looked up from her book. I think it's wonderful. Your friendship with Ragnarok, I mean. It's proof that magic can bridge any divide. Harry smiled. It's not magic that bridges it. It's love. Hermione's eyes softened. That's beautiful, Harry. It's true. They sat together by the lake, 3 friends bound by something deeper than magic, and let the peace wash over them. May arrived, bringing with it the first hints of exam season. Hermione went into overdrive, creating study schedules and flashcards and practice quizzes. Ron complained constantly but studied just as hard. Harry found the work manageable, the remnant's ancient wisdom helping him focus and understand. The bond pulsed warmly, steadily. Ragnarok's letters continued, full of news from the deep places. The anticipation in them had grown, but not with fear, with excitement. Something is coming, he wrote in mid-May. I feel it in my bones. The mountain feels it too. We are preparing, not for battle, but for celebration. Harry wondered what that could mean. The answer came on the last day of May. Harry was in the common room, working on his transfiguration essay, when Hedwig flew through the window with a letter sealed in gold wax. Not the usual dark wax of the Goblin nation, gold, bright and gleaming. He broke the seal and read. Harry, the council has made a decision. After much debate, much argument, much discussion, they have agreed. You are to be adopted into the royal house. Formally. Officially. As my brother, yes, but also as a prince of the Goblin nation. The ceremony will take place at the summer solstice. In the Great Cavern. Before all our people. I know this is sudden. I know you may need time to think. But I had to tell you. I had to share my joy. You are my brother, Harry. Soon, you will be my brother in the eyes of all Goblinkind. Your brother, officially soon. Ragnarok. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he looked up at Ron and Hermione, who were watching him with concern. What is it? Hermione asked. What's happened? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. I'm being adopted. Into the royal house. I'm going to be a goblin prince. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione's eyes went wide. Then they were both hugging him, laughing and crying and shouting all at once. A goblin prince. Ron yelled. Blimey, Harry, you're going to be a goblin prince. Hermione was crying. That's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard. It's unprecedented. It's family, Harry said softly. Real family. Official family. He looked at the letter again, at Ragnarok's spiky script, at the words that changed everything. The summer solstice. He would become a prince of the Goblin Nation. He would become, officially and forever, Ragnarok's brother. The remnant pulsed in his heart, warm and joyful. You have found what you always sought, it whispered. Home, family, love. Harry smiled. Yes, he had. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation and anticipation. Harry wrote to Ragnarok every day, discussing plans, sharing excitement. He told Dumbledore, who smiled with genuine joy and offered his congratulations. He told Lupin, who hugged him and said his parents would be so proud. He told Ron and Hermione everything, and they listened with love and support, planning to be there in spirit if not in person. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with a calm that surprised even himself, his mind already on the solstice, on the ceremony, on the moment when he would become something new. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything with flying colors, outstanding in defense against the dark arts, exceeds expectations in most other subjects, even an outstanding in potions that made Snape's eye twitch so violently that several students laughed. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. The bond warmed on his finger. He was ready. The train ride back to London was filled with promises and plans. I'll write every day, Hermione said. And you'd better write back. I will, Harry promised. Ron grinned. A goblin prince. Wait until Mum hears. She'll knit you a sweater with a crown on it. Harry laughed. I'd wear it. They reached King's Cross, and Harry said goodbye to his friends with a full heart. See you in September, he said. See you then, they echoed. He walked towards the Dursleys, his trunk floating behind him, Hedwig's cage in his hand. They stared at him with their usual mixture of fear and resentment. Let's go, Harry said calmly. And for the last time, he followed them out of the station. The journey to the deep places began the next day. Harry packed his bag with care, robes for the ceremony, gifts for Ragnarok, letters from his friends. He said goodbye to no one at number 4, they would not notice his absence until he was long gone. The park was empty in the morning light. Harry stood in the center of the playground, waiting. The ground opened. He descended into the darkness, into the mountain, into the heart of his second home. Goblins greeted him as he passed, their faces alight with joy. They knew. They all knew. The entire nation was preparing for the ceremony. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face wet with tears. Harry. His voice cracked. You're here. You're really here. Harry hugged him, fierce and long. I'm here, brother. I'm home. They stood together in the throne room, two brothers from different worlds, and let the joy wash over them. The solstice was coming, and everything would change. Chapter 26, The Prince of the Deep. The days before the solstice passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Harry barely slept. He barely ate. He walked through the tunnels in a daze, the remnant pulsing excitedly in his heart, the bond blazing on his finger. Every goblin he passed smiled at him, bowed to him, pressed their hands to their hearts. They knew. They all knew. And they were as excited as he was. Ragnarok was everywhere and nowhere, fulfilling his kingly duties, overseeing the preparations, stealing moments with Harry whenever he could. They would sit together in the heart chamber, watching the crystal pulse, talking about everything and nothing. Are you nervous? Ragnarok asked on the eve of the solstice. Harry considered the question. A little. But mostly, he searched for the right word. Excited. Happy. Like something I've always wanted is finally happening. Ragnarok nodded slowly. I know that feeling. I felt it when my father crowned me. Even through the grief, there was joy. The mountain accepting me. The people loving me. He looked at Harry. You'll feel it too. The mountain will accept you as one of its own. Forever. Harry touched the stone beneath him. It pulsed with warmth, with life, with ancient power. I can feel it already, he said. The mountain. It's been welcoming me since the first time I came here. Ragnarok smiled. Because you belong. You always have. They sat together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers waiting for their future. The solstice dawned clear and bright, or as bright as anything could be in the deep places. Harry woke early, his heart pounding with anticipation. Goblins came to dress him in robes of gold and black, rich and formal, woven with threads that gleamed with inner light. They placed a circlet on his head, not a crown, but a band of silver set with a single crystal that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. You look like a prince, one of the goblins whispered. Harry looked at himself in the polished stone that served as a mirror. He did look like a prince. Like someone who belonged. The remnant pulsed in his heart, warm and joyful. You are ready, it whispered. You have always been ready. Harry took a deep breath and walked out to meet his future. The great cavern was packed with goblins. Thousands of them, from every clan and family, filling the space with their presence. They stood in silence as Harry entered, their eyes fixed on him, their faces alight with expectation. Ragnarok waited at the center, on a raised dais, his crown blazing. Beside him stood the elders, the council, the most important goblins in the nation. All of them waiting for Harry. He walked forward, his steps steady, his heart pounding. The remnant pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The bond blazed on his finger. He reached the dais and stopped before Ragnarok. The young king smiled, his ancient eyes bright with tears. Harry Potter, he said, his voice carrying through the cavern. Blood kin to our nation. Friend to our people. Brother to our king. The crowd murmured their approval. Today, before the mountain, before our ancestors, before all Goblinkin, we make you one of us. Not just blood kin, but family. Prince of the deep places. Brother to the throne. Ragnarok raised his hands, and the mountain responded. The crystal in Harry's circlet blazed with light. The bond on his finger blazed with power. The remnant in his heart blazed with joy. And the mountain spoke. Harry Potter, it said, its voice echoing through every stone, every tunnel, every soul in the cavern. You are ours. We are yours. Blood of our blood. Heart of our heart. Forever. The light faded. The silence stretched. Then the goblins erupted. They cheered, they stamped, they sang. The sound was deafening, overwhelming, glorious. Harry stood in the center of it, Ragnarok's hand on his shoulder, and felt tears stream down his face. He was home. Truly, completely, forever home. The celebration lasted for 3 days. Harry was embraced by thousands of goblins, each one offering congratulations, blessings, love. He ate and drank and danced until he could barely stand. He sat in the heart chamber with Ragnarok and watched the crystal pulse in celebration. On the 3rd day, as the festivities wound down, Harry and Ragnarok sat alone in the throne room. So, Ragnarok said, a grin splitting his face, how does it feel to be a prince? Harry laughed. Strange. Wonderful. Like I've always been one and just didn't know it. Ragnarok nodded slowly. That's how it felt when I became king. Like stepping into something that was always meant to be. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the torches flicker. Thank you, Harry said finally. For everything. For seeing me in that alley. For being my friend. For making me family. Ragnarok looked at him, his ancient eyes bright. Thank you for standing in front of me. For saving me. For loving me when you had no reason to. Harry shook his head. I had every reason. You were alone. So was I. We found each other. Ragnarok smiled. Yes, we did. They clasped arms, goblin fashion, and let the bond pulse warmly between them. Brothers. Forever. Harry returned to the surface on the 1st day of July. The mountain released him reluctantly, its stones humming with love and longing. Goblins lined the tunnels to say goodbye, pressing their hands to their hearts as he passed. Cthulhu hugged him, the old warrior's eyes suspiciously bright. The elders blessed him with ancient words he did not understand but felt in his soul. Ragnar walked with him to the entrance. "I'll see you at Christmas," Harry said. "For the solstice." Ragnar nodded. "I'll be waiting, always." They embraced, fierce and long. "Thank you, brother," Ragnar whispered. "Thank you, brother," Harry echoed. Then he stepped out into the sunlight and began the journey back to Privet Drive. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. He was a prince now. A prince of the deep places. And he was going home. Number 4, Privet Drive, had never felt so small. Harry stood at the window of his room, looking out at the neat suburban street, and smiled. The walls that had once pressed in on him now seemed irrelevant. The people who had once loomed so large now seemed insignificant. He was a prince. He had a family. He had a home beneath the mountain. The Dursleys could not touch him. They could not hurt him. They could not even reach him. He was free. The summer unfolded in a rhythm of letters and peace. Harry wrote to Ragnar every day, and the young king wrote back. He wrote to Ron and Hermione, sharing the news of his adoption, describing the ceremony, telling them everything. They wrote back with joy and love and promises to visit. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, offering occasional wisdom, mostly just sharing his peace. "You have found what you sought," it whispered one evening. "Home, family, love. The rest is just living." Harry smiled. "I can do that." He lay back on his bed, Hedwig hooting softly from her cage, the photograph of his parents smiling from the bedside table. They were still blurred, still distant, but they were still there. And so was he, more present than ever, more alive, more himself. The future stretched before him, full of possibility. He was ready. The train ride to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. They talked about their summers, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's trip to Italy, Harry's life as a goblin prince. "A real prince," Ron shook his head. "I'm sitting across from actual royalty." Harry laughed. "You've been sitting across from me for years. I haven't changed." "You've changed a bit," Hermione said softly. "You're more peaceful, more yourself." Harry considered this. "I think I finally know who that is." They sat together as the train rattled north, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the countryside roll past. Hogwarts rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with recognition. But this year was different. This year, he brought something new with him, the weight of a crown, the love of a nation, the peace of a heart finally whole. Ron and Hermione walked beside him as they made their way to the carriages. "So," Ron said, "think the Sorting Hat will have anything to say about you being a prince?" Harry shrugged. "Probably. It always has something to say." Hermione grinned. "I can't wait to hear it." They climbed into a carriage and began the journey up to the castle. The Sorting Hat sang a song about belonging and family, about finding your place in the world. Harry listened and felt the truth of it resonate in his heart. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster smiled, a warm, knowing smile, and Harry smiled back. After the feast, as students filed towards their dormitories, Harry lingered in the great hall, watching the floating candles, feeling the magic of the place settle into his bones. The remnant pulsed gently. "You are where you belong." Harry nodded. "Yes, I am." He turned and walked towards Gryffindor Tower, towards his friends, towards the year ahead. Whatever it brought, he was ready. He was Harry Potter. He was a prince of the Goblin Nation. He carried ancient magic in his blood and ancient wisdom in his heart. And he was loved. That was everything. That was enough. Chapter 27, The Weight of a Crown. The autumn of 1990 brought changes to Hogwarts that Harry had not expected. Professor Lupin was gone, replaced by a new defense against the dark arts teacher, a loud, bombastic man named Gilderoy Lockhart who seemed more interested in his own fame than in teaching. Harry sat through his lessons with growing dismay, watching the man massacre basic concepts and preen about his supposedly magnificent achievements. "He's a fraud," Hermione whispered after one particularly painful class. "I've checked his books against other sources. Half of what he claims never happened." Harry nodded. He had learned, over the years, to recognize falsehood when he heard it. The remnant's ancient wisdom helped, giving him perspective on those who sought glory rather than truth. Just ignore him, Harry advised. Learn what you need for exams and move on. Hermione looked at him with something like wonder. You've changed so much, Harry. You used to get so angry about things like this. Harry shrugged. I've learned that anger doesn't help. It just makes things worse. She smiled. That's wisdom. Real wisdom. The bond pulsed warmly on Harry's finger, a constant connection to Ragnarok, to the deep places, to everything he loved. Ragnarok's letters continued, full of news from the mountain. The rebuilding was complete. The council had finally stopped questioning his decisions. The people loved him as they had loved his father. I am learning, he wrote. Learning what it means to be king. It is hard, Harry. Harder than I ever imagined. But I think of you often. Of the alley. Of everything we have faced. And I remember that I am not alone. Harry wrote back promising that he never would. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Harry sat in the stands with Hermione, watching Ron guard the goal posts with fierce determination. The match was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, as always, but Gryffindor held their own. In the end, Gryffindor won by 20 points, Ron making a spectacular save in the final seconds that had the entire stadium on their feet. After the match, in the common room, Ron was the hero of the hour. Fred and George hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him around the room. Hermione hugged him so hard he turned red. Harry clapped him on the back and told him it was the best save he had ever seen. Ron grinned. Not bad for a bloke who still can't figure out how to tie his shoes properly, Harry laughed. Not bad at all. December arrived, bringing snow and cold and the approach of the solstice. Harry prepared for his journey to the deep places with quiet anticipation. Ron and Hermione saw him off at the entrance to the grounds, waving as he disappeared into the falling snow. Give Ragnarok our love, Hermione called. Try not to become too royal. Ron shouted. Harry laughed and waved and climbed towards the mountain. The solstice celebration was even more magnificent than before. Goblins gathered in the great cavern, thousands of them, their voices rising in songs older than human civilization. But this year, Harry was not just a guest, he was part of the celebration. He stood beside Ragnarok on the dais, his circlet gleaming, his heart full. At the height of the celebration, Ragnarok turned to him. Brother, he said, his voice carrying through the cavern. Today, we honor you. Not just as a prince, but as family. As the one who has stood with us through darkness and light. The crowd cheered. The mountain hummed. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Ragnarok smiled. Thank you for being you. They stood together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers bound by something deeper than magic, and let the celebration wash over them. Harry returned to Hogwarts in January, carrying the peace of the solstice in his heart. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with warmth. Ron and Hermione met him at the entrance to the common room, their faces alight with relief. You're back. Hermione hugged him. We missed you. Harry hugged her back. I missed you too. Both of you. They sat by the fire, and Harry told them about the celebration, about standing beside Ragnarok, about the love of the goblin people. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts. You're so lucky, Hermione said softly. To have that. To be loved like that. Harry nodded. I know. I don't take it for granted. Ron grinned. You'd better not. Or we'll have to remind you. Harry laughed. I'm sure you will. They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the flames dance. The months that followed were ordinary in the best possible way. Classes, homework, meals with friends. Letters to Ragnarok. Quiet moments with the remnant. Harry moved through them with a peace he had never known, grateful for every ordinary day. Lockhart continued to be a fraud, but Harry found ways to work around him. Hermione continued to be brilliant, Ron continued to be loyal, and their friendship continued to deepen. The bond pulsed warmly on Harry's finger, a constant reminder of Ragnarok, of the deep places, of the family that waited beneath the mountain. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his peace. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with calm confidence, answering questions about transfiguration theory and charms principles and the proper brewing of potions. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything, Outstanding in defense against the dark arts, exceeds expectations in most other subjects, even an outstanding in potions that made Snape's eye twitch so violently that several students burst into laughter. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his joy. The train ride back to London was bittersweet, as always. But this year was different. This year, Harry knew he would spend part of his summer in the deep places, with Ragnarok, with his family. The separation would not be complete. All right, he promised as they pulled into King's Cross. Every week, Hermione reminded him. Every week, Harry agreed. Ron grinned. And try not to become too royal. We still need to be able to make fun of you. Harry laughed. I'll do my best. They stepped onto the platform, and Harry's heart lifted. The Dursleys were waiting, same as always, but they were small things now, surface things. He walked towards them with his head high and his heart free. Let's go, he said calmly. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed. Aunt Petunia grabbed Dudley's arm and pulled him towards the exit. Harry followed, the remnant peaceful in his heart, the bond warm on his finger. It was going to be a good summer. The best one yet. The deep places welcomed him like a son. Harry descended into the mountain, the tunnels opening before him, the goblins greeting him with smiles and bows. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. Harry, you're here. They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. For a whole month, Harry said. Maybe longer, if the council agrees. Ragnarok's eyes widened. A month. Longer. They'll agree. I'll make them agree. Harry laughed. That's the king the first no. They walked through the tunnels together, talking about everything and nothing, the bond pulsing warmly between them. The remnant pulsed in Harry's heart, peaceful and content. He was home. The month in the deep places was everything Harry had hoped. He explored tunnels he had never seen, learned secrets the goblins had guarded for millennia. He sat in on council meetings, watching Ragnarok rule with wisdom beyond his years. He trained with Cthulhu, feeling his skills with the old magic deepen and sharpen. But the best moments were the quiet ones. Sitting with Ragnarok in the heart chamber, watching the crystal pulse with ancient light. Walking through the great cavern, listening to the songs of the goblin people. Lying on a ledge high in the mountain, looking out at the darkness, feeling the weight of the stone above and around him. You belong here, the remnant whispered. You have always belonged here. Harry smiled. I know. All too soon, it was time to return to the surface. Harry stood at the entrance to the deep places, Ragnarok beside him, saying goodbye. I'll come at Christmas, Harry promised. For the solstice. Ragnarok nodded. I'll be waiting, always. They embraced, fierce and quick. Until next time, brother. Until next time. Harry stepped out into the sunlight and began the climb back to the surface. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant connection. He was not leaving. He was simply going home to his other home. Number 4, Privet Drive, had never felt so irrelevant. Harry spent the last weeks of summer in his small room, reading, writing letters, enjoying the peace. The Dursleys left him alone, as they had learned to do. The neighborhood children played in the street, their laughter drifting through his window. He watched them sometimes, these ordinary children living ordinary lives, and felt no envy. His life was not ordinary. It never would be. But it was his, and he loved it. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his contentment. The train ride to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. They talked about their summers, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's trip to Spain, Harry's month in the deep places. A whole month with the goblins. Ron shook his head. You're more goblin than human at this point. Harry laughed. Maybe. But I'm still me. Hermione smiled. That's what matters. They sat together as the train rattled north, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the countryside roll past. Hogwarts rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with recognition. But this year was different. This year, he was not just a student, he was a prince. A prince of the deep places, carrying the weight of a crown and the love of a nation. Ron and Hermione walked beside him as they made their way to the carriages. So, Ron said, think this year will be as eventful as the last. Harry shrugged. Probably more. It always is. Hermione grinned. Bring it on. They climbed into a carriage and began the journey up to the castle. The bond pulsed warmly on Harry's finger. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. Whatever came, he was ready. He was Harry Potter. He was a prince of the Goblin nation. He carried ancient magic in his blood and ancient wisdom in his heart. And he was loved. That was everything. That was enough. Chapter 28, The Queen's Return. The autumn of 1991 began like any other, with the bustle of returning students, the chaos of the sorting, the comfort of familiar routines. But something felt different. Harry noticed it first in the bond, which pulsed with a new energy, not alarm, not warning, but anticipation. Ragnarok's letters had grown shorter, more distracted, as if his attention was elsewhere. The remnant stirred occasionally, sensing something on the horizon. Something is coming, it whispered. Not darkness. Not danger. Something else. Something ancient. Harry wrote to Ragnarok asking if he felt it too. The reply came 3 days later. Yes. The mountain feels it. The elders feel it. They cannot name it, but they are not afraid. Excited, perhaps. Hopeful. Whatever it is, we will face it together. Your brother, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter and felt the anticipation build in his own heart. The first sign appeared on Halloween. Harry was walking through the corridors with Ron and Hermione when a cold wind swept through the castle, extinguishing every torch in its path. Students gasped and stumbled in the sudden darkness. Teachers rushed to restore light. And in the darkness, Harry saw something. A figure. Tall and graceful, wrapped in light that seemed to come from within. It stood at the end of the corridor, watching him with eyes that held the weight of ages. Then the torches relit, and it was gone. Harry, you okay? Ron's voice was worried. Harry blinked. Yeah, fine. Just, thought I saw something. But the remnant pulsed in his heart, confirming what he had seen. She is here, it whispered. The Ancient One. The Mother of Magic. Harry's blood ran cold. Who? But the remnant offered no more. The dreams returned that night. Harry stood in a place he did not recognize, a vast plain under a sky of impossible colors. Beings moved in the distance, their forms shifting like smoke and light. And before him stood the figure from the corridor. She was beautiful beyond words, ancient beyond measure, powerful beyond comprehension. Her eyes held galaxies. Her smile held hope. Harry Potter, she said. I have waited long to meet you. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart pounded. Who are you? I am the beginning, the source, the one from whom all magic flows. She stepped closer, and the light around her intensified. I am the mother of the old magic. The grandmother of your kind. Harry stared at her. The mother of magic. But that's just a legend. A myth. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise. All myths begin in truth, little one. I am the truth behind the myth. She reached out and touched his forehead, right where his scar lay. You carry my magic in your blood. You always have. The old magic that flows through you, it comes from me. Harry felt something shift inside him. The remnant pulsed, not with fear, but with recognition. With joy. Mother, it whispered. You have returned. The figure nodded. I have. The time is right. The darkness is healed. The key has chosen love. I can come home. Harry's mind raced. Home. Here. To this world. To this world, yes. But also to you. To all who carry my magic in their blood. She looked at him with infinite tenderness. You have done what none have done in millennia. You have healed the darkness without destroying it. You have chosen love over fear. You have become what I always hoped my children would become. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I just did what felt right. That is the secret, little one. Doing what feels right, with love in your heart, that is the most powerful magic of all. He woke with the words echoing in his mind. The remnant pulsed gently, peacefully, as if a long-awaited reunion had finally occurred. She is real, it whispered. She has returned. Everything will change. Harry lay in the darkness, staring at the canopy above him, and tried to process what he had learned. The mother of magic. The source of the old magic. Returned to the world. What did that mean? He told Dumbledore the next morning. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression shifting from curiosity to wonder to something like awe. When Harry finished, he sat back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. "The Mother of Magic," he murmured. "If she has truly returned," he shook his head slowly. "This changes everything, Harry. Everything." Harry leaned forward. "What does it mean? For us? For the wizarding world?" Dumbledore's eyes met his. "I do not know. The old stories say that when the Mother walks among us, magic itself becomes stronger. More vibrant. More alive." He paused. "They also say that she brings change. Transformation. The old ways give way to the new." Harry thought about that. Change. Transformation. He had faced enough of both in his short life. Is it good? Or bad? Dumbledore smiled gently. "That depends on how we meet it. Change is neither good nor bad, it simply is. What matters is what we do with it." Harry left the office with those words echoing in his mind. Change was coming. Big change. He would meet it as he met everything, with love in his heart and his friends by his side. The weeks that followed were strange. Magic felt different, stronger, more responsive, more alive. Harry noticed it in his classes, where spells came easier and lasted longer. Ron noticed it in Quidditch, where his saves seemed almost effortless. Hermione noticed it in her research, where ancient texts suddenly made sense in ways they never had before. The remnant pulsed with joy, with anticipation, with the knowledge that its mother had returned. "She walks among us," it whispered. "She watches. She waits. When the time is right, she will reveal herself fully." Harry wondered when that time would be. The answer came at the solstice. Harry was in the deep places, standing beside Ragnarok in the heart chamber, when the mountain began to sing. It was not like the usual hum, this was different. Deeper. More beautiful. The crystal pulsed with light that filled the chamber, spilled into the tunnels, reached every corner of the Goblin nation. And in the light, a figure appeared. She was tall and graceful, wrapped in robes of pure light. Her face was beautiful beyond words, ancient beyond measure, kind beyond imagining. She looked at Harry, at Ragnarok, at the goblins who had gathered, and smiled. "My children," she said, her voice echoing through the mountain. "I have returned." The goblins fell to their knees. Even Ragnarok knelt, his crown dimming in her presence. But Harry stood. He did not know why, he simply could not kneel to her. She was too familiar, too close, too much like the remnant that lived in his heart. She noticed. Her eyes found his, and she smiled. "You do not kneel, little one." Harry shook his head. "I can't. You're part of me. Kneeling to you would be like kneeling to myself." She laughed, and the sound was like bells, like streams, like everything beautiful in the world. "You understand. Of course you understand. You carry my magic more purely than any in millennia." She stepped towards him and placed her hand on his heart, right where the remnant pulsed. "You have healed my child. You have given it a home. For that, I thank you." Harry felt tears prick his eyes. "I just loved it. Like I love everyone. That is the secret, little one. Love is the answer to every question. The solution to every problem. The magic behind all magic." She looked around at the gathered goblins, at Ragnarok, at the mountain that had become Harry's second home. "I will walk among you now. Not as a ruler, but as a guide. The time of darkness is past. The time of light begins." She faded, leaving only the memory of her presence and the warmth of her love. The solstice celebration that night was unlike any other. Goblins sang and danced and feasted with joy that seemed to come from the very stones. The mountain hummed with new life. The crystal in the heart chamber pulsed with light that reached every tunnel, every cavern, every home. Harry and Ragnarok sat together on the steps of the throne, watching their people celebrate. "She's real," Ragnarok whispered. "The mother of magic. I thought she was just a legend." Harry shook his head. "I thought so too. But she's real. And she's here." Ragnarok looked at him. "What does it mean? For us? For the bond?" Harry considered the question. "I don't know. But I think it means we're not alone. That there's something bigger than us, watching over us. Loving us." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "That's comforting. In a way." Harry smiled. "Yeah, it is." They sat together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers from different worlds, and let the celebration wash over them. Harry returned to Hogwarts in January, carrying the wonder of the solstice in his heart. The castle felt different now, more alive, more responsive. The stones hummed with the same energy he had felt in the mountain. The magic in his blood sang with new strength. Ron and Hermione noticed the change immediately. "You're glowing," Ron said. "Literally glowing. Like someone stuck a light bulb inside you." Harry laughed. "I'm not glowing. I'm just happy." Hermione studied him with her usual intensity. "Something happened at the solstice. Something big." Harry nodded. He told them about the Mother of Magic, about her appearance in the heart chamber, about her words. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts. "The Mother of Magic," Hermione breathed. "She's real. She's actually real." Ron shook his head slowly. "Blimey. And here I thought the biggest news this year would be Lockhart finally being exposed as a fraud." Harry laughed. "That too, probably." They sat together in the common room, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and talked late into the night. The months that followed were filled with small wonders. Magic felt easier, more intuitive. Spells that had once required concentration now came naturally. Potions that had once been difficult now brewed perfectly. Even Lockhart's classes became bearable, as the magic itself seemed to compensate for his incompetence. The bond pulsed warmly on Harry's finger, stronger than ever. Ragnarok's letters were full of joy, full of hope, full of the wonder of living in a world where the Mother of Magic walked among them. "The mountain sings constantly now," he wrote. "The elders say it has not sung like this since the before times. The goblins are happy. I am happy. Thank you, Harry, for everything, for being the one who made this possible." Harry read the letter and felt tears prick his eyes. He wrote back, "Thank you for being the one who made me possible." The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with a calm confidence that surprised even himself. The magic flowed through him, helping him remember, helping him perform. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything, outstanding in every subject except potions, where he still managed and exceeds expectations. Even Snape could find nothing to criticize. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. The bond warmed on his finger. He was home. He was loved. He was exactly where he belonged. The train ride back to London was filled with plans and promises. "I'll write every week," Hermione said. "And you'd better write back." "I will," Harry promised. Ron grinned. "And try not to become too magical. We still need to be able to recognize you." Harry laughed. "I'll do my best." They reached King's Cross, and Harry said goodbye to his friends with a full heart. "See you in September," he said. "See you then," they echoed. He walked towards the Dursleys, his trunk floating behind him, Hedwig's cage in his hand. They stared at him with their usual mixture of fear and resentment. "Let's go," Harry said calmly. And for what felt like the last time, he followed them out of the station. The deep places welcomed him home. Harry descended into the mountain, the tunnels opening before him, the goblins greeting him with smiles and bows. The mountain hummed with joy, with life, with the presence of the Mother of Magic. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. "Harry, you're here." They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. "For the whole summer," Harry said. The council agreed. Ragnarok's eyes widened. "The whole summer. 3 months." Harry nodded, laughing at his expression. 3 months. Just us. Well, us and the entire Goblin nation. But mostly us. Ragnarok pulled him into another hug. "Best summer ever." Harry hugged him back. "Best summer ever." They walked through the tunnels together, talking about everything and nothing, the bond pulsing warmly between them. The remnant pulsed in Harry's heart, peaceful and content. The Mother of Magic walked somewhere in the mountain, watching over her children. And Harry Potter, Prince of the Deep Places, brother to the king, was home. For good. Forever. The bond pulsed one last time, warm and steady. It was everything. It was enough. Chapter 29, The Gathering of Light. The summer of 1992 was the best of Harry's life. 3 months in the deep places, with nothing to do but explore, learn, and love. 3 months of waking each morning to the hum of the mountain and the warmth of the bond. 3 months of sitting beside Ragnarok in the heart chamber, watching the crystal pulse with ancient light. The Mother of Magic appeared often, not as a figure demanding attention, but as a presence at the edge of awareness, a warmth in the stones, a song in the air. She spoke to Harry sometimes, in dreams and quiet moments, offering wisdom that settled into his bones like old magic. "You have grown," she told him one night as he lay in his small room. "You have become what I hoped you would become." Harry smiled in the darkness. "What's that?" "A bridge. Between worlds. Between peoples. Between magic and love." He thought about that. A bridge. He liked the sound of it. Ragnarok and he explored every corner of the deep places that summer. They ventured into tunnels that had been sealed for centuries, guided by the Mother's light. They discovered caverns filled with crystals that sang when touched. They found ancient carvings that told stories of the before times, of the Mother's first children, of the magic that had shaped the world. Harry learned more in those 3 months than in all his years at Hogwarts. The old magic flowed through him like never before, responding to his every thought, his every feeling. The remnant pulsed in his heart, sharing its ancient knowledge, its millennia of wisdom. "You are ready," it whispered one evening as they sat in the heart chamber. "Ready for what comes next." Harry did not ask what that meant. He simply trusted. All too soon, it was time to return to the surface. Harry stood at the entrance to the deep places, Ragnarok beside him, saying goodbye. "I'll come at Christmas," Harry promised. "For the solstice." Ragnarok nodded. "I'll be waiting. Always." They embraced, fierce and long. "Thank you for this summer," Harry whispered. "For everything." Ragnarok's voice was thick with emotion. "Thank you for being my brother." Harry stepped out into the sunlight and began the climb back to the surface. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger, a constant connection. He was not leaving. He was simply going home to his other home. Number 4, Privet Drive, had never felt so irrelevant. Harry spent the last weeks of summer in his small room, reading, writing letters, enjoying the peace. The Dursleys left him alone, as they had learned to do. The neighborhood children played in the street, their laughter drifting through his window. He watched them sometimes, these ordinary children living ordinary lives, and felt only gratitude. His life was not ordinary. It never would be. But it was his, and he loved it. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his contentment. The train ride to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories and the comfortable chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. They talked about their summers, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's trip to France, Harry's 3 months in the deep places. 3 months, Ron shook his head. "You're practically a goblin now." Harry laughed. "Practically. But still human enough to miss your ugly face." Ron grinned. "Good. Wouldn't want you going completely native." Hermione smiled at their banter. "Did you learn anything new? About the old magic? About the Mother?" Harry nodded. "So much. I'll tell you everything. But it might take a while. We have all year," Hermione said. They sat together as the train rattled north, 3 friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the countryside roll past. Hogwarts rose before them, beautiful and eternal. Harry stared at it through the window, feeling the familiar magic wash over him. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with recognition. But this year was different. This year, he was not just a student, not just a prince, he was a bridge. Between worlds. Between peoples. Between magic and love. Ron and Hermione walked beside him as they made their way to the carriages. "So," Ron said, "think this year will be as eventful as the last?" Harry smiled. "Probably more. It always is." Hermione grinned. "Bring it on." They climbed into a carriage and began the journey up to the castle. The bond pulsed warmly on Harry's finger. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. Whatever came, he was ready. The Sorting Hat sang a song about unity and strength, about standing together against the darkness. But this year, there was something different in its song, a note of hope, of joy, of a future bright with possibility. Harry listened and felt the truth of it resonate in his heart. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The headmaster smiled, a warm, knowing smile, and Harry smiled back. After the feast, as students filed towards their dormitories, Harry lingered in the great hall, watching the floating candles, feeling the magic of the place settle into his bones. The remnant pulsed gently. "You are where you belong." Harry nodded. "Yes, I am." He turned and walked towards Gryffindor Tower, towards his friends, towards the year ahead. The first weeks of term were ordinary in the best possible way. Classes, homework, meals with friends. Quidditch practice for Ron, who had become captain of the Gryffindor team. Study sessions with Hermione, who had taken on a new project researching the Mother of Magic. Harry threw himself into his studies with a quiet determination that surprised even himself. The old magic in his blood made everything easier, more intuitive. Transfiguration, charms, even potions, they all came naturally now, as if he had been practicing them for years. Snape still sneered, but Harry no longer noticed. Malfoy still taunted, but Harry no longer cared. The small things that had once loomed so large now seemed insignificant compared to everything he had faced, everything he had become. October brought the first chill of autumn and the annual Halloween preparations. Harry helped decorate the Great Hall, levitating pumpkins into place and stringing enchanted lights along the walls. It was ordinary magic, simple magic, but doing it felt good, felt normal, in a way that fighting ancient darkness never had. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart, sharing his joy. The Halloween feast was magnificent, as always. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, eating and laughing and enjoying every moment. The food was delicious, the company was wonderful, and for the first time in years, the anniversary of the troll attack held no weight. After the feast, they sat in the common room, watching the fire, talking about nothing in particular. "I'm glad you're okay," Hermione said quietly. "With Halloween, I mean." Harry nodded. "I am. More than okay. He searched for the right word. Whole. She smiled. "That's good, Harry. That's really good." They sat together in the firelight, three friends bound by something deeper than magic, and let the peace wash over them. November arrived with cold winds and the first hints of snow. Harry continued his quiet routine, but something was building. He could feel it in the bond, which pulsed with a new energy. He could feel it in the remnant, which stirred occasionally, as if sensing something on the horizon. He wrote to Ragnarok, asking if he felt it too. The reply came 3 days later. "Yes. The mountain feels it. The mother feels it. Something is gathering. Not darkness, light, power, hope. The elders say it has been millennia since they felt anything like it. They are not afraid. They are excited. Whatever it is, we will face it together. Your brother, Ragnarok." Harry read the letter and felt the anticipation build in his own heart. Something was gathering. Light, power, hope. He could not wait to see what it was. The first sign appeared on a cold November night. Harry was walking back from the library when he noticed it, a glow at the end of the corridor, soft and golden. He approached slowly, his heart pounding, the remnant pulsing in his heart. The glow coalesced into a figure. The Mother of Magic stood before him, her ancient face soft with something like love. "Harry Potter," she said. "The time has come." Harry's voice was steady. "Time for what?" "For the gathering. For the bringing together of all who carry my magic in their blood. For the first time in millennia, my children will meet." Harry stared at her. "All of them. Here. At the solstice. In the deep places. Goblins, wizards, creatures of magic, all who carry my spark will be welcome." She smiled. "You have made this possible, Harry. You have healed the divisions. You have shown that love is stronger than fear." Harry felt tears prick his eyes. "I just did what felt right. That is the secret, little one. Doing what feels right, with love in your heart, changes the world." She faded, leaving only the glow and the warmth of her presence. Harry told Ron and Hermione the next morning. They listened with wide eyes and open hearts, their faces shifting from disbelief to wonder to joy. "A gathering," Hermione breathed. "Of all magical beings. In the deep places." Ron shook his head slowly. "Blimey. That's huge." Harry nodded. "At the solstice. The mother invited everyone. Anyone who carries her magic." Hermione grabbed his hand. "We'll be there. We wouldn't miss it for anything." Ron grinned. "Wouldn't miss it. A goblin gathering. With the Mother of Magic. Best Christmas ever." Harry laughed. Best Christmas ever. The weeks that followed were filled with preparation and anticipation. Harry wrote to Ragnarok constantly, discussing plans, sharing excitement. The young king was equally thrilled, his letters full of joy and wonder. "The mountain is preparing," he wrote. "The great cavern will be transformed. Crystals, lights, music, everything beautiful we can create. The mother has been helping, guiding us. This will be the greatest gathering in millennia. And it is because of you, Harry." Because of your love, your courage, your willingness to stand. Harry read the letter and felt his heart swell. Because of him. Because he had stood in an alley when he was 6 years old. Sometimes the smallest choices led to the biggest changes. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with calm confidence, the magic flowing through him, helping him remember, helping him perform. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything, outstanding in every subject, even potions. Snape's face when he announced it was something Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. The bond warmed on his finger. The solstice was coming. The gathering was approaching. And everything was about to change. The journey to the deep places felt different this time. Harry led Ron and Hermione through the tunnels, guiding them with the bond, with the remnant, with the love that filled his heart. Goblins greeted them as they passed, their faces warm with welcome. Ragnarok met them at the entrance to the great cavern. Harry. He embraced his brother, then turned to Ron and Hermione. Welcome. Welcome to the deep places. Welcome to our home. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione's eyes went wide. Blimey, Ron breathed. It's huge. Ragnarok laughed. Wait until you see the cavern. It's even bigger. He led them through the tunnels, pointing out landmarks, explaining history, sharing the wonder of his home. Ron and Hermione drank it all in, their faces alight with joy. The great cavern was transformed. Crystals pulsed with light from every surface, casting rainbows on the walls and ceiling. Goblins moved through the space, preparing food, arranging seating, practicing music. The air hummed with anticipation. And at the center, waiting with a smile that held the warmth of 1,000 suns, stood the Mother of Magic. Welcome, she said, her voice echoing through the cavern. Welcome, children of my blood. Welcome to the gathering. Ron and Hermione stared at her, speechless. Harry stepped forward and took his place beside Ragnarok. The gathering was beginning. The light was coming. And everything would change. Chapter 30, The Light Eternal. The great cavern hummed with anticipation. Harry stood beside Ragnarok at the edge of the central platform, watching as beings streamed through the entrance. Goblins, of course, thousands of them, from every clan and family. But also others. Creatures Harry had only read about in books. Beings he had never imagined existed. A group of centaurs walked proudly through the crowd, their hooves clicking against the stone. Merpeople hovered in pools of enchanted water that had been created just for them. House elves darted between legs, their eyes wide with wonder. And wizards from every corner of the magical world, drawn by the mother's call. Ron and Hermione stood beside Harry, their faces alight with wonder. I can't believe this, Hermione whispered. All these beings. Together. In peace. Ron shook his head slowly. Never thought I'd see the day. Harry smiled. Neither did I. But here we are. The Mother of Magic stood at the center of the platform, her light filling the cavern, touching every face, every heart. She waited as the crowd grew, as the beings settled, as the anticipation built to a fever pitch. When the last arrivals had found their places, she raised her hands. Silence fell. Children of my blood, she said, her voice carrying through the cavern without effort. Welcome. Welcome to the gathering. Welcome to the beginning. She looked around at the assembled beings, goblins and wizards, centaurs and merpeople, creatures of every shape and size. Her eyes held them all, loved them all. For millennia, you have been divided. Separated by fear, by suspicion, by the wounds of the past. You have forgotten that you are all my children. That the magic in your blood comes from the same source. That you are family. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some looked at each other with new eyes. Others shifted uncomfortably. But one among you remembered, the mother continued. One among you showed that love is stronger than fear. That healing is possible. That divisions can be mended. She looked at Harry. Harry Potter. Step forward. Harry's heart pounded. He glanced at Ragnarok, who nodded encouragement. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, who smiled with pride. He stepped forward. The crowd parted before him. Thousands of eyes watched him as he walked towards the Mother. The weight of their gazes should have been crushing, but the remnant pulsed in his heart, the bond warmed on his finger, and he felt only peace. He reached the mother and stopped before her. "Harry Potter," she said softly. "6 years ago, you stood in an alley and saved a goblin prince. You did not know who he was. You did not know what it would mean. You simply saw someone in need and helped." She placed her hand on his heart. That moment changed everything. It started a chain of events that led to this gathering. That led to healing. That led to hope. She turned to face the crowd. "This boy, this child, has shown us what is possible when we choose love over fear. He has faced darkness and healed it. He has carried ancient magic and used it for good. He has become a bridge between worlds, between peoples, between hearts." She raised her voice, filling the cavern with its power. "Let his example guide us. Let his courage inspire us. Let his love unite us." The crowd erupted. Cheers, applause, songs, the sound was deafening, overwhelming, glorious. Harry stood in the center of it, tears streaming down his face, as thousands of beings celebrated him. Ragnar reached him and pulled him into an embrace. "You did it," his brother whispered. "You actually did it." Harry shook his head. "We did it. Together." Ron and Hermione appeared beside them, their faces wet with tears. "Harry," Hermione sobbed. This is. "I know," Harry said. "I know." They stood together, 4 friends bound by something deeper than magic, and let the celebration wash over them. The gathering lasted for 3 days. 3 days of music and dance, of feasting and storytelling, of beings who had been enemies for centuries learning to be friends. Harry moved through it all, speaking with centaurs and merpeople, laughing with goblins and house elves, learning the stories of those who had come. The mother appeared often, not as a distant figure but as a presence among them. She sat with groups, listened to their joys and sorrows, offered wisdom when asked. She was everywhere and nowhere, a warmth in the heart, a light in the darkness. On the last night, she called Harry to the heart chamber. He stood before the crystal, feeling its pulse match his own. The remnant stirred in his heart, peaceful and content. The mother appeared beside him, her light soft and gentle. "You have done well, Harry Potter. More than well. You have changed the world." Harry shook his head. "I just did what felt right." She smiled. "That is the secret. Doing what feels right, with love in your heart, changes everything." She reached out and touched the crystal. It pulsed brighter, warmer, filling the chamber with light. "I will remain in the world now. Not as a distant figure, but as a presence. A guide. A mother to all my children." She looked at Harry. "And you, Harry Potter, will be my voice when I am silent. My hands when I am distant. My heart when I am weary." Harry's eyes widened. "Me. But I'm just. You are everything. You always have been. You just needed to believe it." She faded, leaving only the light of the crystal and the warmth of her love. Harry returned to the celebration with a full heart. Ragnar found him immediately. "What happened?" "I felt something, through the bond." Harry told him. Ragnar listened in silence, his ancient eyes growing wider with each word. "Her voice," he breathed. "Her hands. Her heart." He shook his head slowly. "Harry, that's huge." Harry nodded. "I know. I don't fully understand it yet. But I know it's important." Ragnar grabbed his shoulders. "You're not just a prince anymore. You're not just a brother. He stopped, unable to find words. Harry smiled. "I'm still me. That's all that matters." They embraced, the bond flaring warm between them. "Always," Ragnar whispered. "Always," Harry agreed. The gathering ended at dawn on the 4th day. Beings said their goodbyes, promised to stay in touch, vowed to carry the spirit of the gathering back to their homes. The mother blessed them all, her light touching each heart as they passed. Harry stood at the entrance to the great cavern, watching them go. Ron and Hermione were beside him, exhausted but happy. Ragnar stood at his other side, his crown blazing, his face peaceful. "It's over," Hermione said softly. Harry shook his head. "It's just beginning." Ragnar nodded. "The healing, the unity, the love, that's what we take with us. That's what we build on." Ron grinned. "Blimey, we sound like something out of a book." Harry laughed. "Maybe we are. Maybe this whole story is something someone's writing." Hermione smiled. "If it is, I hope they do us justice." They stood together at the entrance to the great cavern, 4 friends bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the future unfold before them. Harry returned to Hogwarts in January. The castle welcomed him back, its stones humming with recognition. But everything felt different now. The magic was stronger, more vibrant. The students were friendlier, more open. Even the teachers seemed changed, warmer, more present. Ron and Hermione noticed it too. Something's different, Ron said as they walked to breakfast. The whole castle feels happier. Hermione nodded. It's the mother. Her presence. It's affecting everything. Harry smiled. Good. That's good. They sat down to breakfast, and Harry felt the remnant pulse gently in his heart. The bond warmed on his finger. He was home. The months that followed were the best of Harry's life. Classes were enjoyable, not stressful. Friendships deepened. The small irritations of castle life, Snape's sneers, Malfoy's taunts, faded into insignificance. Harry moved through his days with a peace he had never known, grateful for every moment. Ragnarok's letters continued, full of news from the deep places. The goblins were thriving. The council had become a model of cooperation. The mother's presence had transformed their world. The mountain sings constantly now, he wrote. The elders say it has not sung like this since the before times. The goblins are happy. I am happy. Thank you, Harry, for everything. Harry wrote back, thank you for being my brother. The end of term arrived in a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with calm confidence, the magic flowing through him, helping him remember, helping him perform. When the last exam was over, he walked out of the great hall with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The results came on the last day. Harry had passed everything, outstanding in every subject, including potions. Snape, for once, said nothing. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. The red and gold banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, and the cheers when Dumbledore announced the victory were loud enough to shake the walls. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, laughing and eating and enjoying every moment. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. The bond warmed on his finger. It was perfect. The train ride back to London was filled with plans and promises. I'll write every week, Hermione said. And you'd better write back. I will, Harry promised. Ron grinned. And try not to become too important. We still need to be able to make fun of you. Harry laughed. I'll do my best. They reached King's Cross, and Harry said goodbye to his friends with a full heart. See you in September, he said. See you then, they echoed. He walked towards the Dursleys, his trunk floating behind him, Hedwig's cage in his hand. They stared at him with their usual mixture of fear and resentment. But this time, Harry did not follow them out of the station. He stopped. He turned. He looked at them with calm, steady eyes. I'm not coming with you, he said. Uncle Vernon's face went purple. What do you mean, you're not coming? You have to come. I'm not, Harry interrupted. I have a home now. A real home. With people who love me. He smiled, a genuine smile, free of bitterness. I'm going there. He turned and walked away, leaving the Dursleys gaping on the platform. The bond pulsed warmly on his finger. The remnant pulsed gently in his heart. He was free. The deep places welcomed him home. Harry descended into the mountain, the tunnels opening before him, the goblins greeting him with smiles and bows. The mountain hummed with joy, with life, with the presence of the Mother of Magic. Ragnarok met him at the entrance to the throne room, his crown blazing, his face split by a grin. Harry, you're here. For good. Harry nodded, tears pricking his eyes. For good. If you'll have me. Ragnarok pulled him into a fierce embrace. Always. Forever. You're my brother. They stood together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers from different worlds, and let the joy wash over them. The mother appeared beside them, her light soft and warm. Welcome home, Harry Potter, she said. Welcome home. Harry smiled. He was home. Finally, truly, completely home. The years that followed were filled with wonder. Harry grew up in the deep places, learning the old magic, serving his people, loving his brother. He visited the surface often, to see Ron and Hermione, to walk through Hogwarts, to remember where he came from. But his home was the mountain. His family was the goblins. His heart was with Ragnarok. The mother guided them all, her presence a constant warmth, her love a constant comfort. The divisions that had separated magical beings for millennia slowly healed. Trust grew. Friendship blossomed. The world became what it had always been meant to be. Harry became a legend, not just as the boy who lived, but as the bridge, the healer, the one who had brought light to the darkness. His story was told in goblin halls and wizard schools, in centaur camps and merpeople cities. Children grew up hearing his name, learning his lessons, trying to follow his example. But to those who knew him best, he was simply Harry. The boy who stood in an alley. The brother who never gave up. The friend who loved without condition. On a warm summer evening, years later, Harry sat with Ragnarok in the heart chamber. The crystal pulsed gently, filling the space with soft light. The mountain hummed with contentment. The bond warmed between them, as strong as ever. Do you ever think about that day? Ragnarok asked quietly. The alley. Harry smiled. Sometimes. It feels like a lifetime ago. Ragnarok nodded. For me too. I was so scared, so alone. And then you appeared, small and barefoot and completely unafraid. Harry laughed. I was terrified. I just didn't show it. But you stood. That's what mattered. Ragnarok looked at him, his ancient eyes bright. You stood, and everything changed. Harry thought about it. The alley. The goblins. The bond. The battles. The healing. The mother. The gathering. All from one small choice. I'm glad I stood, he said softly. I'm glad it was you. Ragnarok smiled. I'm glad it was you too. They sat together in the heart of the mountain, two brothers bound by something deeper than magic, and watched the crystal pulse with eternal light. The remnant stirred gently in Harry's heart, not speaking, simply present. A reminder of all that had been healed, all that had been transformed, all that had become possible. The bond pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He was loved. He was home. He was exactly where he belonged. And somewhere, in the depths of the mountain, the mother smiled. Her children were together. Her light was eternal. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.